shadows of the void where darkness reigns stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tall's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vaccinos horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tall's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry leads the
Mordian's
man I
honor,
am.
they raise their cry against the Tall's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. Ah! How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It is... Do you guys want to see something funny? So, I'll make sure I'm not showing anything off that I shouldn't be. 1 minute. Okay, this should be fine. So, I always pause. So, when I'm streaming, I have YouTube open. And I always pause, like, so it's not playing, so it doesn't distract me. And that's the face it paused on. So I was like, oh, I better pause it so it doesn't distract me. And just saw the face that it paused. And I went, well, I'm looking at that for the rest of the stream now. Anyway, How are you? Thumbnail. That's a man busted a rift. You goddamn right, Cosmic. You goddamn right. Oh. How are you all doing today, guys? I have to admit, I'm absolutely bloody shattered today. And I know you guys probably get sick of hearing me say, oh, Mordian, you saying you're tired again? I am a bit tired. I've been doing, putting a few extra hours in, shall we say, because I'm going to be away at the beginning of next month. So I've been trying to catch up and get ahead and everything. But we're going to have a chill one. And I had to stream tonight because I had such a fun, enjoyable weekend that I had to tell you guys about it. It's that simple. You know when you just have like a really good like weekend gaming, and you and even though you've been like, you know, it's been really busy and you're absolutely shattered, all you can think about is like, oh, I can't wait for the next weekend's gaming. I can't wait for you're already looking forward to the next game. Yeah, I had that this weekend, and so I kind of wanted to share with you guys, what happened and everything, what I've been getting up to, all the inspiration, all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, that's why I thought I'd go live tonight. And then also, I've heard a couple of spicy rumors about 11th edition 40k. One of them I think is very spicy, and one of them is I think more of a curious point than anything else, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, basically, I thought we'd go through a bit of Konflikt stuff, go through a bit of 40k stuff, have a good old chinwag, and have a cheeky little stream for a few hours. So yeah, there we go. So it's going to be a pretty chill one today, guys, because I am feeling absolutely bloody shattered. But I am excited to talk to you guys. So it should be, and I've got some interesting things, hopefully, so it should be a good one. So with all that said, let's get into the stream proper. Starting off, of course, with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard, or National Guard, as I was running this weekend. Stand over recounted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonets out, baby? Oh my god. So we have got in here, it is... well, I think Spriggs might be here. And then we've got Cyrillic Dude, Saban Wilson, McCon, Airborne, Andrew Hutz, Matthew Edwards, Godlike Poet, Gaming Stuka, Simple Logic, Anthony Williams, Actor Nate, Firestorm, Cavassius, Shardon Sharp, and Tank Charmer, and Chris's Team Camp, and Icanthos. Hey, Icanthos, great to have the stream. I've not seen you in a while. Lord Pulpy, Ryan Tomlinson, Sir Newbie, The Link Park. We've also got an Orcish Bard, Mark Coyle, Flamewave, 6 foot tall angry dwarf, Amos, Michael Gibson, Amel Davy, Squawk, a ton of Rombas, It's Me Rev, Whispering Monk, Saban Wilson, Glenn Lee, John Henry Eden, Starbucks Meg, Jaeger Scott, Raygun 9000, Colson, Hirschberger, Morpheus, Russell W, Yuli, and Clove, and Biscuit Tin, and Baron Kaz, and Skeletal Commissar, and Wolf 58th, and Cosmic Drew, and Daryl, and Spartan, and Lower Decks, and Axe Sharpener, and we've also got a Gaming Stuka, and Denzel Wenzel, and there's a few other guys here. 1 minute. But Mountain and Grape Ape, Nocturnal Owl, Actung Nate, Chris K, Wall 58, Michael Gibson, Justin Miller, Shop Activity, Ames Wage, and Pastor Blaster, Mr. Kuiper, and Max Jack. Hey! There you are. An Age of Persuasion, we didn't say you. Welcome. Thank you so much, all of you beautiful bastards. And go call band! There we go. Welcome. Thank you to all of you beautiful bastards joining today's stream. Don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe and all of that good stuff. Because it helps. It really does help. So if you could go ahead and just caress that like button. Give it a little smooch. Give it a little smooch like it's your sister. Right, Spriggs, you're getting banned. There you go. All right. Spriggs is having a seizure. Daddy's gone mad, hasn't he? All right. All right. He's only been timed out for 1 minute. Don't worry. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that got the stream started off right. Coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and gifted memberships and all that kind of good stuff. And let's take a moment to say our thank yous and show our appreciation for those people that have got the stream popping up, baby! There we are. Start off, we have got Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us fully stocked with new conscripts. We've also got the Whispering Monk. Yes, thank you for the Whispering Monk for being our spiritual liege who keeps our souls pure and our ears clean. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, man. We've also got Simple Logic. Simple Logic, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Ugh. Thank you for the whole fire team to hold the line against the horrors of the rift. Thank you, sir, for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Sir Newbie. Sir Newbie, thank you for super chat, man. Evening all, dug up some old planet tiles in stream discussion. I think I saw these. Before, and they look really cool. Let's see if I can find them again. Let's have a look. Oh, here you go. Went digging in some boxes to find some D&D stuff for my brother today and came across these. Used them at 8th/9th Crusade campaign before most friends and people around dropped out of the hobby. Really hope 11th edition rules Crusade might spark some things back up. Wow, I remember this. So this, I believe, was the Mighty Empires thing that GW did. And I think they did some for fantasy and some for 40k. It was really, really, really cool. Yeah, they don't really produce anything like this anymore. Yeah, it was just like a cool little modular campaign map. I think Planetary Empires, Mighty Empires, and Planetary Empires. I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah. So, for those of you who are wondering, why doesn't GW do anything like this anymore?
Good for you.
Because the reason Games Workshop doesn't, it comes back to what we were talking about in the last stream, which is GW doesn't really do anything like this anymore because they can't compete. Because you can absolutely go and find someone that will sell you this kind of thing, right? 100%. Or people will do it digitally or whatever it might be. But, you know, whether it's 3D printing or whether it's alternative third-party options or whether it's like digital or something like that, GW just can't compete with this, and they can't make the profitability that they want. Remember that we learned last stream that if they can't make a 70 to 80% margin, that's GW's margins, right? If they can't make 70 to 80% of it, then they won't produce it. So that's why they don't make this anymore, which is crazy, right? It's absolutely crazy, because this is really cool kind of stuff. But yeah. Did I accidentally block you, Clove? No, I didn't. You're right here. Someone else might have blocked you. It wasn't me. One of the mods might have gone rogue. I didn't time you out, man. One of the mods might have done. Maybe you're being a dickhead. I don't fucking know. Maybe YouTube did it. It was Spriggs. It was me. Why? Oh, man. So did you try and find the old mini factories and such for them? Nice, Sir Nuvi. Yeah. Nice. Said banning people wasn't funny. That gets a 10-second timeout. There you go. There you go, Clove. Anyway, so Nuvi, this shit's absolutely amazing, man. I love this. Do you know, right, who wants a core memory? Which 90s kids wants a core memory unlocked? This map reminds me of the battle map from June 2000. Yeah. And Emperor Battle for June. I know, right? Some people might say Civ 5. That's true. Probably good for Civ as well. Maybe the old Dawn of War Dark Crusade as well. But to me, I saw this and I could just imagine like, you know, a green arrow coming out here, like, especially with that Emperor Battle for June where it's like ding, ding, ding. And, you know, and I remember in June 2000 when the announcer would be like, you know, because each faction would get like a turn, as it were. And it was like, the Ordos are attacking us. The Atreides have lost ground to the Atreides are falling back in this place and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. At once. Yes. Yes. Icanthos. Yes. Emperor Battle for June was amazing. Yeah, I do hope it gets... I actually have the disc version. There's a reason I have a CD drive. It's just so I can occasionally play that. Yeah, I think Emperor Battle for June had the best music out of almost any Command & Conquer game. And I think it goes massively underappreciated because people think of the classics like from Command & Conquer 1 and Red Alert 2 and stuff like that. But Emperor Battle for June was so good. Because you didn't just have at once, like when you had, was it like when you played Ordos, they'd be like complying. Yeah. Oh man, I remember those fucking like Minotaur things the Atreides had. They were like, and it was like blow away half your army. All those fucking cobras of the Ordos, man. Those things were awesome. Yeah. So many war crimes committed in that game. Half of the missions seem to consist, if you didn't play Atreides, half of the missions seem to consist of go here, wipe out this village, ambush the people that come to save them. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah. There are no war crimes in the War of Assassins. Yeah, there you go. All right. So, Sir Newbie, this is absolutely awesome, man. And it has totally unlocked core memories for me. There you are. All right, what have we got next, bro? The Lower Decks. Thank you for super chat, man. Are we useful idiots? I mean, you're definitely idiots. Useful is debatable. Let's have a look. Sir, the heist seems to be progressing, we think. There have been gunshots, alarms, and some kind of explosions. Jenkins thinks he can hear drills that must be working on the vault. I think he is making things up, but I humour him. The local enforcers have arrived, and there appears to be some kind of siege situation developing. A standoff, if you will. I expect a list of demands will be communicated to the authorities shortly. How are we, sir? Well, we are still stuck in this fucking ice cream van handing out frozen confectionery. The enforcers seem quite partial to choc tops. Is that like a 99 or something? 99 flake? I'm almost willing to go back to the turnip mines, sir. Jenkins' usefulness in the mine.
My boots may be muddy, my belly quite chubby, but God, what a glorious mug.
I love this guy's videos, man. He does such good stuff.
My boots may be muddy, my belly quite chubby, but God, what a glorious mug.
I love like the shadow video he did. That was awesome. What have we got next? Mal, my boy. Mal, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support. And as always, Mal, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, and a kind sir. Mrs. Mordia, the thought of the hay going in the mouth, though. Hopefully he's not breathing in whilst it's happening. All right. Cosmic, my boy. Thank you for the super chat. Hobby, update, and stream discussion. It is done. Bust a rift. I'm busting, Cosmic. Always be busting. Let's have a look. From humble beginnings to this, I now have 72 zombies. That's 6 squads of 12 zombies. Last night I saw I had 71. So I made a British zombie to join the ranks. My total regiment is ready. I don't know whether I'll use all the zombies, but they are done and based. Bust a rift. Nice. So many zombies. Hey, that one looks alright, man. I mean, they all look pretty good, to be fair. Yes, yes. All of the zombies, man. Incredible. So cool, bro. I'm loving the variety of them. It looks like a proper zombie horde, that. Nice. That's awesome, bro. Excellent work, Cosmic. And as always, I be busting. Busting rifts. Icanthos! Thank you for the 39 months, man. X-Force, baby! Triple X-Force! Plasma Pistol, go! Yes! Dude, great to have you back in the stream, man. It's been too long. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping your support up. And thank you for being part of the community for over 3 years. My God, sir. My God. Incredible. 07, you magnificent bastard. We've got Lancet Lindblom. Thank you for super chat, bro. Some bot action pictures of a local meetup in stream discussione. All right, let's have a look. Ooh. Some pictures from our community's local meetup. My God. That terrain is gorgeous. I am always consistently blown away by how nice. I'll say this. I think that Bolt Action / Konflikt 47 is the game with the best terrain. Consistently. Like, you know, occasionally you see, like don't get me wrong, Old World has got nice terrain as well. But at the same time, Old World is sometimes slightly limited on the terrain, you know, due to the nature of having to like move big units around and everything. 40k terrain is obviously dog shit. But like, out of like the big games that I see, or out of the more common games that I get seen played, I do think Bolt Action / Konflikt has the consistently good looking terrain. Although this is where Marshall will join and show off his completely customized Quar board, which I do hold as like the gold standard of terrain. Like I do. But, you know, Marshall is like the only guy I know who plays Quar. Like he's single-handedly like driving that entire game. So whilst he has very beautiful terrain, I do think that when we're talking about more common games that are played, I do think Bolt Action / Konflikt takes the cake for the consistently good-looking terrain, even on casual boards. Yeah. I mean, look at this, guys. It's just awesome. Hills, you know, from urban maps to the more agrarian maps, countryside maps. There you go. Yeah, it looks awesome. Desert maps. Yeah, like roads and everything. And I think the big thing for me is the variety of biomes that you see getting played with in these games. Like it's you know, every single board is different. Yeah, it's very, very cool. Yeah, it's awesome, man. Oh wow, that's badass. I love that action shot with the Sherman. So cool, man. I'm loving the cars. Nice. I bet they're like some sort of like Hot Wheels car, but it just works, man. It just works. Nice. See, like the fountains and stuff, man. It's so good. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it has consistently just got like I think of like every Bolt Action community that I've ever been part of, which to be fair, I'm basically still part of most of them. The terrain has always just been exemplary. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think there's just something about the boards which just kind of inspire it. Because like I remember when you know, Mordy Bro was like doing like his own channel stuff and everything. And he wanted to go into like Bolt Action for his own channel. So he made like, and I've never seen him do this before or since, he made like this incredible like modular like custom board where like each tile could be like swapped out and everything for different things. And I've never seen him do a hobby project like that before, since he's not a hobbyist like that normally. But yeah, that was really, really cool. So yeah, there's something about it which kind of inspires it, I guess. So Lancet, that's awesome, man. Thank you for support. I really enjoyed looking at that. What do we got next? Last Draken, thank you for super chat, bro. Hobby update and swap meet swag in stream discussion. Let's have a little look. All right, here we go. Moment, I need to check something out here. That's all right. It's just like weirdly loaded. It's not you though. It's all right. Started painting the grav tank, which was a gift from JJ. She's almost done. Nice. Going to try and add some glow at the thrusters and just below the guns. I feel the assassin isn't as good as my Draxus, but she's okay. So here we go. Yeah, it looks all right, man. I think you just need a bit of shading on there and you'll be all right, to be honest. No, I think she looks great, man. I think you're probably your own worst critic, to be honest. I think you've nailed the sort of bluey black color of the jumpsuit or body glove, whatever it's meant to be called. Yeah, I think you've done all right. I think you've done more than all right. Kit bash idea I got. Turn the AOS mini there into Inquisitor Coil. Saw the torso of, new body and head, some arms, green stuff to hide holes along with the pouches. Might be on the tall side, but worth it. What do you think? I mean, dude, if you want a guy on a horse, if you want an imposing figure on a Xenos style steed, then yeah, that works. I don't think anyone would really have any complaints. You could probably just do a head swap and a staff swap or something, you know, and you'd probably get away with it. Yeah, I think it'd be fine. Yeah. Went to the swap meet the other day and I made off well. 10 heavy intercessors for $60, 50% off normal price. Might make them the new Gravis Bolter unit from Armageddon. The AOS Mini above for $5. Amazing. Line Raider Proteus for my Custodies for about $60, about $25 off. 6 Outriders for $60, 50% off. Line Raider Crusader for $50. That's beautifully painted in Black Templar colours. I don't really want to strip it for my Custodies, but luckily someone there had a friend and offered $90 for it, but I told him, hey, just swap me the new Proteus or Spartan or a regular Raider, and it's yours. That way he's happy with the lovely painted magnetized Redeemer. I'm happy with a Land Raider. Hey, that's cool, man. It's always good when, you know, it was like, you know, you're swapping and meeting. It's going exactly doing what it says on the tin, right? Yeah. Managed to score Repex for $40 and a beautifully painted / kit bashed. Is that Repulsor Executioner, is it? Brutalis, the same guy as my Redeemer. Nice. Dude, that looks awesome, man. It sounds like you had a great day. A very productive day. Lots of minis. Excellent. Most excellent. All right. What do we got here next? Whispering Monk. Thank you for the 38 months, man. Xbox, baby. Ban the spammers, be they mods or not. No. I am a man of the people. We shall let the people decide. Spam the chat on whether you want to ban the spammers or not. Oh, all right. All right. It's only at the beginning of the stream, guys. It's not the end of the world. Fucking hell. Look, if it's ever gets too much, I say in a joking way to Spriggs, it's getting a bit much. And Spriggs is switched on enough that he knows when sometimes he has to like chill on the spamming for a bit, and then he can bring it back a little bit. So there you are. It's all good. Spam causes lag. Yeah, but damn Legion, aren't you down in New Zealand? So pretty much anything causes lag down there, right? Don't blame me. All right. All right, so one time Gaming Stuka out. He's spamming too much. Oh my god. How long did you time him out for, Chansey? How long did you... Spriggs did it! Spriggs! The ultimate spammer. Stop someone else from spamming. Spriggs, you either die a spammer or live long enough to become the anti-spammer. There you go. Hypocrisy at its finest. Oh, I love that. All right. What do we got next? Chicken Detonator! Thank you for the gift of membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you, man. I also want to say a big thank you to Starbucks Meg. Thank you for Super Chat. A British update in stream discussion. Have you got a license for that update, mate? You got a license for it? Classic joke of the British. First half of my British assault platoon from the K-47 box done. Nice. Shit, man. They've come out all right, haven't they? I love these sort of... It kind of looks like... It looks almost like iron colored armor, but I can see there's like a little tinge of like, is it like green or tan to it, or maybe gray? It's a very, very nice color. It looks very realistic. I like it a lot. Yeah, I think you've done a good job with that, man. Yeah, I think you've absolutely bloody nailed it. Very, very cool. I do love the old Galahad armor. I like both, to be fair. I like the new and the old Galahad. But yeah, it is very, very cool. Yeah, I love that shit, man. It's all right. Yeah, great. I do love the old models. The wrist-mounted Vickers K's is a really is a real trip. It's great, man. Yeah. Excellent work, bro. Excellent work indeed. What do we got next? Chris K, thank you for super chat. It's been a busy weekend. Hobby update in Discord. Hey, let me take a look at that, man. And also, big thank you for the gifted membership as well, dude. 007. Let's have a look. Hey, Mordian. It's been a busy weekend. My goal was to finish as many half-painted projects as possible to include tweaking a half track I was unhappy with. Hopefully, I'll have a few more part cook projects presentable in the next few hours. Behold my stuff. Dude, I saw you post some of these like in progress pictures over the weekend, and I thought that they looked excellent, man. The King Tiger looks sick. Ah, you've done such a good job on the King Tiger, man. And the Panther. Oh, it's cool. It's really cool. There is something just like really badass about some like big World War II tanks. Like I do think this for a lot. I mean, fair. I think I really do like World War II tanks in general. Like seeing some of the bigger like late war ones, like the Patton. Or Pershing, I should say, for the Americans. Like, that thing's an absolute beat. I remember getting that for the first time, like, Company of Heroes 2 and being blown away. I didn't even realize they made that kind of thing for World War II, you know, I just thought it was like Sherman's. And then, you know, the Tiger tank, the King Tiger, the Panther, the Elephant, all the classics, right? And then over on the Eastern Front, I think my favorite heavy tank there has got to be the KV-1. I know a lot of people like the KV-2 with Stalin's fridge on top of it. But I always used to love the KV-1 in Company of Heroes 2. Love that shit, man. Remember there was like, you couldn't get it normally. You had to pick certain commanders. And I remember there was this one map that was like a 4v4 map. And the capture points in the middle. At the top, you had like one that it was mostly exposed. Like in a valley, basically, with a few like cliffs around it. And there was the next one along was like on top of a hill, but in a village. And then the next one after that was I can't quite remember. I think it was like down in a valley a bit, and the next one after that was almost on like it was like surrounded by, you could walk across it, was surrounded by water. And I remember holding that if I describe that map, I bet some people know exactly which one it is. And I remember Soviets versus Allies versus Axis. And I remember trying the KV1s out, and I had 3 KV1s like in a line, just behind the lines. And then every time the Germans tried to push in and take the objective, I'd roll the KVs forward, and so good. Yeah. So good. Was it Step? Was it Mr. Guy? I love that. Yeah. And I absolutely love. I think that's when I fell in love with like heavy armor from like World War II, man. So good. Yeah, because like the KV1, it only had like it didn't have much pen on its gun in Company of Heroes, but it had good durability. And I remember like, you know, this German guy pushed in with like it's like either I think it was a King Tiger, and I couldn't pen it on the front, but because I could like swarm it with these KVs, I was like hitting it on the sides and everything, and like driving it back. Like if he'd stayed in the fight, he might have actually won, but you know, he sort of pissed himself and sort of ran backwards and everything. So yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, I think he does. Gervais, doesn't that command also get the big gun emplacement? Something like the 203mm? Yeah, I think he does. I think I never really used to build that. I always used to go for the KVs, but occasionally I'd build it. That's like the one with the tracks on the side of it, isn't it? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, good times. Good times. I'm loving all of the armor though. Great to see everything from, you know, Hanamags to Tigers to Hetzers. Love the Hetzer. Hetzer got a Hetz. Nice. Dude, you've absolutely smashed it with this armor, dude. It looks incredible. It genuinely looks incredible. It looks really, really well done. Awesome stuff, dude. Awesome stuff. More core memories being unlocked. I'm unlocking all the core memories tonight. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for super chat, bro. Put pictures of my 40k armies in stream discussion. Probably haven't shown them off on the channel since the highs of 8th edition. Let's have a look. Some group photos of my Chaos armies, followed by my 24k point Imperial Crusade. Edit, if it ever sends. Let's have a look. So are these so some of these are new. So you say you've not shown them off since 8th, but some of these must be new because like these are I see some new Emperor's Children models in here. Yeah. Although I think that's the Forge World Fulgrim, isn't it? Are those like the One Deers? No, I thought they were the One Deers Demonettes, but they're not. Yeah. They still look great, man. I love how bright and garish they are. I mean, that's how they should look, right? Wow, that's cool, man. What I love about the armies is they feel very chaotic. Like sometimes chaos armies can look very uniform, but it looks like it all belongs in the same army, but it's not like a perfectly unified force, which is awesome. There's a lot of individualism in the models. Yeah, it's awesome, man. Wow, that's badass, bro. Yeah, I do love the look of these. I think I recognize some Dark Imperium models. Dark Crusade, was it? The 6th edition box set. I think some of these Chaos, some of those are the Chosen from that, maybe? I think. Or maybe I'm getting mixed up. Or maybe they're just World Eater models. I can't quite tell. But they look good, though. Yeah. Mostly new stuff, custom demonettes. Ah, fair enough. Cool, man. I'll see if I can find that big... Oh, here you go. Imperium Crusade. I love the poster, man. Probably one of the best bits of artwork ever created for Warhammer. Like, one of the reasons I didn't get the new Black Templars Codex was because the last one I got had this artwork on it, and the new one came out, didn't have it. So I was like, well, obviously I'm not going to get it then. Like, this is the better one, right? Yeah. Wow. Look at that. Now there's some goddamn Black Templars. Cool. That's a lot of guardsmen too. That's a lot of guardsmen, baby. Nice. Cool. So damn cool. Yeah, man. I love that shit. I recognize all the OG Snapfit Guardsmen as well. Instantly, I recognize that shit. I've got that shit locked and coded into my brain, you know. God, I miss them. There's too much about 40k I miss these days. Not to get salty, but there is too much that I miss. Yeah, the amount that I miss outweighs the amount that I look forward to. Is that an Emperor model? That's amazing, man. That's so cool. And I love the pattern there. I think that's been exceptionally well done. Yeah, I remember, dude. I remember you sending this model in. I remember the Arnie. I remember the Arnie Ogrin, and then I remember the rest of the squad that you painted up. Yeah, I remember that, man. That's cool. It's great to see them again. Nice. Great conversions there. I think it looks awesome, man. Yeah. I think it looks properly awesome. A really good mixture of models as well. Feels like a proper crusade, that. You know, it's not one army, it's multiple armies crusading together. Yeah. Awesome. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work indeed. Snapfit Guards are superior for transport and highlighting the veterans who are highly customized. That's exactly how I use them as well, man. Yep. All right. 100% had to get it as a 10-foot banner. Oh, yeah. That artwork is just amazing. It's like, I was a little skeptical about getting the Guard Codex in 10th. Only a little skeptical, because I was like, well, it's going to be out of day one and everything. Like, I've got the rest of them, so I might as well, complete the collection, as it were. But the reason I ended up getting it is because it had the classic artwork on, and I'm not against the new artwork on it. It's not so bad, but that classic Krieg artwork it had to be got. You know, I just had to own a piece of that. Yeah, awesome. What have we got next? We have got Godlike Poet. Godlike Poet. Thank you for super chat, man. Bolt action mini tournament report in stream discussion. 07, sir. Let's have a look. So my semi-local has been running a bolt action escalation league over the last few months. I haven't been able to participate as much as I'd like to, but I did get to go to their finale event. It was 3 games in descending points order for time management. 1250 points, 1000, then 750. My lists are attached. There were 3 others there who were playing Americans, Polish, and Japanese. Sadly, I forgot to take many pictures, but I did snap literally a couple. Game 1 was 12 points against the Poles, Kill Point, and Fog of War. This went not as badly as expected, but still pretty badly. One core on the board devolved into a ferocious close quarters firefight that left my backline very exposed. Not that I had enough units to effectively guard it anyway. The heroes of the game were the SS. God damn it, we're not beating the accusations! Who pulled the old man literally too angry to die shtick on 2 consecutive turns to get me a few dice into the graveyard and save me from an absolute drubbing. I was ridiculously outnumbered, and this would become a common theme. Well, what did you? I guess the question is, what did you bring to the event? I'd have to look at the list in a moment. Game 2 was against the Japanese. My opponent had 20 dice in a 1,000-point game. I had 11. Mission was quarters and land grab. This one actually played in my favour as my army is at least fast. I was able to jam the entire middle of the board with my Panzer IV, which he simply had nothing to do with after his suicide teams were quickly taken out as my number 1 priority. I was able to completely pin down his advance, which meant that about half his army really struggled to get out of his deployment zone. The other half couldn't make it around the flank in time to get into my deployment zone, and a crucial reserves roll fail meant that 3 units mounted a transport couldn't come on until it was too late for them to get over there. On the final 2 activations of the game, I powered my Hanamags into deployment zone to score 6 points and seal the deal. And now a victory, but a victory. Hey! Dude, firstly, not only a victory, which is incredible, but secondly, a victory in the way that your list wanted to play, right? Like, this is something that I've been finding with like my National Guard in Konflikt 47, which is like, I don't mind losing like every game, like literally every game, but if at some point, even if it's just like once in the entire event, at some point, my army feels like what I had envisioned for it. Like, hey, when I was building this list, this is what I wanted out of my army. It's what I wanted it to do. And even if I just get to feel this like once, that makes the entire day for me. That makes the entire event for me. And so I feel like that's what you had in that game, where you had brought an elite, fast-moving, like blitzkrieg-style force, and you got the victory because of those exact traits that your army had. And it felt like it was doing what it had to do, which is awesome. Like that's that's one of those things that like will stick with you for ages, and you'll, that's one of those like great hobby sort of wargaming moments where it's like, this is exactly the feeling I wanted, and it's exactly the feeling I got. Yeah. Game 3, like Paul is bad at stuff, had his version against orcs. This was the gameable action that I was not allowed to play. Key positions on a 4x4 board. At 750 points, my opponent had 3 air observers, and I had no flak. At the start of the game, I had 9 dice. By the end of turn 2, I had 2 left in the bag. I did my best, but nothing I was able to counter those planes on such a small board. And he was able to effectively pin me into total inaction when he didn't destroy me outright. Well, to be fair, like, I wish I could tell you that 3 air observers was broken. But under any other circumstances, I suspect that he would have lost every game ridiculously hard. Right? Right. So I think it's just one of those where, all you can do is laugh at the absolute absurdity of getting bummed by 3 of what is widely considered to be some of the worst units in the game. You're like, and in a funny sort of way, the way that your army won in 1,000 points is kind of like the way the American guy probably wanted to win at 750, where it was like, I'm the Americans, I win by airstrikes, and I actually get to win with my airstrikes. Like he got his feeling in that game, if that makes sense. All in all, a really fun day, despite me doing my very best impersonation of the real-life late war German military and absolutely shit in the bed. No, you got a victory, man. What are you on about? It didn't help because they were Yanks. They got 2 airstrikes each. That's true. But now, Godlike Poet, here's the thing. He might have been playing them incorrectly. Unless he got very lucky. Because I don't believe that you can have multiple airstrikes come in on the same turn. I think you have to wait for one to resolve before the next one comes in. But I don't know for sure, so I'm going to go and find out. I'll have a look. 116. A forward air observer unit consists of an Air Force liaison officer and can include other models such as assistant radio operators. These are Air Force officers attached to the ground forces so that airstrikes can be effectively coordinated against enemy held positions. In the game, they function in a similar way to artillery observers, but instead of calling down an artillery barrage, they can summon an airstrike. Friendly units using the indirect fire special rule can draw line of sight from your forward observers. In addition, once per game, when the forward air observer unit receives a fire order, not from ambush, the observer can call in aircraft to attack the enemy. Nominate an enemy unit anywhere within sight of the observer as the target for the airstrike. Once target has been chosen, an aircraft can potentially appear at the beginning of any following turn. At the start of the next turn, before drawing any order dice, roll a d6 and consult the airstrike table below, even if the observer or the chosen target for the airstrike has been destroyed. When the plane arrives, stop rolling the table and instead resolve the attackers below. Okay, so you've got rookie pilot. Skies are empty. Here it comes. First of all, place suitable token 8 inches away from the intended target to represent the point where the aircraft fires. Whilst any suitable chip will suffice to mark the spot, many players will doubtless wish to employ a model aircraft in this role. This certainly looks better, but always measure all ranges from an agreed point, like the pilot. Once the aircraft model or token has been positioned, resolve shooting from flak units. If either side has any flak units, then work out the if the aircraft has taken damage during its attack runners. Describe for flak below. Note that it is possible for flak units from either side to inflict damage on attacking aircraft, as troops would often mistake friendly aircraft for the enemy. If the warplane is stopped by flak, the warplane model's token is removed from the airstrike is over. The warplane is not stopped by the flak. The target unit and every unit from the side within 6 inches. Target unit and within 6 inches of the warplane model, potentially pinned. Okay, so it's not there. Might be on the unit itself. I might be wrong then. I can't see it anywhere. I think it says it. Is it in the special rules? 1 minute. Yeah, so it says the forward air observer unit can call an airstrike twice instead of once per game. Resolve the first airstrike as normal. Then after the first airstrike has been resolved, the forward air observer may call a second. So I suppose if you had 3 forward air observers, you could call in 3 airstrikes. And then presuming that they all turn up, because you've got to roll a 4+ to see if it turns up right. Once if they all turn up on turn 2, then that would mean on turn 3, you'd call them in turn 1, and then on turn 2, they would all potentially turn up, and then on turn 2, you could call in the next 3, and then on turn 3, they would all come up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I think you can have multiple airstrikes coming in the same turn. You just can't have like 6 coming in. You have to like resolve the first one for each observer before the second one turns up. Also, didn't fail a single roll for them to turn up. Ah, well, it was just Godlike Poet. It was just late war. Godlike Poet. Well done. You felt exactly like every German general felt in World War II after 1944. All right, let's have a look. So is this the 750.1? I feel like it must be. Medium mortar, Puma, Hanomag, and I'm guessing, is that, yeah. So medium mortar, medium machine gun team, Hanomag, Puma, 2 squads. All right. Or is that a light mortar as well? Yeah, nice. Okay. And then at 1,000 points, you just added a Panzer IV in. And then at 1250, you just added a Stug in. Ah, okay, cool. Cool. And, yeah. The pictures I had to use by K-47 with the Panzer because I realized on Friday night I hadn't picked my actual turrets. Also, the first game picture is game 1. A second is game 2. I mean, that's fine, man. Yeah, so this is Fog of War. Like, I don't like playing Fog of War because my autistic brain likes them to be like battle lines rather than like mentalness. But some people really do enjoy it. But I never play Fog of War. I either play Prepare Positions or BT Engagement just because I just don't like everyone's like swirling around each other. It's just not for me, you know. It's personal preference. Hey, it looks like it was a lot of fun though. Godlike Poet, it looked like good times were had by all. And the big thing, I guess, is like you got to play a shitload of bot action, which is awesome. Yeah. I love that, man. And it's great to see, like, I have to say, you know, I'm seeing a lot of bot action in K-47 coming from the community, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it, boys. Hardcover pilot. What we got? What we got here? 24-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Yes, double X-Force. Thanks for supporting the channel for 2 years, bro. Hobby related update issue discussion. Double X-Force, baby. Double fucking X-Force, man. One of my biggest hang-ups with hobbying is that I didn't have a dedicated space for it. I couldn't leave a project sitting out to pick up later. I had to put everything away at the end of the day. No more. A wall-mounted workbench, a couple of lights, a folding chair, and some 3D printed paint racks. And now I have my own manufactorum to support the ongoing operations of Hammer of the Emperor. Nice. Dude, that's cool, man. That's really, so that like folds away. It's nice having a little, little compact space. That's important, Yeah, I love that. I do worry about your back sitting in that fold-up chair, though. You may end up, you might be forced to invest in a slightly better chair. My back is aching just looking at that thing. But joking aside, that's a really nice, clean setup. It's a really clever setup, and it's very good, especially if, your space is at a premium. That's awesome, man. I like it. It's always good getting that hobby life nailed down, Godlike Poet. I sit in a plastic garden chair to hobby. You guys, man. I used to sit in shitty chairs for hobbying, and I used to get up after like being hunched over, painting for ages. And then I'd get up and it'd be like I had to like bend my spine back in place. It'd be like, do you know what I mean? Now I can hobby for hours and hours, and because I've got a good chair, it doesn't, and my back never feels bad. Yeah. 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 There you go. I never used to believe in the power of a good chair, but it turns out they are important. Catastrophe! Thank you, Super Chat, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. I was complaining about the 3-piece head in chat the other night. Having fun painting something that isn't black power armor. Need to do a few final touch-ups and base this, but overall happy with the result. It's very difficult to complain about the result as a guy who's only been painting for 3 months. First time painting a face, not sure what my next steps are to continue to get better, but enjoying the progression as a painter. The new kits are absolutely beautiful, but so tricky to get together in a way that looks good. Thanks for putting up my shenanigans. Sorry, I'm tired. Thanks for putting up with my shenanigans, MG. Let's have a look. I mean, dude, you've been painting for 3 months, and you can paint better than I can, who's been doing it for fucking like 30 years, so... Yeah, I think you're doing all right. Hey, guys, I'm a yield guy, all right? I don't have time to spend, like, so much time on one model, The new Custodes, from a purely aesthetics point of view, I do believe the new Custodes models do look a bit better than the old ones. The old ones are very chonk. And some people like the chonk. I do think the new ones are better proportioned. However, like the new ones, I've only heard nightmare fuel stories about building them. Yeah. I think Games Workshop has sort of, I think if I was a betting man, I would suspect one of the reasons GW designs the models the way they are now is so that, yes, they're all monopose and shit, but okay, let me explain. I am 100% convinced that Games Workshop designs their models to look good on Instagram and on painting videos and stuff, right? My 2 pieces of evidence for this. They are an absolute nightmare to build, but when they are built, they look very good. They don't care about the building process. They care about, the flush of like certain parts being very, very flushly fit together. And the second piece of evidence I have for this is monopose. So some people wonder, why does GW make monopose models? What's the point in having them in so many bits if they end up monopose? The reason is so that the poses look more natural. One of the issues with some of the old Space Marine designs and stuff is because the bodies were like the arm connection points, the bodies were just flat, right? This allowed for greater customization for you as the player and made for better ease of building. But sometimes parts wouldn't be like 100% flush. Like we've all seen Space Marines with gaps under the shoulder pads. If you've ever built gaps under the arms, I should say, like under here, the armpits. Same with Guardsmen. There's plenty of examples of Guardsmen where like maybe the back of the arm isn't completely flush on a little bit. Like there's like maybe a small gap sort of underneath the back there. And so you have models which have got potentially a few gaps here and there. And you've got models who's, because of people like kit bashing and stuff, or just like slamming the pieces together, just building them quickly, they end up with not like picture perfect poses. But the way that the models build now, the parts go together very flush. But that's why you can only build them in one way, because that pose is designed so that it looks good on a photograph. It's not about it being easy to build. It's about GW essentially optimizing the free marketing of people sharing finished products that have been painted and everything. Yeah. Because despite the fact that they've made the models harder and harder to build, the prevailing thought from a lot of the Warhammer community is, well, it might be difficult to build, but it looks good when it's done. Yeah. Also, the reason they're in so many bits is that they get more complicated details. The constraints of plastic injection molding means there's a limit to the angles and surfaces. That's a good point as well. Yeah. Yeah. So Games Workshop, it always comes down, you know, when you think about GW, you've got to think like a corpo. They do not care. To them, there is no quantifiable metric. Think about this for a moment. There is no quantifiable metric for ease of build. You can't put that on a spreadsheet. There's no way to track that. There's no way to track if that is having a positive or negative impact on the release of your model. It's just something that you might hear people say, it was a dream to build, but that's it. But think about if you're Games Workshop and you make a model that is particularly beautiful, you could actually track those analytics by like the number of clicks people are doing, the number of videos people are making, all that kind of stuff. You can actually measure all that kind of shit, both through your own analytics and own videos that you're making, and also by looking at the number of times like that's going to appear in like other people's videos and stuff like that. They'll be able to measure the chatter around this kind of stuff. Yeah. They design the model and then cut it up so they can achieve that sick pose. Exactly. Also, the designing for Instagram is such a cynical take. You could equally say they're designing for the best looking model for the player. Dude, I don't mean it in a necessarily like negative way. It's more of an objective way. GW designs the models so that they look as beautiful as possible on things like box art, on things like videos, the way people the way people see the medium of Warhammer. It's all about basically how the model is like perceived, and very, very few people look at models on the sprue. If you think about it, it must be 90+% of people, when they see a model, 90% of people will see a model as the finished product, not as before it's built. It's all about optics, yeah. It's all about optics. So it's whether is that a good thing or a bad thing? Personally, if I was to come off the fence, I do think that there is a lot of negative trade-offs that are being made for it. And I do think it actually does have an impact. I do think it has an impact. I personally don't really. I would say the number one reason, more than price, which is controversial to say the least, but more than price, I think I would say the reason I don't buy Games Workshop models now is I do not enjoy building them. It's that simple. I don't enjoy the building process. So I do think it has an impact, but some people might. But I guess also it comes down to how you approach the game. I'm a yield guy. When I buy a model kit, I'm not expecting to build one of that kit. I'm expecting to build dozens of that kit. And so if a kit is bad to build, I don't want to have to go through that nightmare again and again and again and again and again. But if you're someone that's collecting something like Custodes or Space Marines or something where, you don't need like 100. You don't need like 100 Custodes, do you? I mean, you might have 100 Custodes, but you don't need 100 Custodes. Like, legitimately, you might need to build each kind of Custodes twice. Right? So it's not that much of a burden if you only have to soldier through it a couple of times per kit. Right? So that's why I don't think it affects it doesn't affect as many. It doesn't register as being as bad for a lot of people because a lot of people don't do horde armies. Yeah. Legitimately, 2 of the Legio Custodes box was an entire army and a decent one of that. There you go. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I personally don't like it because I'm a yield guy. I'm a horde guy. But if you can slog through it, then and you only have to do it like I said, you only have to deal with each nightmare kit a couple of times. If that, sometimes once, then you're fine. Yeah. So that's why I think for some people they really care about how difficult the models are to build, and some people they don't. It comes down to what kind of Warhammer army they get in. But the final finish is, Catastrophe. The final finish is beautiful. The final build is beautiful. You've done an amazing job on the miniature, and the miniature itself looks excellent because of how flush it is. So yeah. Yeah. There you go. My Custodians are 58 models, 30 of that is Sister Silence. Well, there you go, exactly. What do we got next? Smose, thank you for super chat, man. Kazakin painting update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Hey, man, that looks sick, bro. Nice. Really, really cool. I think you've absolutely nailed that camo cloak. Reminds me very much of like Vietnam era, like Tiger Stripe or something. That's cool, bro. Hot tip, everyone, don't be afraid to paint your whole model with such a dark color so the shadows are interesting. So it depends on. I have a slightly different perspective on this. I don't disagree with you, but I have a slightly different perspective. I like models that are really bright and popping. And the reason why I like that is because they look better on Battle Report. The camera picks it up a lot better. So I think sometimes like, dark color schemes can just not look great on camera. But I think if you're not taking that into consideration, then I totally agree with the take. Yeah. Nice. Nice, man. What have we got here? Starbucks Meg, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you so much. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the whole squad to hold the line against the horrors of the warp, of the rift, of all of the places where bad shit comes from. Dude, 007, man, thank you for your support. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn hero. Nice. There we are. What have we got here? Orion, thank you for 2 months, bro. IS2 is best. The IS2 is a very cool looking tank. Yeah. I remember I did a battle report. You can still find it on the channel. I think it's from 2nd edition, but it's still probably worth checking out. Where I did a battle of the Zalo Heights. and my mate Alex used 3 IS-2s against me. It's a narrative game, and it was awesome and terrifying at the same time. All right. Brooke Penderson, thank you for the 36 months. Triple X Force, baby. Yes. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck, bro. 3 years. 3 bloody years. Fuck. Amazing. Amazing. Finish some new Krieg engineers in stream discussion. All right, bro. Let's have a look at these bad boys. Nice. Holy moly, man. People have been getting their hobby on this weekend, dude. They've been getting their hobby on. Look at that. I have to say, all of the models that have been sent in so far today have been excellent. Most excellent indeed. I think you guys have really been showing off some particularly impressive paintwork this weekend, and you should all be very proud of what you've been working on, the results you've achieved. Because whether it's been bolt action or 40k custodies or guardsmen, it's all been looking excellent. Really, really good. Nice. All right. What have we got here? What do we got here? John Henry Eden, thank you 2 months, man. I think my previous super chat didn't work. Let me have a look. I could have missed it, man. I am pretty bad at that kind of stuff. But it might not have come through. I don't have anything on either back end, bro. Either OBS or YouTube. So maybe it didn't work. What was it? What were we doing? Let's have a look. What were you wanting to show off? I can't say anything. You just said it hasn't worked, but you haven't told me what it was. Was it? It was in stream discussion. Oh, okay. Right, let me have a look. Was it some pictures or something? Let's see if we can pick it up. I can't see it, man. Was it before the stream started? Or have I missed it? I'll try again. I was scrolling a bit quickly then. I feel like I saw your name come up in stream discussion. Oh, is it Battleground HD in 2 minutes?
Battleground 8.
What is Battleground? Is it a game? So there's I got a trailer from you, which says Battleground HD in 2 minutes. Is that the one? Brooke, have you ever played Doombolt Guard Mordium? No, I've never heard of that, man. Is it like a kind of... Is it like a way of playing the game? Is it a way of building a guard army, I mean? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. I'm tired today, boys. Okay, let's have a look at this. So, this is a trailer sent in by John Henry Eden. Battleground HD in 2 minutes. So, let's see what it's all about.
Battleground HD is a skirmish tabletop wargame focused around figures organized into units. The units can be an infantry squad, a weapon team, or even figures in a vehicle like a tank.
That looks cool.
Each unit in the game has a corresponding card that details its stats and equipment. The two key stats are morale and fieldcraft. You roll a d20 against your fieldcraft when you're shooting or doing anything that takes skill, and you roll your d20 against your morale anytime you're testing your motivation. Any modified die roll that is equal or lower than your stat is the success. Each unit in the game has a corresponding card in a deck that is used during the turn to determine random initiative. When that unit card comes up during a turn, each figure in the unit gets 2 actions. They can do with their actions whatever they would like, with the most common being combat actions like shoot and lob, or one of the move actions. There are of course lots of different actions available in the main rulebook. Each figure can take different actions. The only restriction is that all first actions are taken by the unit before taking second actions. A shoot action is the most common combat action. When a figure wants to shoot, measure the range to the target and place the target area template to choose who is targeted. Check the corresponding weapon to determine the range band to use. Roll a d20 and compare it with the fieldcraft of the figure. Add or subtract anything from the die roll for range, and if the number is equal to or lower, it's a hit. To determine damage, simply look up the damage die the weapon inflicts at the rate of fire selected and roll those dice. The defender uses defense dice, usually generated by cover, to cancel out the attack dice. This is just a quick overview of how Battleground HD works. For more information, buy a rulebook or watch any of the follow-up videos.
Interesting. It looks a little different to traditional war games. Like, I didn't really get that whole, like, use a template kind of vibe to work out who's getting hit and stuff. But it doesn't necessarily look bad. Do you know what I mean? It looks different. And obviously there's certain preconceptions. I've spoken about this with war games before. There are certain preconceptions that war gamers have, like, I want me to do sixes and stuff. Why has it got cards? So I do get it, right? But I think that looked pretty. I think that looked pretty interesting. I think we've all been so like pre-programmed by Warhammer and Warhammer adjacent style games that sometimes you can see something and it just like, you know. But I often remind myself that I used to think that the dice bag mechanic from Bolt Action sounded terrible. And now it's second nature, and I think it's one of the best mechanics that's ever been come up with for a game. Do you know what I mean? So I do try and keep a more open mind about this kind of stuff. I think there is a limit. I think there's a limit. Like, if there's too much like non-conventional things, it can be disconcerting. But what I found was, so like, I remember there was that other game that got showed off, which used like a bunch of like cards and stuff, right? And the reason I didn't like that is because you had to draw like a random number of cards, and those cards would then determine like what your unit would be able to do. And I didn't like that because it was like, well, if one turn my unit might be able to like move and like assault and everything. And the next turn it might be able to do nothing because I didn't draw the right cards. And that was very immersion breaking for me. Whereas that one, it was like you're drawing the card just to see who's activating next. That's essentially like, instead of a dice bag, it's a deck of cards. But it's basically the same thing in many ways. So that didn't bother me at all. That was just to determine initiative. But you could then, your units could consistently behave, which is good. That's fine. That's how it, you're just working out who's going next randomly. Fine, whatever. But then it's a case of like, when you are then doing stuff, your units are behaving in a more immersive manner. So yeah, and because of that, I didn't really mind so much that, like, it was using custom D6s, but I didn't really mind that as much because you could always just assign a number to a result on a D6, right? Like how, technically, like with the Rift dice, people don't really realize this, but you don't actually need the Rift dice for K47. You could just use a D6 because a 1 to 3 is just exhausted, a 4 or 5 is active, and a 6 is surging. That's it. You don't need the Rift dice, but the Rift dice look cool, so that's why people get them. Yeah. So yeah, I am more open to it, and I do think that looks better than some of the other custom mechanics that I've seen. Because for me, you can have a lot of custom mechanics as long as your units are behaving in an immersive manner. And that seemed to be able to do that. All right, what have we got next? Chansey, my boy! Already signed up to the next Warlord event. Ooh! All right, let me have a look. When is it? Did you send me the link? Yes, you did. All right, let me have a look here. When is it? Oh, it's on Facebook. Chansey, I can't use Facebook, man. Can you just tell me what the date is? I don't use Facebook anymore. Yeah. 17th. I can't make it. I think I'm in the sky at that. I think I am definitely in a plane. I am absolutely in a plane. There you go. So you'll have to go without me. I won't be able to make it until the one after. There you are. But I guess that does give me a bit more time to try and get the Star Legion going. Yeah. Either enjoying a holiday or wishing you were not heading back. Exactly. Exactly, man. All right, but have fun, and hopefully you'll be able to kick some ass and take some names and have some fun. What have we got next? Bruce Oakman, thank you for super chat, bro. Creek hobby update, entry discussion from me as well. Let's have a look. There you go. Also, oh, a minute, is there two things here? No, I can only see this one. Also, near finished a unit of Krieg Engineer, such a cool kit. Oh, you were saying another. Yeah, I get it now. Got a couple of Fanner washes to slap down and get the last little weathering pass done before the black rims of the bases. I'd ask if you can spot the skull and bones, but the random nature of dipping the base into the mix left an obvious result.
You heard me?
Nice, excellent. Hey, dude, they do look good though. Yeah, they do look very nice. I think you've achieved a good result with those. Cool. Very, very cool, man. I like it. Yeah, I like it a lot. And it's funny to see so many people working on the engineers, right? We've not seen those bad boys, hitting the painting table and the tabletop for a little while. But I guess with the nature of 11th edition around the corner, people are probably thinking, fuck it. Don't know what's going to be good, so might as well paint what I want. Yeah. There you are. That's cool, man. Andrew Hutz, thank you for super chat. Painting a huge batch of Cadians in stream discussion. All right. Speaking of volume, guardsmen of the second company, 33rd Cadian support elements are preparing to deploy to Armageddon. Nice. And it's a lot of the new Cadians as well. Excellent stuff, man. That's cool. I have to say, the new Cadians have definitely grown on me over time. I do think they do look a lot different to the old ones. And the old ones were a very iconic design. But the new ones are, they're not bad. Yeah. They're not bad at all. Yeah, it's cool, man. Looks like a sort of proper reinforced platoon, if you know what I mean. Like, you've got the bulk of the infantry, got the command squad, got some heavy weapon teams, some light artillery, scout sentinel, and got the elites. That looks like a sort of fluffy Cadian reinforced platoon. Yeah. Nice. That's really good, man. I like that. That more flavor, less meta. Well, I think you've done a good job. I think it comes across as a reinforced platoon of Cadians, which is nice. There you go. Good stuff. Good luck. Hopefully it all comes along very nicely. What do we got here? John Henry Eden, thank you for super chat, bro. It's a Cold War gone hot style game. Well, I do love that kind of stuff, I have to say. I wish that there was more games that were set in that time period. I mean, the only ones that I can really think of are like Team Yankee. And Team Yankee is cool, but it's like it's a different scale, isn't it? But I do love the idea of a Cold War gone hot style game. I've been saying for a year or so now, I'd love it if they did like bolt action Cold War. And that would be, you know, I think that people would get a real kick out of being able to get M113s, being able to get like Bradleys, Warrior IFVs, BMPs, BTRs, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'd love a Cold War. I'd love a Konflikt not Konflikt. Well, Konflikt Cold War would be quite good as well. But I'd love a bolt action Cold War, all the way up until basically what was it, 1993 when the war came down, when the Cold War ended. The war came down a bit before then, but when the Cold War ended, basically something like that. I can't remember exactly. 1993, 1994. It was around that time. But yeah, it was. Yeah, I'd love that. I think that'd be so cool being able to play a game like that. I mean, imagine a bolt action like T62 or T64 or T72, and like you had like a unit of modern Russian infantry, and just being able to play that with the cool bolt action rules. That'd be so good. It'd be really, really good. And you could do so many. You could do armies of Soviet Union, armies of the United States, armies of the British Commonwealth. Armies of West Germany, armies of East Germany, armies of France. You could do some of the other, like, you could do armies of Vietnam, armies of China. You could have a lot of stuff in like the Middle East as well, where it could be. You could have like all the export models over in the Middle East and stuff. Yeah, it'd be really good. It'd be a lot of fun. But I'm sure at some point Warlord will get around to it. Yeah. Play Team Yankee for that? Yeah, like, I know, but I'd like it in I just like it in a system that I'm familiar with, you know. Yeah. Mal Gibson, MGR, the British Grenadiers for K7 worth buying as a kit. Like, do they come with everything you need? I mean, they're basically plastic British infantry with metal upgrade bits. So yeah, I think they do. The only thing is, I think a 10-man squad just comes with like one Tesla rifle, so you might need to kit bash a second Tesla rifle if you want to take 2 5-man squads, each a Tesla rifle. But other than that, I think they're pretty. Yeah, I haven't heard anyone complain about the kits, to be honest. What have we got here? Giles Parks, thank you for super chat. Picture 2 discussion, Commissar jet bike, older than Yarrick. Let's have a look. Wow. Rogue Trader era Commissar on jet bike. That is so cool. That is so cool. Like, is that like meant to be like a Maxim machine gun sticking out the front? Look at that. Rogue Trader era stuff was very cool. Yeah. There you are. There you are, man. That is I do love some. It is cool because, like, I've been playing Warhammer for a long time, but I do enjoy getting to see things from, like, even before when I got to play, you know. Its prow is a direct imitation of Imperial prows. Yeah. On, like, the spaceships and stuff. Yeah. That's a really good observation. Smose, thank you for super chat. Can you please give some advice on the teal Kazakin? I don't know what you mean by teal Kazakin, man. Like, I don't have any painting. I've never painted a teal Kazakin. I feel like it's maybe a joke about scions, maybe. I don't know. Sorry, but I'm not getting it. You have to earlier in stream discussion. Motherfuckers making me scroll backwards. I suppose at least I could do for a super chat. If I have to scroll back a long way, though, I am going to grumble about it. At least you could have linked it. Oh, there you go. It's not so bad. I was like, this motherfucker's making me scroll back from before the stream started. I mean, it looks... dude, you're a better painter than I am, man. What can I say? I just use speed paints. So yeah, it looks pretty good to me. Like the way you've done like the little, looks like little crisscrosses and stuff. Yeah, and obviously that helps like do all the shadows and bits and stuff. I mean, honestly, it looks good to me, man. Yeah, I think you're. Oh, it's more of a color scheme question. I mean, I think it looks good. Yeah, I think electric blue looks nice. I can't really comment because I don't know what the rest of the model's going to look like. I always say that models that are like halfway done don't... a lot of people will get halfway through a model and then start having doubts about it, which maybe that's what's happening here. My advice to you would be complete the entire model, because like maybe this color looks a bit close to this color, but maybe when the whole model is done, it will fit in perfectly, because this belt might do something differently, this sword might do something differently, the cable might do something differently, the little accoutrement details and everything. So I would say finish the model and then you'll know, because I feel like, yeah, you've got to go all the way. If this is your model's ugly face, and you're fucking winning, dude. Exactly, acting, exactly. I think it looks really good. You're clearly an accomplished painter, but you need to finish the model so that you more than me or anyone else here, you know whether it's the right color scheme or not for you. There you go. All right. Yeah. No worries, Smokes. Happy to help, man. Thank you for your support. Sorry, Smokes. Chicken Detonator. Thank you for super chat. Deus Clock. Fort Beat Guard nears completion in stream discussion. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Wow. Hobby update, sir. Fort Beat Guard nears completion. All that is left is some scattering of grass tufts and the need to make some angled bits for troops to go up into the gate where the destroyed wall sections are, and perhaps some more flags. Also, did you get the box yet, Tim? Week 13. I'm going to get the box. I want to get the box before I go on holiday this week, but I've got 3 videos left to do, and then I am done for the holiday, but they are 3 after action reports. Normally it takes me about a day to do each after action report, but I'm hoping I can get the 2 conflict ones done in 1 day. So hopefully I can get the 2 conflict ones done tomorrow, the old world one done on Wednesday, and then that will mean that I'll have Thursday and Friday to pick up the box. So I won't have anything else to do before the holiday. So I haven't picked it up yet, but I have a plan, and I'm hoping that the plan will bear fruit. So there you go. All right. I can't go away and leave gaps in the schedule for a whole multitude of reasons, like YouTube algorithm reasons and stuff like that. So yeah, that's the plan. But don't worry, there is a plan, and hopefully it'll all come to fruition, and then we'll get to see the box just before I go away on holiday. There we are, man. But getting back to the important topic, although I guess the box is a very important topic as well. But what's in front of us right now, this looks amazing. This looks so good, man. I love it. Everything about this is so peak. It's so bloody peak, man. Or should we say beak? Sensible chuckle. Yeah, it is very cool. It looks exactly like a slightly ramshackle fortress in the Borderlands. Yeah, it looks exactly how it should do. I love that. Excellent stuff, sir. Excellent stuff indeed. Alrighty ho ho. Oh. I need to have a big stretch. Oh. There's some things we need to talk about, you and I. But firstly, I do need to have a big stretch because, oh, bloody hell, I'm getting a bit warm. Wham. And I'm getting a bit stiff. Matron. All right. Oh, knackered, boys. I think. I can't remember what I'm on. I've had one day off this month so far. I think it was the 12th. So day 15 in a row. Is it day 15 or day 16 in a row of no time off? So I'm absolutely dying. So I'm getting all creaky and everything. Oh. Oh. There we go. Okay. Oh. I'm fucking knackered. I'm fucking knackered. But I have a couple of bits I want to talk about. So, what do we want to talk about first, chat? Do you want the spicy rumours? 1 minute, let me check something here. Let me check something. Do you want some very spicy rumours? Or do you want some conflict? Conflict chit-chat. Okay, let me have a look. Let me do a poll. What do you want to cover first? We're going to cover both. Konflikt 47. I don't know what the topic would be called. Like it's like vibes chat. Vibes chat. Konflikt 40 sorry. Musings from the weekend. Konflikt musings from the weekend, or spicy 40k 11th edition rumors. You guys can decide. We shall let. I am, after all, a man of the people, so we will let people decide what they want. It is the only way. Give us conflict or give us death. Death. Well, Chansey, you might need to get that ceremonial seppuku blade ready because the 11th edition rumors are winning. Oh man. The spice melange. He who controls the spice controls the hobbyverse. Oh man. Oh. The truth is, we're gonna cover both. So the best I have is a hobby knife. The truth is, we're gonna cover both. So there's no stakes here. There might be some beef, but there's no stakes here. There we are. Let it run for a moment. Yeah, I can close that one there. That's fine. Yeah, so basically, to give you some, to give you a bit more detail on what we might be discussing, I have a potential.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
I have a potential minor leak. Well, potentially minor, potentially major leak. I have two potentially big leaks for 11th edition, but they're quite vague. But they are from a reliable source. I know this isn't the Deep Space Nine Cardassian style. They come from reliable sources. It's like this guy's been pretty on the button every time he's dropped into my DMs. Even if he's not had the specific detail, he's had the he's had the general sense nailed down. Like, I think this week, they're revealing a new grot model every day of this week. This was the guy that reached out to me and has given me these two rumors. Is the guy that said that the grots, there are going to be new grots. That he confirmed that for the Armageddon box, and he said, like, it looks like it's 2 5-man squads, or it's like this, or it's a squad of 10 is there's only 5 sculpts in a squad of 10, and I think he's being that rumor is being confirmed this week, because I think they're going to show off one of each grot this week, and that's going to be the 5 grot sculpts that you're getting, right? So he does seem like he's got good, he's got his fingers on the pulse, as it were. So that's what's coming for. That's like, there's that, and then there's something else. So there's not that. There's 2 things coming for 11th edition, which might be spicy, and the second thing that I would talk about is basically I took my Imperial Guard style list to a Konflikt 47 event this weekend, and I had probably one of the best days gaming I've had in years. Like, I had some serious musings based on the entire thing, and it's it's very sort of just off the cuff, sort of deep thoughts and vibes and feelings on the whole thing. But I think some people would find it quite interesting, and it might prompt some discussion and some debate and some questions as well. Yeah. So there you go. So they're the 2 things that you've got to vote on. I think you drew against my mate Ben's Fireflies. I did, Ryan, and it was one of the I have to say that it was probably one of the most gentlemanly games of Konflikt I've ever had. It was an absolute vibe, and it was a big part of the musings that I had on the way home. Yeah. So it was a really all the games I had. Yeah. What did I miss on issues with 11th edition? You not missed anything yet, Levon. Not missed anything. I tell you what, I need to get I'll get a top up for my drink, guys. We'll let the votes fly for 5 minutes. I'll get a top of the drinks. I'll go to the toilet, and then when I come back, whichever one's winning, that's the topic we'll cover first. All right. So everyone chill for a few minutes, and when I get back, we'll get into the thoughts or the spice. There you are. Okay.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
Alright, I'm back. I didn't have my traditional pre-stream poo, so I had to go and have it then. Such is life, I suppose. Alright. Let's have a look here. Who does number 2 work for? Alright. There we go. We have had some support here. So, Butt Mountain, thank you for the super chat. Lobbying for K47. Ooh, okay. Well, we do believe in democracy here. So, if the lobbying outdoes the popular vote, then that's it. The popular vote is saying 40k Rumours right now, but the lobbying is saying K47. So there you are. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. Worm meme in stream discussion. Just reminder, 72 zombies. You're very proud of those 72 zombies, aren't you, Cosmic? As you bloody should be. As you should be. All right, let's have a look here. Kunk on June. God Emperor June is probably one of the greatest science fiction books I've ever read. It's full of profound philosophical questions that remain relevant to this day, such as, would you love me if I were a worm? Yeah. I'm kind of looking forward to see how they adapt those later books to the cinema. Yeah. That one. You know how like in SpongeBob where it's like a few moments later, it'll be like 3,000 years later. Like that's just going to be super jarring. People just aren't going to get it. Yeah. Oh my God. All right. Anthony Williams. Anthony Williams, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Holy shit, man. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked. News conscript. Excellent work, sir. We've also got Cosmic, my boy. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. K47 or bust. Also, I feel bad for Jenny and their doom. I don't think you need to worry about Jenny. She's going to be getting a whole bunch of Urstus, and it doesn't matter if you have 72 zombies or 720 zombies. Those Urstus are going to start munching. Someone's getting doomed. Could be her, could be you. We just don't know yet. So, Cosmic, you're lobbying for K47 as well, are you? All right. All right. Well, with that in mind, and as we do believe in democracy here, we'll talk about the K47 stuff first. All right. So we'll take you through the so basically we'll go through the musings for Konflikt 47, which actually do have, interestingly, some comparing and some contrasting to Warhammer 40k as well. So there is going to be some things here for the 40k heads. And then we'll get to some of the spicy shit for 40k proper, for 11th edition. All right. So let me have a little drink here. I might make some stream highlights of this, I might not. We'll see. Let me just move that down there. There we go. So this weekend, I was at a Konflikt 47 event at Warlord Games. Really good. I've been to 2 or 3 of them now. I think I've been to 3. First one, I took my Soviets. The last 2, I've taken my US National Guard. And after this event, I don't know, I felt like I kind of had some profound moments. And I wanted to just sort of share these thoughts with you guys because I had these thoughts as I was sort of driving home from the event, which took me 3 hours, by the way. It's meant to be an hour-and-a-half drive. And there was some like mega diversion on the road, which meant like the motorway was just like closed. So anyway, and Google didn't know it was closed. So I was like having to like follow these like, must be like 30 miles of diversion or something insane. But anyway, off topic. So I had a lot of time to think. I had a lot of time to think about Konflikt 47 and about Warhammer 40k and wargaming in general. And so I wanted to share some of these thoughts because I think that many of you might find some of the revelations here interesting. I think it might prompt a bit of discussion and debate down in chat. And I think I'd just like to get your take on it, to be honest. I'd like to know what you guys think about this. Am I on the mark, off the mark? Is the mark in a different universe? You know? So the first thing I want to talk about specifically is this whole sort of National Guard experiment that I've been doing within Konflikt. So if you've not been watching the Konflikt content, then one of the things I've been doing is trying to basically marry my love of the Imperial Guard in 40k to the game of Konflikt 47, because at the end of the day, I am a Guard player. I absolutely bloody love my Imperial Guard, and no matter what GW does to the game, no matter what GW does to the lore, even if I stop keeping up with the new lore, which I have done, I don't really follow it, and even if I, I'm just sort of fairly ambivalent towards 11th edition, I'll enjoy a few games of it and all that kind of stuff. I'm not super hyped, but I'm not super down on it either. No matter what they do in the sort of modern context of 40k and everything, I still, at my core, love the Imperial Guard. And the reason why I love the Imperial Guard is fairly, there's nothing particularly unique about my love for the faction. I like normal humans holding the line against the horrible shit. And one of my sort of, this is a fairly common revelation, but I think it's come back to the fore of my mind with Konflikt, is that there are basically like two kinds of wargamer. There's the first kind of wargamer who likes to have all the crazy mad shit. Like, in like 40k, you want to collect like the Tyranids, the Necrons, the Chaos, the Demons, whatever it might be, the Space Marines. You're not looking for relatability. You're looking for epicness and awesomeness. You're looking for things being dialed up to 11, right? So that's the first kind of wargamer. And I think the second kind of wargamer is the kind that likes to hold the line against that kind of thing. So either you want to play with the craziness or you want to try and combat the craziness. And this is why I think I actually think that there's quite a large proportion of, I think probably most people who play like sci-fi tabletop miniatures are in the former camp. They want the crazy shit, right? Otherwise they'd be playing like World War II games and stuff. They want the normal stuff, right? But I do think that from a sort of sci-fi war game perspective, I do think it's not an insignificant amount of people. It's probably more people than a lot of people have realized until recently that do love holding the line and fighting the crazy stuff with the normal humans. And this is why I think Games Workshop has cottoned on to this, by the way, because I think there's a reason why they're giving Guards so much love. That we get more releases than sometimes multiple factions combined. I mean, most people get like a character. I mean, if you look at what Guard has had over the course of 10th edition, technically we've had 2 10th edition releases. Like, what did Death Guard get? A character? World Eaters? A character? Drukhari? A character? Like, a lot of people just get, here's your character, here's your codex, and I'll fuck off. Guard have had 2 big drops. And probably like a dozen units or more over the course of 10th, which is actually probably puts us just behind Marines in terms of all the great shit that we've got. So I think GW is tapping into this now. They realize that this is actually quite a large community. There's a lot that falls under the Guard. And it's not just because it's the Imperial Guard. It's this vibe of people who want to play against. There's people who want to run the horrors of the dark. And there's people who want to hold the line against the horrors of the dark. Right. Anyway, getting back on topic. With Konflikt 47, I've been trying this with what I call the Imperial Guard. I call it the National Guard. And I've been taking lots of basic humans. And I've kind of been sort of refining this concept. And I really think I've got it to a really nice place now. In fact, slightly controversial take here, but I do think there is an element of Konflikt 47 doing the holding the line against the horrors of the Rift better than 40k does these days. A little bit. And I know that might be a hot take, and maybe I'm just super biased because I've just come off a Konflikt event. But I feel like my guard feels more like the guard in Konflikt than it does in 40k these days. And I think a big reason for this is if you look at like what's like competitive in 40k for the guard, and it's all the weird shit. Like Bulgrins, for example. Bulgrins are like, basically I think 18 Bulgrins is going to become like semi-mandatory, which is kind of crazy. And I also think this might sound unusual, but I also think cavalry. I think cavalry falls into the weird shit category, and you might think, why? Because it's not that cavalry on its own is weird. It's that cavalry in a sci-fi setting is kind of out there. Like if you look at what the Guard fundamentally was about, it was about normal infantry and tanks and firepower holding off. And like cavalry, the fact that cavalry still existed was actually a bit kind of out there, because cavalry is not weird, obviously, but it's weird in a sci-fi setting. And not weird in a bad way, like it's just, ooh, it's a bit out there, it's a bit kooky, ooh, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. So I feel like, you know, you're looking at like a lot of Rough Riders, you're looking at a lot of Bulgrins. It feels like the humble Guardsman squad in many ways is beginning to take a bit of a back seat. And yeah, so that's just my sort of take with the direction the game's been going over the course of like 10th and 11th edition. You know, there's always like niche exceptions that prove the rule, but exceptions don't. That's the whole point. Exceptions prove the rule; they don't disprove the rule, right? So getting back, with Konflikt, one of the big things that kind of I realized for this weekend is, you know, I basically, if I describe my list to you, I think a lot of you will just go, yeah, that's a guard list. That's just a guard list. So I had 3 officers, 4 squads of infantry with flamethrowers. I had a couple of veterans in basically carapace armor, a couple of small specialist scions kind of thing. I had 2 artillery pieces, 2 Shermans with Tesla cannon, an AA half track, and a pond skate, which is basically a scout sentinel. And that was my list. No cavalry, no mutants, nothing. Just normal troops, a little bit of sci-fi sprinkled on top, and tanks and artillery. I mean, it was basically just my standard issue kind of like guard army from forever. From forever and ever and ever. Like something you'd see in like a White Dwarf back in the day, but now it was in Konflikt, right? And so not only did I look down at this army and go, okay, yeah, that looks right. But then I played the army, and Chansey, one of the mods and a good friend of mine, was there, and we actually played against each other. And what's funny is he saw me running this list last time. We actually played against each other, did like a battle report and everything. And he actually turned up this time with his own version of this list. He had his own twist and everything, right? His own twist. But Chansey played against it. And so Chansey, I'd love for you to just, you know, leave, whilst I'm riffing here, I'd love for you to leave some of your own thoughts on the Imperial Guard style army that you were running and how it went for you and what vibes and feelings that you got from it. And also, you know, if you could, you know, either confirm or deny some of the stuff that I'm going to say now about what it felt like for me to use my list, but obviously from your perspective as someone being on the receiving end of it, right? So I found with this list that it played very much like an Imperial Guard army, where what happened is I had my infantry squads like probing forward, like pushing forward, like taking objectives and stuff around the map, securing key pieces of terrain to get like good cover and whatnot and good angles of fire. And then what would happen is it would prompt basically sort of a response from the opponent, where they would then start getting into firefights with my infantry. And then where I saw my opponent like commit his forces, I was then able to commit my own forces in the form of my armor. So my infantry would probe forward first, and then once we'd sort of got into the firefight, the tanks would then start committing. And this would allow me to either, plug gaps where my infantry were struggling, or would allow me to actually deliver counter punches, which would then leave the enemy reeling. And all the while this is happening, I've got 2 heavy mortars in the back, which heavy mortars are like the second biggest kind of like artillery you can sort of get, because they're putting out 3-inch templates, right? And wherever like the enemy would sort of start, if there was like a particularly tough enemy unit that I was struggling to be able to like beat, I could throw pound it with the artillery to weaken it, and that could also like start tipping the firefights in my favor. And it felt like I was playing Imperial Guard. It felt like, the infantry pushing forward, the tanks, the tanks coming in to provide direct fire support, the artillery breaking the enemy's formations up. And, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Sometimes I had enough firepower to secure victory. Sometimes all it did is allow me to stabilize the situation. Sometimes it didn't make a difference, and I lost, either way, I lost, but lost gloriously, right? But it just felt like my Imperial Guard. And there was something like particularly like epic. I'll give you an example, like my first game, where that my opponent had like a bunch of zombies that were ensconced in a forest. A bunch of the Japanese like Shibito zombies ensconced in a forest. And my approach to dealing with this unit was to basically, push a couple of flamethrower units up, and then I basically shelled the shit out of these zombies with my artillery, got them down to manageable levels, and then I got the flamethrowers in there and basically finished them off. And it was, really a good example. Like, zombies are normally a unit you really struggle to deal with shooting. Normally, the only way of dealing with zombies is like melee. But through the use of like combined arms, I was able to actually take on this sci-fi horror unit and take it on in a way that it shouldn't have worked, but through artillery, flamethrowers, and faith, the Guard way, we were able to take them out. And there was another example of this in the same game when my opponent had a unit of Ghost Warriors. These are essentially like Necron death marks, would be a good way of looking at it, or like Dark Elder, like mandrakes, but with like guns. So imagine you had like a bunch of like mandrakes with like blasters, right? That's kind of a similar thing. And I was able, I rolled one of my tanks forward, and then they ambushed my tank. Actually, I sent my scout sentinel forward, my pond skater, to recon. They actually ambushed it, took it out, but then once that ambush had been triggered, I was able to roll forward 2 of my Tesla Shermans, my Lehman Russes, and I was able to clear them out of that building. Through, ambush has been triggered, the recon element's gone down, time to counter punch. 2 active Tesla cannons, zap, 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 zap. Like all that Lehman's executioners, like plasma the shit out of them, machine gun down the survivors, and this is a unit which is normally very tough when it's dug into heavy cover, because they're like phasing in and out of reality, plus the fact that they're dug into like a bunker and everything. And I was able to take them out. And my opponent was actually commented, he was like, wow, I was really surprised how easily you dealt with those Ghost Warriors. They're normally like really tough when they're ensconced in there. And I was like, dude, I had to hit you hard and send you packing. Yeah. So it was, and this is what I mean. Like, yeah, Smose you go. Like, that's so fluffy. Dude, exactly, right? And this wasn't like a particularly narrative event. This was a normal RTT. Not hyper competitive, not complete fluffy, traditional semi-competitive environment. And it's just, yeah, it just felt, you see what I mean? How like it felt how the guard should play. More so than how I play my guard now in 40k in many ways. So it was really, really cool. And so I sort of had this sort of, and what I would say, if I was to take this to the next level, because some people will interpret what I'm saying here as like anti-modern GW. And actually, I'm going to go a step further here, which might throw a bit of a spanner in the works in the GW ball washing brigades, as far as the GW ball washing brigades works, because it actually felt more like guard than even when I played like back in the day, right? Like I'm talking maybe even all the way back to 4th edition. So this is the bold claim. I appreciate it's a bold claim. I appreciate some people may not want to hear what I'm saying right now, but I'll give you an example of why it felt this way. The flamethrowers. Put your hand up in chat if you have always wanted like flamethrowers to feel powerful, like properly effective. Like you turn your flamethrower on an enemy unit hiding in cover, and it just starts like completely burning them out, evaporating them. Like it feels like a powerful weapon. Because I think a lot of people who only play 40k and who don't know much about like real life, like flamethrowers, think that flamethrowers aren't actually very good. But guys, if flamethrowers weren't very good, why would they be banned? Like like flamethrowers are banned in real life for being too OP. Like the mods, aka the UN, basically were like, you can't use flamethrowers, they're too overpowered. Right? Flamethrowers are actually a phenomenally effective weapon. The reason we don't use them anymore is because they're fucking horrific. Like they're really, really bad. Like, I mean, if you've ever studied, GCSE or middle school history and you've seen that picture, it's the same picture in every history textbook of the Vietnam War, of the naked kid running down, a naked girl like running down the street, and all her clothes have been like burned off her, and it's like the all the countryside's on fire in the background, and there's like a bunch of sort of soldiers and civilians like stood on the road like watching it go down, right? Like flamethrowers are really, really horrific and really like overpowered. And in 40k, they've never felt that way. Right? In 40k, they've never felt that way. They've always felt like a tickle weapon, really. In Konflikt 47 and Bolt Action, but specifically with Konflikt 47 here, they're really good. And what that photo was from Agent Orange, the Kropkin and Chemical Warfare. Oh, sorry, Smose, you go. Sorry, apologies. It's been I hold my hands up. It's been a little while since I studied my GCSE history. I just remember the pictures stuck in my head, right? Which, as it should do. That kind of horrific thing should stay with you because it should be something that you learn and makes you actually consider, before we get all gung ho and go to war and all that kind of stuff, right? It's an important thing. That's what school's meant to do. It's meant to teach you those kind of poignant moments, especially history, right? Flamers could legitimately auto-kill any troop in a structure if they were balanced. Exactly, Hypertastrophe. Exactly, right? So going back to the whole K-47 thing, the flamethrowers are really powerful. Basically, they've got a pen of +2, which means they can wound anything, any kind of infantry in the game, even Surging, Shrek, Wolf, and an Ursus. They've got a chance of wounding them. Even Style Trooper, don't want to get hit by a flamethrower. And on top of that, because of the horrific nature of being hit by a flamethrower, they actually force you to take. They do extra pin markers to represent your guys. They're not keeping cohesively. They're jumping all over the place trying to dodge out of the way of the flamethrowers. They're not acting cohesively as a squad. And and then on top of that, they immediately force a panic check. And if you fail your panic check in Konflikt, your unit breaks like off the board. It's gone. Morale is very impactful in that game, and flamethrowers being a weapon of terror are very impactful. And so the only way to really, and they do this even against like vehicles, right? And they hit the top armor of the vehicles to sort of represent like no one wants to be in a tank when it's being set on fire. It's just an iron coffin at that point. And so, it allows, so because of how good they are, and because your basic infantry can take them in Konflikt, any basic infantry squad can take one in Konflikt 47, it allows your infantry to punch upwards. And to me, this is like super immersive, because it's like, how many horror movies or action horror movies have you seen where like fire was the answer to the horrible shit? Like, if you've ever seen The Thing, what do they do in The Thing? They bust out the flamethrowers. Because that's how you deal with these things. How do you deal with zombies? Get out the flamethrower. If in doubt, bust out the goddamn fire. Things from the dark don't like fire. That's what we know. And as I've said, 40k hasn't tapped into that. Exactly, right? So I really love the fact that the way so I've tried a few different ways of making basic infantry work. And the way that I found is the best way of making your basic infantry in Konflikt 47 work is flamethrowers. And the moment, when you say it out loud, it just makes sense. It just clicks into place. How does the humble trooper deal with these horrific riftborn monstrosities? Well, if in doubt, kill it with fire. I mean, that's a saying that's been on the internet and nerd culture for as long as I can remember. The Thing, Alien, Predator, exactly. If in doubt, kill it with fire. And I love the fact that in Konflikt, that is represented. That works. Not only is it represented, it works. And I ran 4 squads with flamethrowers. I took an engineer's platoon and I ran 4 squads with flamethrowers. And do you know what, guys? This is the sort of the bit I'm getting to. I'm slowly drilling down into it, right? I had this profound revelation. And I was like, right now, I am playing Catachan Jungle Fighters how I always imagined Catachan Jungle Fighters should be. Because how many times have you seen someone, or have you yourself considered the idea of, collecting a Catachan style army and loading everything with flamers, only to realize like it just wouldn't work because you wouldn't have enough anti-tank, flamers aren't very good. You just, you'd be playing like fluffy, but basically be playing with like one hand tied behind your back. But now imagine if you could play Catachans with all those lovely Catachan flamers, and not only did it feel right, but it actually played exactly how you wanted it to. That's what I got from my Konflikt games this weekend. It was, and it made me think, like, if someone wanted to do this if there was a Catachan player out there who wanted to play Konflikt, they could literally go and get a bunch of the US Marine models, and which they've got all like the torn sleeves and they've got the abs out and everything, right? They look very Catachan-esque. You could get all of the US Marine models, load them up with flamer teams, and you would be there. You would literally be there. It's, really like cool. Yeah, get some, devil dogs, get some. Exactly, right? Sun's out, guns out. Exactly. So, it's really cool that, and so what that's done is it's made me go, holy shit, like Catachans actually exist in Konflikt 47. Like, not just better than they do now, as in 10th, 11th edition, but better than they have ever done. Maybe not including the 3rd edition Catachan Codex. But even then, right? Maybe even including that. Yeah. They need some Paragons too. They're Edge Rock. Dude, exactly. Dude, Cosmic, exactly. Paragons, what are they? Catachan Devil Squads. So you're telling me I can get basic Catachan Infantry that feel like Catachan Infantry, and I can get my Super Catachan Devils that feel like Catachan Devils. With included, because Paragons can take Flamers as well. And they've got the Tesla rifles, they're plasma guns, right? If you, and you know, veterans like that will be entrusted with more valuable equipment like that. So it's, do you see what I mean? Like, I had this revelation about how, like, I've been pursuing this, you know, guard in conflict idea as a bit of a meme. And then I've kind of like accidentally stumbled upon this whole thing where it's like, holy shit, this isn't just me like getting a sense, an echo of a fragment of the feeling of my beloved guard, but in conflict. I'm getting more of the guard feeling than I have done in a long time in conflict. Like it feels more like the guard. That's what I was saying, right? And I did not think it was going to go this way. Like I'm now looking at getting. I thought this was going to be like a one and done experiment, but the more I go down this route, the more I want to go down this route. I bought myself like some proper artillery. I was like, you know what would look really good? Some proper artillery in my guard army. What about a couple of 105 howitzers for my Americans? I get 2 of those. What does that fucking look like, man? A goddamn field ordnance battery. But imagine if the field ordnance battery wasn't a bag of shit. Because medium howitzers are, because, artillery, the king of... Imagine if your artillery actually was the king of the battlefield. Imagine if your artillery did what it's doctrinally meant to do, which is soften the enemy up for an advance or break up the enemy when they're on an assault. It literally does that in this game. It's crazy. And so, yeah, like, I'm just like, I came away, and I always say this, if you come away from an event, and even though you're absolutely bloody exhausted, all you can think about is getting ready for the next event, that's a really good sign. And I don't mean to, I'm not looking for any fucking pity here, guys. That's not my style. But I'm currently on day 16 without a day off, minimum 12 hours a day work, right? I'm absolutely fucking exhausted. I went to this tournament yesterday. I only got 4 hours sleep the night before. I've barely been getting 5 or 6 hours sleep a night because I've been so busy just because I'm away at the beginning of next month. So I've got to get so far ahead, right? That's why I'm so deep in the work hole, right? And even after basically working like 15 days in a row, basically no sleep, literally feeling my sanity fraying with exhaustion a little bit. Like I got home and just basically collapsed into bed and just slept. I actually got a lot of sleep last night because I was so knackered. Even all the way home, I was just thinking about conflict and thinking about, okay, what's the next iteration of this list? And when I woke up this morning, all I could think about was, how am I going to pursue this topic even further? How am I going to do? Like, it was like I couldn't get this out of my head. It's like it tapped into my guard player DNA. That's how fucking good it was. Yeah. Yeah, like that's awesome. And so that's kind of like a bit of a revelation there. Now going a step further. And now what I'm thinking is, okay, well, I found a way of recreating the Catachans in this game. Like, how can we recreate other regiments? Like, obviously, there's an obvious one with, like, the Valhallans with the Soviet Horde. That totally works. What about, and this next one might sound a bit crazy, but what about the Japanese to represent the Mordians? Because the Japanese are all fanatics. They never give up. Until ordered to do so, they never give up. Well, that kind of sounds like the iron hard discipline of the Mordians, right? And they love their bayonet charges as well, which Mordians love their bayonet charges and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I've started to think like how can I recreate some of these other regiments inside the game? And what's kind of funny is this whole like, does Konflikt 47 do guard better than Warhammer 40k? I honestly think it does. And I know that sounds like super, super controversial. I hope I don't upset anyone with it. My intention is not to upset anyone. My intention is just, look, I love guard. I've been playing guard for 22 years, and this is scratching that itch big time. Big time. Right? Yeah. And then there's another... Glubsy, is there even a viable way to represent Imperial Guard and Axis? I think there is, man. I got an example for you. So, I feel like the Grade 1 power armor, the Schwertruppen, in Axis, are a really good representation of veterans in carapace armor. Because unlike, let's say, like the British or American power armor, which comes with a light machine gun, those guys have got power armor, but they've just got a normal assault rifle. Right? They've just got a normal assault rifle. So that's just like that's literally just like a veteran in carapace armor with a rifle. Yeah, and then they can take a Panzerschreck, which is just like taking a rocket launcher in the squad, and they can take some LMGs to represent like heavy stubbers or something like that. Yeah, so I do think so. And obviously you've also got your standard Volks Grenadiers, which can just represent your normal guardsman squads, and they can have things like, like machine guns and flamethrowers and stuff. So yeah, I think you could do it with the Axis as well. You probably just want to think about like, how would you, what regiment would you represent with that? Well, whichever one's famous for using a lot of like carapace armor, maybe even Cadians, to be honest. Basic guardsman squads with flamethrowers representing your Cadian shock troops, and your carapace veterans and stuff representing like your Kazakin. There's probably a way of doing it. Yeah. And you don't have to take them in big 10-man squads. You could take them in smaller fire teams to keep the, if you want to, or you could take them in bigger squads. Axis can take really big chunky squads as well. So yeah. And then the British get some of the best basic infantry in the game, where they basically get veteran squads with assault rifles and a plasma rifle on each squad, or Tesla rifle technically. Yeah. So yeah, I do think you could. Now, I think one of the other, so this is like one of my big revelations with like Konflikt 47, is that it has allowed me to tap into this guard-like feeling more than I ever thought I was going to be able to. And interestingly, I have had a passing conversation with Warlord again in the last week about making basic infantry more relevant, and they're really up for the idea, but they're just working on some other bits at the moment. Like they're already working on Invasion America, the next expansion, and everything. But they are. It's not a we'll get round to it placating kind of thing. It's a, we definitely want to get to this. We just need to have some bandwidth and some man hours put aside to think how we would approach it, which I think's totally fair. Warlord's still a relatively small team. You've got to give them a bit of rope. They've been doing some very good work with what they've got, which is excellent. But there was another thing that I wanted to an expansion upon this revelation. An expansion, which is, I think that, and I think this applies to both Old Hammer, and I think it applies to Konflikt 47 as well, but specifically Konflikt 47. And it might even apply to Old World as well, but I don't think it applies to Bolt Action, and I'll explain why in a little bit later. But we'll leave Old World to one side. Now, I'll tell you why we'll leave Old World to one side, because it's a rank and flank game. It's a little different, right? Often when people like myself talk about Old Hammer. We definitely talk about it through rose-tinted glasses. We talk about how immersive the rules were, templates scattering, and how the rules were just better and all that kind of stuff. And all of those things are true. They are. But one of the things that often gets missed out from the old days is that whilst there were, a fair few people who were lovely, fantastic people to get on with that could always have a good game, there was a lot more that guy in the community. The whole that guy meme doesn't really apply all that much anymore. I mean, there's always like, I think it depends on where you were. We sort of chatting about this sort of last stream as well. Like, there's, maybe there's always like one that guy at the club, but it used to be like 50% of the people you encountered were that guy in one form or another. And it's much reduced now. I think it depends geographically where you are. The Americans tell me there's a bit more that guy culture over there, but in the UK, it's very, 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 it's very rare. It's not unheard of, but it's much less than it was. And I find that when you go back, when I look back more objectively on olden times, there was definitely an element of the rules were better, but certain elements of the community were worse. I think that's just being honest, right? And that's just being honest. And what I think I've realized is that going back to Old Hammer now, and to a massive extent, Konflikt 47, it is a bit like going back to the old days, but even better. It's like when a game is remastered, like it's like definitive edition. I think a good example, like Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, where at its core, it is exactly the same game. It's just had a lot of quality of life improvements. And I feel like going back to Old Hammer now and going back and getting into Konflikt 47 now, you get to have those traditional, more old school wargaming vibes, how you remembered them, with the rose-tinted glasses actually being accurate and not looking over some of the bad stuff. Because if you're going back to an older edition, typically you're doing it because you are a vibes-based player. You are someone who is not looking to get one over your opponent. You're not looking to, try and get the most powerful thing. You're going back because you're looking for a certain feeling. You're looking for a certain vibe. You're looking for a certain experience. And so, when I was doing some Old Hammer battle reports with Simon, it was like it felt it was like peak 40k, because it was exactly the way that I remembered it being, but it was actually better than I remembered it being in many ways. Now, I think the same applies to Konflikt 47, even though it's a new game, even though it's a very new game, because if I like, one of the funny things about Konflikt 47 is the game is horrendously unbalanced. Like, it is. And it doesn't take a genius to work out that if you took 24 Ursus and had Commissar Drugov leading them, that you would probably smash the fuck out of everyone you came across. That there would probably be few circumstances in which you wouldn't just start just like crushing everyone, right? Likewise, if you took 24 Schreckwolfen and had Hauptmann Gross leading them, that would probably also be exceptionally powerful. But I've been to 4 Konflikt events now, and I've played probably another dozen games on top of that. I must be in the 20 game region already. And not once have I seen anyone do it. In fact, the closest I've seen anyone do that was me when I ran Drugov and a unit of bears. And I realized it was too powerful. And there's definitely an element. And what I love about Konflikt is there's this huge, even more so than bot action. Very much even more so than bot action. Where there's a huge vibes-based community. And there's a huge amount of self-policing going on in the community as well. Because and why? The question is why? Because the people that are getting into Konflikt are perfectly aware of the competitive nature of Warhammer 40k. Many of them are ex-40k players. Not just 10th edition, but I've come across a lot of people from 8th and 9th and 10th who have been getting into the game. And even a few people from like before then. But mostly it's sort of the last, you know, they're sort of, you find a lot of people from sort of 8th, 9th and 10th edition who are getting into the game. And these people have come from a competitive environment. And if they wanted to stay in that competitive environment, they would still be playing Warhammer 40k. But the kind of people that are coming over to Konflikt and joining the community, they're looking for something else. And therefore they are policing themselves. And if anyone turns up, with a list that's a bit too powerful, by and large, they're getting thrown back. So to give you an example, when you go to a Warlord Games event, you have to submit your list ahead of time. And these are the people that write the game. If the list is too powerful, they will tell you that's too much, you need to tone it down. So they're not just checking the legality of the list, like we do in 40k. Is this a legal list? Yes. Okay. Bring whatever you want then, even if it's the most toxic. Toxic being a charged word, I understand. So I'll rephrase it. Even if it is some of the most exceptionally powerful things in the game, as long as it's legal, it's fine. But in Konflikt, it's like, are you turning it with something that's too powerful? Then this isn't for this event. Now, there will eventually, of course, be proper competitive events that turn up because there'll be some people that really want to test their mettle. But there's a very clear divide in the community for what kind of events that they want to go to. And right now, the main appetite is for the vibes ones. It's for the fun ones. And what's interesting is I'm actually chatting to one of the guys at Warlord, Kieran, and they're like, oh, we're probably going to run a more competitive Konflikt event in June, but it's going to be not at RHQ, it's going to be somewhere else. And they were like, do you want to come along? And I was like, is it gloves off? And they were like, yeah, it's gloves off. And I'm like, I'll probably give it a miss then. And I think they were quite surprised by my answer. And I said, Konflikt's my vibes game. Like, I'm sure some people want to play it competitively, but it's I don't want to turn up with my, National Guard, very, very vibes-based army and, just get filled in by wave after wave of just lists that I can't get my army to feel like the way it needs to feel like because I don't have a chance because every game is over before it began. Do you see what I mean? Right. So I was Chansey was there when I said this. I just said I might go to, I'll probably get a miss, kind of thing. And I got the sense from Chansey as well that he was a bit like, I'd rather go to the fluffy event than the competitive one. Yeah. Take the bears and the patriotic women. I might do, but I'm definitely less inclined to go to it because I want to be able to, I want to self-police. And, as we all know, I am an influencer, and I've influenced all of you to obesity, as was apparently confirmed by a comment that was left on the channel recently. So if I go to this super competitive event, then I will influence all of you to becoming sweaty cheese master Konflikt players. Bruce Oakman, it's a long story. It's a long story. Anyway, but the point is, I had this sort of these revelations, and to kind of sum up the revelations I had, like, firstly, I realized that my National Guard felt more like my Imperial Guard than my Imperial Guard has felt in a very long time. And it played the way it played. And by the way, I didn't win every game. Don't think I was like, oh, I crushed everyone, so that's why I enjoy it this way. Didn't win every game. Didn't even come close to winning every game. But my army, I felt like, even though it was an uphill battle, it felt exactly the way the Guard should feel. It was an uphill battle, but through, you know, tactics, combined arms, and firepower, literally firepower, all the flamers, I was able to equip myself most commendably. And the second revelation I had is that Konflikt 47, even though it's a new game, and going back to Old Hammer in the modern day, actually feels better than Old Hammer did back in the day, because of the kind of people that are now beginning to populate and make up all of these communities. And I just came away from it just feeling absolutely buzzing. And I just couldn't wait to just. And I tell you what, I'll tell you one thing. That's really sort of to sign the video, to sign this bit off on. I feel like I've barely begun to scratch the surface. And I feel like I'll never be able to get everything that I want into a list. But weirdly, that's all right, because it gives me an excuse to try lots of different things out. Lots of different combos. Yeah, it just felt like I think one of the things that I've been missing with modern 40k has been depth of army list building, and it feels like a lot of the time armies are just about smashing the fuck out of each other. And anyone can do that, but it does really just boil down to like trading units essentially. And I feel like in this whole like sort of National Guard approach to Konflikt, I was actually rewarded for, not just running at the enemy, but actually using tactics. And when I do the after action report, I think you guys will see, like, every single game, it was the person that played the best won, not the person that just brought the most broken list. Like, I lost the game to Japanese guys. Japanese were very difficult. I faced the mythical, like, get good Japanese player. And let me tell you, that faction is a lot better than people give it credit for. They are the Eldar of the setting, dialed up. They're the Eldar and Dark Eldar of the setting, dialed up to 11. Like, if you get good with them and you learn their tricks, they are really good. Put it this way, I'm starting to think like they don't even need a buff. It's just people need to get good with them. After that game, they are a skill army, 100%. I know maybe people want to have that sort of skill barrier lowered a little bit, and maybe lowering it a little bit, just a little bit. In some internal balancing, shall we say? But this guy with his Japanese won two games, and the only game he lost was a guy that won all 3 of his games at the event. That was it. So there you go. So yeah, my Guard felt like Guard, and the community felt like the community. The community, I think, is at the perfect place right now, where the kind of people that are getting into the game are getting into it for all the right reasons. And I had a really good weekend of playing with it. Got one comment here that I want to, before I forget, I want to read this out from chat because I think it's very relevant. Devil's Advocate. It sounds like your National Guard function because your opponents let it function by pulling punches and list building. Surely the same could be true in 40k casual games. I'm going to answer you by reading out another comment from the chat. There's casual play in 40k? I know it seems probably a little sarky, a little sarcastic, you know. But I think that for 2 reasons that can't exist in 40k. Secondly, I think that modern 40k doesn't have a casual scene. I think even pickup games are played like practice for an RTT. And there may be some exceptions to that, but they are in the minority, not the majority. And the approach of people to 40k is, even if they are playing vibes initially, everyone at some point engages in the 40k arms race. It is the nature of the game. It is the nature of the community. And secondly, there is the game does not really function for casual play. Even I would say even more so now going into 11th, because of the objectives being terrain. You can't just place the terrain exactly where you want, because otherwise the game completely breaks down, because the objectives need to be terrain, right? Yeah. So I think that it is impossible to pull your punches from 40k realistically. Yeah. Which is why you can't do it in 40k. Yeah. So that would be my answer to that. And that's why that's why I said put Konflikt 47 to one side and look at going back to Old Hammer. That's why Old Hammer now feels better than Old Hammer back then. Because there was still an element, quite a significant element, even back in the day, where people were, you know, optimizing and trying to take the best shit and cheesing and that guying and all that kind of stuff, min-maxing, right? And now when you go back to Old Hammer with people who are also wanting to go back to Old Hammer, you're not going back to cheese it, because there's no point in cheesing it. You're going back for the vibes. So that's the difference. Yeah. That's the difference. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. And I hope you enjoyed my long, incoherent, rambling thoughts on Konflikt 47, the Imperial Guard, Old Hammer, and how it kind of interlinks with Warhammer 40k and all that kind of stuff. There you are. Does it follow? Is that a possibility of casual play in your view, a product of the game design or the community? Both. 100% both. I think equal parts blame, and blame being a strong word. I don't even really mean blame. Equal parts the responsibility of the design of the game and the community. Yeah. I think that the community has become extremely, from a gameplay point of view, has become extremely hyper focused on balance above all else. And I think Games Workshop has baked that into the game design and the ancillary supporting systems of the game, like the Minotaur and field manuals and stuff. Yeah. I suppose you go, this is an excellent point, sir. I would weigh it much more heavily on the community, but also the fact that it's so offensively expensive, so it feels bad to buy bad units. That is an excellent point. So, this artillery piece that I have bought, it's categorically worse, on paper, I'm going to try it out anyway, than the heavy mortar that I took. So the reason why is the heavy mortar works because I can just hide it out of line of sight. So it can't just get turned into a meat cube. The crew can't get turned into a meat cube by a by an Axis grav pulse weapon, which just go shoot and kill it. That's what's been happening to my heavy machine gun teams. I've been loving the 50 cals, but at the moment the Axis want them dead, this goes and they just die, right? Which is kind of cool. I don't really have anything against it. But the heavy mortar, it can hide out of line of sight, and because it's only got a 12-inch minimum range, it can basically just shell. And it's got a really good long range and basically a 12-inch minimum range, so it can basically shell anything it wants with impunity. The medium howitzer has got a 36-inch minimum range. So if someone gets within 36 inches of it, it can't fire indirect. So realistically, you have to have them firing directly with the occasional possibility of doing an indirect shot, which makes them, which kind of defeats the point, because the whole point is that I want my my artillery to be safe behind the lines, not behind that, safe, not just getting by the grav pulses. So this is absolutely the wrong choice from a competitive point of view. However, this is £20. A Krieg artillery gun is 40 quid, if not more. Field orders battery is 40 quid. And you need a lot of them. So it's like, this is half the price. So even though, and I said this to Chansey at the time, even though, I know he's gone to bed now, even though this is even though this isn't a particularly good unit, because it's not ball-bustingly expensive, I'm willing to buy it and build it and paint it and use it at the next event because the drip. I think those artillery pieces on the battlefield are going to look sick. Yeah. Gents, those who solely speak 3 minutes, what is the difference between a squid and a pound? It's not a squid, it's a quid. Drop the S. And there is no difference whatsoever. It's like there's no difference between a buck and a dollar. Quid is the slang term for pound. Obviously, buck is the slang term for a dollar. There you are. Suppose you go. I held off on buying a Hellhound for 13 years because I couldn't justify it. Exactly. How many, again, I keep saying this in the chat. How many times, raise your hand, if you've wanted to buy a unit, any unit, for Warhammer 40k, for any unit, for any faction, it's your pick, any unit for any faction, and you've got you got excited for it, and then you didn't pull the trigger on it because you were like, I want it, but it's a lot of money for something that's going to be a bit shit. So you didn't buy it. What about entire factions? I really want to get this army. You price it up and you go, I don't want it that badly. I want an AdMech army for ages. I'm never going to fucking get... I've accepted I will never own an AdMech army. Ever. It's too expensive. For something that's just... I'd want I want like a guard style, a Skidari / guard style army, and it's just not worth it. Yeah. The shell shock of searching up and realizing the price. Yep. Gets past that sort of like, even if you're buying like third party, like 20% off, you get past that like 300, 400, 500 quid mark, and you're just like, nah, I'm not doing that. I have precisely bought an army new in box once because I really wanted it. And that was my Gene Stealer Cult. Because they were very, very cool. And I bought it new in box from Games Workshop. It's the only time I've ever done it. And I don't regret it because it was really cool. But it was an 8th edition. No way I would do it. There's no way I would do it now, 6 years later. Yeah. I thought long and hard on buying the Italian National Retirement box, and I decided not to because it's too much for bad stats. I woke up, or I was streaming or something. I can't remember. I think I woke up and the pre-order had already been done. And people were like, oh, I've missed out. And I looked at it and just went, I'm just not disappointed I missed it. I'll just get it when it comes back, even if that's 6 months to a year later. Yeah. Squawk, when I was starting, I was torn between Guard and Echoes and Orcs. I dropped Guard because they were 3 times the price for 1k. There you are. Yeah. And then you get to the fucking point that the second reason, this is what I said, the second reason I don't buy it now is because I'm like, oh, I could buy this entire thing new in box, but my God, it's going to be a ball ache to build it all. If the prices of games work, if GW dropped the prices by 25% and the kits were easier to build, I'd probably buy directly from them. But neither of those things are true, so I don't buy anything from them now. Or even third party. Yeah. Yeah. This is the thing. Yeah, so that's the thing in 40k. You cannot justify spending money on bad models. And as much as people go, well, actually, most people who buy models are collectors. It's obviously bollocks. It's so obviously bollocks. No, I bet 80% of people that buy stuff, it goes into their pile of shame for a little while. I bet you that. I'll give you that one, but they're not collectors. One day they're going to play with it, or at least they had at the point of buying it, they intended to play with it. You know? If Games Workshop, do you want the evidence of 40k being a gameplay led game more than anything else? It's GW. What does GW support the most in 40k? Gameplay. All the balance patches. All of the Mutaton field manuals. If they didn't care, they wouldn't do a day one FAQ for a lot of stuff. It's that simple. They wouldn't do seasons and tournament compendiums and all this kind of stuff. They wouldn't do it. Yeah. Yeah. Like GW is the proof that gameplay and the gameplay of 40k is the most important thing for them. It's the most important thing. It's the most important factor because that's what they're driving. Yeah. And yet we hear the models are designed first and the rules filtered to go on the models, leading to great models with weird, nonsensical loadouts. I've never heard that, to be honest, Tustin Polos. But I can believe it. I can believe they designed them. I can believe they designed the models and then they tell the design team, hey, this is the rules that this thing needs. Yeah, I can believe it. Yeah. I'll tell you why I can believe it. Because GW needs to design the models first. So they know what loadout to give it on the datasheet. Because if it doesn't go on, if they don't put that weapon on the sprue, they can't have that loadout in the rules. That's why the Rogal Dawn doesn't have plasma sponsors. They don't come in the kit. Yeah. Yeah. Squawk, priority number 1 is attracting new customers. Priority 2 is giving those customers the appearance that they're working on a game you can play with the stuff you just bought. Yeah. The balance patches are there to drive sales. Because the thing that Games Workshop sells GW doesn't sell you rules. GW's most valuable product isn't their models. They don't care about paints. The only thing Games Workshop sells you is hope. Hope then the next balance patch, your army will get better. Hope that when your codex drops, your army will be better. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. It's a me, Rev. Stocks. Okay, no, the number one thing GW sells is stocks. I'll give you that one. Yeah. All right. Right. Speaking of 40k. Scott, yeah, I was going to say, they sell the dream of something and just enough real work to keep customers locked in with sunk costs. Yeah. Morty is not suicidal, FYI. Oh, man.
When it comes
Yeah.
to fighting crime, there's only one
Okay, do you guys want 2 rumors for 11th edition?
while keeping it
Or should we do some super chats first? Let's have a look here. The lower decks, thank you for the super chat. Humpty Dumpty needed a las gun. Check stream discussion. All right. Sir, it appears that the madmen in 2-ply are negotiating with the enforcers. Out into no man's land came a masked and armed trooper. He had with him a hostage from the bank. I could feel him looking in our direction, and although he was masked, I felt the wink he threw our way. I am worried, sir. He handed the enforcers a list of demands and retreated back to the bank. Sir, I know you have faith in the men of the guard, but there's a creeping sense of dread building in my water. No, that's just because you drank from the tap. We never drink the local water, man. We keep telling you this. The enforcers were huddled in furious conversation for a good 15 minutes. They seemed to come to an agreement, and oh shit, they are coming over to the van. Perhaps they only want an ice cream? Sir, I've been told that as part of the demands, Jenkins, myself, and the van are to be exchanged for all hostages, excluding the bank manager. I overheard the leader of the enforcers saying to his men that, you want an omelette, you have to break a few eggs. Fuck.
Behold the egg flip progression.
Wait, has this got audio? 1 second.
Behold the egg flip progression. 3. 7 eggs. A little sloppy on the landing. 8 eggs.
Amazing.
Down to the dozen.
Oh, a little bit of flick there.
24 up. Watch these yolks just smash.
Oh
Finish it
my.
with 36 eggs flipping.
That is amazing. I don't remember what the rest of it was about. The 36 yolk flip, absolute cinema.
Smash. Finish it with 30.
Oh, look at it go. That's a lot of eggs. I like eggs. But even that might be too many eggs for me. That's all right. So wait, so you are going to be exchanged for the hostages. But you work for the Penal Legion. Do the enforcers know this? It feels interesting. All right. Clumsy, thank you for the 29 months, man. Oh shit, that's how this. So that's how this shit works. Neat. Hi, Mordian. Hey, Uncle Clumsy. Have you just figured out how the member flexes work? Amazing. Thanks for support, man. Morning, Sword. Thank you for the super chat. Any plans to do bat reps on any of the Festung Europa scenarios? Fell the Giant was a lot of fun. Thanks again for introducing me to K47. I could do them. I could do every single one of them. To be honest, hand on heart, I'm still suffering a little bit from my 40k programming. Because I saw the narrative scenarios and was like, well, no one will want to see those. They'll just want to see the standard 1,500 point game, won't they? And now I realise that actually, obviously, the Konflikt community would love to see the narrative scenarios because that's the vibe of the community. So, yeah, I'll figure it out after the holiday. Is that stupid? But you know, you gotta forgive me. I've been in the GW bubble for so long. I'm institutionalized. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Come on, MG, it's Project Paragon time to shine. Ooh. I could take 24 Paragons to the competitive event. I could do. That would be quite spicy. I'll think about it, Cosmic. Cosmic Drew, not feeling 40k talk today. Show the worm. More K47. Here's the... I tell you what, Cosmic. I don't know. People just say I'm Cosmic, people just say I'm a doomer. I think people are just going to say I'm dooming. But I don't think... I'll put it this way, right? You not feeling 40k right now, or in general. I mean, Cosmic, I don't think you've been feeling 40k for a little while. You always want to talk about the Konflikt instead, right? I don't think that's an uncommon opinion these days. I'm going to say it, guys. I'm going to say it. I don't think 11th edition is the guy. I don't think it is. I think it'll be a guy. I don't think it's going to be the guy. And there's a big difference. I just think, I don't know, man. We need a bit more information, but yeah. I don't think 11th edition is the guy. Yeah. I think some people will enjoy it, but yeah. I mean, I have 72 zombies now, Tim. It's K47 time. Cosmic, I think you just need to rip the band-aid off. You're going to end up collecting every army. You might as well just start planning and budgeting for it. I did it. Come join me. Why collect one when you can collect all? Many people in an abusive relationship with 40k. I agree. So, I actually wanted to talk about this. But it is not happy news. We've had a lot of... I don't know. I don't want to get beefy, guys. I don't want to get beefy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's Monday. You know? Cavasius, that's coming. That's coming. Just that one dream, okay? I'm sorry, Sanimi, I'm sorry. Tiki, OG K47 versus K47 second edition. Tiki, I can see why. It's a different game, and I can see why you would enjoy it. I'll tell you this. I actually thought about this the other day. I had a little worry because I thought, has Konflikt 47 done what 40k did? Because obviously, or what like Heresy has done, where it's kind of like reinvented the game a little bit. And I realized that because obviously K47 version 1 was quite different to K47 version 2. And this is going to sound like cope, but I feel this is a gut instinct, and I always trust my gut. I don't think it is, because I feel like Konflikt 47 version 1 was very much like a joint project between Warlord and Clockwork Goblin. And no, it was version 1, but of like almost like a different game. Like almost like a totally different game. Like even the lore's different. The vibe on a lot of the units is different. You know, it's not as grim dark and stuff like that. So I think what's kind of happened is this is almost like Konflikt 47 Warlord version 1, and then inevitably when version 2 comes out, I think how I would probably define it is you call it, we have OG K47 and Konflikt version 1. OG being the Clockwork Goblin, this being the first Warlord version, the first Warlord only version. Yeah. And I think that when Konflikt Warlord version 2 comes out, it will be a continuation of version 1, not another reinvention. I'm confident of that, especially with like, you know, being able to chat to some of the guys over at Warlord. I think they're very, very conscious that, you know, in 40k every 3 years the game gets fundamentally redesigned, and they, you know, completely redesigned, reinvented, revived, just everything. And I don't think they want that for Konflikt. I think they want it to be, you know, like there will be changes, quality of life improvements as the game goes on, but not a let's completely throw the baby out with the bathwater kind of thing. Yeah. OG K47 was more military sci-fi. New K47 is more pulp / Hero Hammer style. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think it's much more... Yeah, I mean, Konflikt's more wacky now. But I prefer the direction of it. But maybe I would be singing a different tune if I played version 1. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, Tiki. I know you are a champion of the original Konflikt 47 starter sets versus the current ones. I think end of this year, you might have to reevaluate that position. What's coming down the line? We'll see. You might still prefer the old ones because of the amount of basic infantry that came in the old ones, but I think you might be tempted by some of the new stuff. We'll see. We told you to play version 1. You did. I tell you what, I will say this. I think there's one thing that version 2 does exceptionally well versus version 1. And I know this from my brief interaction with version 1. I think in version 1 of Konflikt, in OG Konflikt, I often got the sense of people being like, why did they invent the mechs? Because the mechs were just kind of shit. Like, they all had lower armor than the tanks, and they didn't really do anything like that much better than just a tank. Like, I'm sure there was some, sure there was some nuance to it, but I feel like in Konflikt 47 version 2, like the tanks feel they don't feel as good as the mechs, and that actually feels appropriate because the whole point is that the mech technology is meant to be superior. Otherwise, why would they invent it? Yeah. That would be my sort of, that's what I always found a little immersion breaking about the mechs in version 1. Yeah. Mechs were more for urban warfare since they had high line of sight and all around armor, so you can't hit them in rear or from atop fire buildings. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But I just felt like that's quite a niche thing. Whereas I think, I just think that the mechs feel better in version 2. They really do. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Do you guys want... I've got some more super chats, then maybe we'll talk about some beefy stuff. Gaz Cube, thank you for the 45-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Try Black. Have you tried Blackout Skirmish game? Got the starter pumped? I've not tried it. I've heard people talking about it. Maybe I will check it out. Maybe I won't. I'm not committing one way or another. There you are. Is it squad based? Or is it bigger? If it's squad based, I probably won't be that bothered about it. I don't really do squad based games. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for super chat, man. Dropped previews for EE Codex in stream discussion. Exile Edition. Let's have a look. Showing off some work in progress rules for Exile Edition to get some folks excited, and curious how MG likes regimental tank system. Not really looking for balance notes as I'll iron them out in playtesting, but I'm curious if you change anything. Special attachments may be taken by platoon and company command squads. Each attachment may only be taken once per unit. Additionally, the officer of the fleet, massive ordnance, and Ashpath cannot join the same squad. Well, I already think it's amazing because you're bringing those units back. That's awesome. And there's granular points. So officer fleet is, yeah, I mean, I already love it. Commissar cadets, already love it. Amazing. Yeah. I like that the Commissar cadets can't execute anyone because they shouldn't be able to, because they're not actually full commissars yet, so they haven't been given that authority. I like that. Tank ace, master mechanic, regain one lost hull point, weapon expert, improve the AP, slow and purposeful, may move heavy or blast without penalty. Love that. Up armored, +1 armor values, does not exceed 15. Love that. Veteran commander may issue. I mean, armor values. You already got me, man. May issue 1 additional tank order each command phase. Still commissar, summary execution, 1 per phase, 1 for unit. Nice. Knight of Piety. This unit may use single prayer for the midst store and priest sheet. Old grudges. Select 1 vehicle or monster before the game. Reroll hit and reroll 1 against the target. That reminds me of all the old ones, man. If it like, well, but with some tweaks, like Knight of Piety is a bit different. I like it. Yeah. God, you realise how much they've fucked up when you start seeing all of the old stuff we used to get. Oh yeah, I remember like each detachment. Oh, God. Each detachment used to get like really unique shit. I love it. I love everything about it. You're absolutely going in the right direction. Keep going. Just instant vibe test pass. Jenny Bratz, thank you for super chat. Hobby update, in-stream discussion. Hope you had a good weekend. I had a great weekend, Jenny. I hope you had a good weekend. I am loving this fucking orc Katusha. This is amazing. The Konflikt Katusha. God, it makes me really want to. I really want to get my Soviets for the next event. I think I got to run the conscript horde at the next event or something. Got to get the Helens. Yeah. I love it. Are they Siberian terror troop like loaders? I love that. I love it. That's so good. That's excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Love that. Tiki, thank you for the gift of membership, baby. Thank you, man. And Tiki again, thank you for the super chat. Loved your Warhammer 40k 11th edition battle report. Love seeing the Hellhound as a light tank enthusiast from bot action /K47. My Bane Wolves are my chemical jihad. Well, if I am planning on running more Hellhounds in the future. And I'm glad you enjoyed it, Tiki. You only saw one Hellhound. Let me tell you, when things start getting more optimized, 2 Hellhounds minimum, probably 3 as a go-to. I can easily see my armored forces being 3 Hellhounds, 3 Lemurs battle tanks. And then some orders. But yeah, I can definitely see that. 100%. I'll have to see what... I'm not committing to anything, though, yet, because I want to see what the missions are going to be like. Yeah, there you go. Hopefully the Bane Wolf gets a bit of a glow up in 11th. Hopefully. Yeah. I love it, Tiki. Amazing. Thank you for the big support, bro. Speaking of big support, I want to say a big thank you to Bruce Oakman. Thank you for the Baneblade. Yes, it is the Baneblade chat. Blackout is kind of squad-based. An entire force is in each box. Near future setting. It is very lethal, though. So if that is something that turns you off, watch the Let's Play first. It has some real depth. Super fun. Lethality can be a turn-off, but not necessarily as a turn-off. I'm not overly against lethality if there's some mitigating circumstances for it. Like, Konflikt is a particularly lethal game versus, like, bot action, for example. But because of the dice bag mechanic and stuff like that, and a lot of community self-policing, I'm okay with it. It feels appropriate for the setting. So yeah, no, I don't necessarily think lethality is my main problem with 40k. I think it's lethality in the context of not being able to do anything because of the I go, you go system. And I think it's lethality, and then I think it's all of the... I'll tell you this, right? It's not the lethality of 40k. It's not... The thing... This is kind of a big one. You're triggering me, Bruce, but in a good way. Like, you're triggering me to... Chat, can I riff? Can I?
When it comes to fighting,
Like, I got a riff.
there's only one man keeping
Cosmic, the difference between K47, 1 and 2. Presentation! Alright. I wanted to say that, but... Right. I want a riff. I had some thoughts the other day about why I feel like off around 40k. And this is including in being on the hype train for 11th edition, because I don't think 11th edition is going to fix what is actually bothering me with 40k. The problem is that sometimes it feels like enjoying 40k is hard. I want to let me. There's a lot of friction. It's the entire process feels clunky, and I'm not just talking the game. I'm talking everything. Everything about it. There's friction. Everything about it is clunky. Let me take you through a list of examples. Buying the models, friction, because they're so expensive. And they are. Like, 40k is the most expensive game unit per unit, and then you need more units than other games. Like, I noticed this when I've been playing a lot of Konflikt recently. I go back to playing 40k. I was shocked at the size of the, like, Imperial Guard army. I was like, wow, what? That's crazy. And then I wasn't even running that much, guys. I was running like 60 infantry. It's like nothing. I was like, crazy. So it's the first step. There's friction because it's expensive. Then you get the models out of the box and you start building them, and there's more friction because the models are a ball ache to build. And then you get to painting the models, and there's more friction because there's loads of detail on them. So before you've even like got to playing the game, it feels, and I'm not saying like this is like world-ending friction, right? I'm not saying it's world-ending. I'm just saying like it's not at any point smooth. You know, it's not a, oh, I'll buy that because I fancy it. It's, ooh, should I buy that? What if it's not very good on the tabletop? I don't want to waste my money. So you have to actually think. You can't just go, take my money. Like, it's like, oh, do I want to buy that unit? Like, it's cool, but no, I better leave it because it's a bit shit. Right? And then you get the then you go, okay, I'll get this box. I've had to think about it. I'll get this box. I'm gonna add it to my army. I want to get this competitive unit. Okay, you open the box up and it's like, fucking hell, this part's on this sprue, this part's on this sprue. It's gonna take me like fucking ages to build this fucking bastarding kit. But you finally build it all. It's like a chore. It's done. It's not easy. It's not easy. And then you got to paint the bastarding thing. And you've got to make sure you're doing all the little details and everything. Oh, fucking piece of fucking shit. Fucking, it's like 10 bloody Aquillas on this bloody thing. And you finally get, you do this a whole bunch of times. You finally get to the tabletop. And then, like, you can't just, like, play. Especially not going into 11. It's like, okay, now we've got to, like, what's your... Well, to be fair, I'm not even going to hold this against it, because obviously when you play a game of, like, of anything, it's like, what mission are we playing today? I'm not going to hold it against it. That's fine. But you get to, like, the turns, and it's like, gotta draw the cards. Oh, he's got, like, Overwatch. Oh, you know, reactive moves. And the game is very clunky, and it feels like, you know, you're drawing fucking cards all the time. And yeah, and then there's like a billion things going on. Not only do I have to know my rules, but I have to know your rules, because technically there's universal special rules in the game, but realistically there's fucking not. Everyone's got their own special fucking rules. Yeah, there's a billion rules, and they've all got annoying nuances, and yeah. And then I go over to my beloved. I'm not even apologizing for anymore. You want to roll your fucking eyes every time I mention Konflikt? You fucking go for it. I don't give a fuck. Then I go to Konflikt. Ooh. I'll buy that kit. It's half the price of that 40k one. Ooh. I'll buy the Style Trooper, and that's great. Ooh, I built the entire box of guys in like 45 minutes. That's nothing. Oh, what loadouts are we giving? Doesn't matter. Give them what you want. They're all viable. You want to go for all the assault rifle guys? Go for it. You want to go for more LMGs? Go for it. You want to go for more anti-tank guns? Go for it. You literally can't build a wrong model. You cannot build a wrong model from the box. It's all viable. So you buy the box. It's easy because it's more affordable. You build the box. It's easy because the models go together like a dream. You don't have to worry about what you're building, because whatever you build, you'll be able to make it work on the tabletop, because it's just not that competitive as a game. And also because fundamentally the options are all pretty decent. You get to the game and it's just, there's no secondaries, there's no stratagems, there's no like reactive moves, there's no anything like that. It's just, I'll dice out the bag, activate a unit, dice out the bag, activate a unit, dice out the bag, activate a unit, all the dice out the bag, put them back in the bag, go to turn 2, dice out the bag, activate the unit, dice out the bag, activate the unit, dice out the bag, activate the unit. Oh, all done. Go to turn 3, do that for 6 turns. Oh, look, the game's ended. How long will that take for us to play? An hour and a half to play the equivalent of a 2,000 point game? Wow. Isn't it crazy how at a tournament for Konflikt 47, I get 2 hours for a round, and I often finish early. Holy shit. Right? What does a tough fighter do in your army? Oh, does exactly the same thing as in my army? Oh, that's good to know. Have you got Recce? Yeah. And it all means the same thing? Yeah. Is that an LMG? Yeah. Same LMG. Same thing as yours? Yeah. See what I mean? It's just smooth. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I don't think 11th edition is going to like fix 11th edition is just going to be an edition, and the thing is, it's not going to fix any of these things. Yeah. So that's why I'm just like, it'll be fine. But it'll just be the more of the same. And that's why I have so many people in my community who... Do you want to know how much things have changed? I now talk about things for 40k and people go, fuck off, talk about K47. Literally. Do you guys remember 6 months ago? People were like, Mordians talk going about K47. It's a bag of shit. Don't want to hear about it. I was like, guys, you're gonna like it. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. People were like, oh no, I don't want to hear about it. And now I have people who are like, I just don't want to hear about 40k anymore. And it's everywhere. It's fucking everywhere, boys. If you think you're the only one that like feels like you have to try and force your hype around 11th edition, believe me, you're not. It's the majority feeling. It is the majority feeling. Which is why when you look at all the when you look at all of the content creators, the number one prevailing thought, the number one prevailing sentiment from pretty much every content creator, whether they say the quiet part out loud or not, is they are cautiously optimistic for 11th edition. Wow, what a fucking ringing endorsement, guys. You know, ooh. You know, when people, even I do it. And I try and be honest with you guys, but even I do. You know, how many times have you heard me say, yeah, it'll be fine now. You know, I'm sure it'll be good. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, people are, like I said, 11th edition isn't the guy. It'll be a guy. It's definitely a guy, but it's not the guy. I don't even think GW thinks it's the guy, to be honest. But it'll sell gangbusters. It'll sell like mad. It'll sell like hotcakes. Yeah. It'll sell like hotcakes. People will still hoover the fuck out of it. Yeah. And that's fine. People can spend the money on whatever they want. Squawk, are you hyping new edition? It might not be shit. Best I can do. Thought, I'm excited for Total War 40k. I am more excited for Total War 40k than I am 11th edition 40k. I think Total War 40k will be sick. I'm a little curious. There's not going to be any... I'm a little concerned there's not going to be like fleet combat or anything. But, yeah. I'm probably more excited for Total War 40k than I am for Dawn of War 4. But that's only because Dawn of War 3 was so terrible. Yeah. I'm tentative Dawn of War 4. Yeah. Yeah. Just really, I'll play another 11 to get through Tantalus without having to spend the whole time checking rules. After that, I probably won't play anymore. Yeah, I'm excited for Tantalus. Yeah, I am hugely excited for Tantalus because of the social aspect. I do not care about what rules we use at Tantalus, basically. I mean, we're going to use 11 just so that everyone's singing on the same hymn sheet, but yeah. What do we got here? Bruce Oakman, thank you for super chat. A work in progress of my Blackout Manticore in stream discussion. More than honestly give this game a look. 100% watch on stream. The UN are sick. I don't think anyone has said the UN is sick before. Blackout Manticore 4. So this box of Blackout Manticore boards group is 3 units in a box and is all you need to play. There's no list building per se. Huge turn off. Sorry, I'm not trying to be a dick. Huge turn off. I want list building. I am sure this game is very good, but it sounds increasingly like it's just not for me personally. Game can be super quick once you know what you're doing. A full game can be done in 30 minutes. Again, that's not a selling point for me personally. Oh, and ask me about the UN lore. It's super dark. Oh, and there are mechs. The game is very Titanfall inspired in its visual. I mean, it looks great. The models look great. It's definitely got a unique vibe. I love that you've got like the sci-fi elements mixed in with AKMs and shit and AK-74s. Love all that. Love this. Getting very like Elysian vibes from this. Loving the riot shields. Cannot fault it. But personally, could not think of a game that's less for me than one that has no list building, hyper lethal, and can be played in 30 minutes. Like, that's that. Yeah. For some people, this is all going to sound wizard. It's going to sound amazing. But for me, it sounds like exactly the opposite of what I want. Yeah. So I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a cunt. Don't think I'm being cuntish in any way, shape, or form. But I might as well just be straight with you because I don't want to lead you on and be like, oh yeah, maybe. Like, this doesn't sound like it's for me. It sounds like it's for some people. Sounds like it's a great game. Doesn't sound like it's for me. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. So I mean this not as a buttering up thing, Bruce Oakman. I mean this with my hand on my heart, with great sincerity. I hope you have a fucking sick time with Blackout. Because there's nothing like getting into a new game and it just feels amazing. Like, dude, I fucking get it. I'm right there with you. I'll back you up to the fucking hill on that one. Like, this game just doesn't look like it's for me, but there's no way I will say this is a shit game. Like, looking at the vibe, looking at just the aesthetics, it looks cool. It looks unique. It looks badass. But I just don't think it's the game for me. But if you enjoy it, please keep telling me about it. Like, there's a whole bunch of games there, which I don't play, but I love hearing about other people playing them. All right? So don't think I'm shitting on you. I cannot stress that enough. I'm not. I will live my Blackout life vicariously through you. There you go. Now you're fine, MG. I want to spread the love of the space elevator, and everyone should give a gameplay a look. It is truly super fun. I mean, I'll take a look. Maybe chuck a battle report. If you've got a link to a battle report or something in stream discussion, I won't necessarily look at it on stream, although I might do. But chuck a link in and I can always check it out. Yeah. Uncle Clumsy, thank you for super chat. Reminds me, K47 weekend update in stream discussion. Yes! Firefly medic, baby! I love it, man. I love the blue trim. Very cool. That's a very, very, very cool looking Firefly. I love that. Nice. Nah, dude, I love it. I actually got to play against the Firefly platoon for the first time tonight. Yesterday. And you know what? It really wasn't as broken as everyone said it was. I love how in Konflikt, things can look broken on paper and then you get them to the tabletop and they're really just not that bad. They're really not. I, with my stupid National Guard list, was able to take on the Firefly list and fight it to a draw. That's what I mean. The way of the National Guard, I don't think it's as bad as people say it is. Mikhail, do most people run bot action units in K47 or K47 units only? So at the moment, there is a bit of a general at the moment, more people run K47. You see people with some bot action stuff, but more people run K47 stuff. However, I have been experimenting with the more normal shit route, like bot action shit route, and I'm starting to see some good results. It's a little bit more tactically nuanced. There's definitely an element of combined arms and not just pushing your big, horrible, scary shock units across the board. But you know, I went 1 win, 1 loss, 1 draw this weekend, and in every single game, I felt like I had, even the game that I got a draw on and the game that I got a loss on, I felt like I could have got a win or a draw from the lost game as well. So yeah. There's certain things you need to take into account when playing K47. Like, you do need more ignores cover, and you do need more like pen in general. You need more like armor penetration. But other than that, you're pretty good. Yeah. Would a standard German army work in K47? I think not a standard army, but I think a bolt action German army, adapted for K47, not replaced, but adapted for K47 would work fine. Like, I would never take 4 flamethrowers in a bolt action list, but I took 4 flamethrowers in my K47 list. See, like, it's both games I'm running 4 squads of basic infantry, but I put in my bolt action one, I'll put like machine guns and like LMGs and SMGs on the units. In K47, I'm putting flamethrowers on units because they've got ignore cover and pen. Do you see the difference? So like, it's the same style of unit, basic humans, but I've given different equipment to each to tailor for the game. Well, not tailor, but the different equipment that is better for each game. Yeah. So you could do the same thing with like Germans. King Geeds, wait, you can take by action list at K47. You can take pretty much a bolt action list. There's one tax you have to take, which is you have to take a minimum of 2 advanced or specialist infantry choices. Basically, like if you're playing like Americans, you've got to take 2 either power armor squads, which can be like 3-man power armor squads, it's like 6 power armor dudes in total, or 2 Firefly squads, or 2 Paragon squads, something like that. But after that, you can take what you want. So you can take about a 90% bolt action list if you want to. I will say, but again, I'd say like if you want to go down this sort of route, you still want to, you still want to be kind of embracing some of the sort of K47 vibes. So like a good example of this is in bolt action, the standard Panzer IV, great. Love it. In Konflikt 47, you take the Panzer IV and you take the heavy anti-tank gun turret off and you put the grav cannon turret on. Do you see? It's still a Panzer IV. You're just putting the appropriate weapon on the thing so that it's gonna it's gonna work better in that game. Like, so in bolt action, the heavy anti-tank gun is good. It's what you want for that game. But in Konflikt, you want the grav gun because it's got that ignores cover, which you really want for that. So I mean, it's still a Panzer IV, you're just swapping the turret out. Just like for a Lehman Russ, you're just swapping the turret out, right? Yeah. And you don't have to, by the way. To be clear, you can run the standard Panzer IV with its heavy anti-tank gun in Konflikt with 0 changes. You can absolutely do that. What I'm saying is, to make that Panzer IV feel like it's doing more work for you inside Konflikt, you will probably want to swap the turret out. But if you're like, fuck it, I'm using my bog standard Panzer IV, you can do that. Rules allow for it completely and utterly. All right. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Tim Shubman, teach me how to use my 72 zombie in the Toten Rotter platoon and how all the fun stuff works and why is it a cool list for review. In-stream discussion. Buster Rift. The Bohemian Body Core. Right. What have you got here, you mad bastard? 10 units, 11 order dice. Toten Rotter Command Squad. Toten Core. How many fucking Toten Core have you got here, man? 12. Wait, is that 20? 24 Toten Core. Nakzera. Another 12 Toten Core. Zergling. Flame Spinner. Panther X with rail cannon. Falcon Squad.
You heard me. I said creep.
Honestly, Cosmic, I think you're good, man. Because Yeah, when you're in range of the Naxera, your totem core lose limited intelligence, don't they? So, yeah, you've got the Totem Rotter and 2 Naxera. You don't have a Panther? It says in the list you do. Are you not meant to? How many points is it? It's 2,000 points. But what was I going to say? So yeah, you could if you want to swap it out, Cosmic, just swap it out for the Grav Cannon Puma, or you're getting a Panther. You mean Cosmic? You could do the same thing as you did with the Puma. You can buy the standard plastic Panther and then just convert it. I'd say if you just took like a las cannon. You might want, again, las cannon to represent a rail cannon or something. Yeah. So yeah, I put the command squad in a 250. That's not a bad shout, to be fair. You could drop the Puma and get a 250 half track, a little mini half track, Cosmic. And that would allow your Totem Rotter Platoon Commander to be more durable and boost the Totem Core around him. I think it's a good list, man. 36 Totem Core. 3 mechs, a Panther, Zergling, who's got a bunch of Totem Core with us. So it's basically 4 Totem Core squads. And then the goddamn Fallschirmjäger. Honestly, man, looks good. Looks very good. I actually want to run a bunch of Totem Core as well. Yeah, I actually want to run a bunch of Totem Core as well. All right. No, yeah, Cosplay, I think you honestly, man. Dude, I think you're as good at the game as I am these days. We've both played about the same amount. You know. And you've been playing... I've been playing... I might have played a bit more in terms of pure volume of games. But... that experience has been spread out across multiple different factions. Whereas you've been both playing with and against the similar factions. So you've got more specific knowledge. So you built a good list without needing any feedback off me. I'm happy to keep looking at the list. Don't get me wrong, Cosmic. And I'm happy to just give you the reassurance of the thumbs up. And if it needs any feedback, I'll give it you. But I think you're as good. You know, you can build good lists, man. You can. For Konflikt, you can build good lists. And you can build them for 40k as well. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Bruce Oatman, thank you for super chat. Found a blackout battle report and stream discussion for you for your convenience. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. I'll check. I'll either check it out towards the end of the stream or I'll check it out on my own time at some point. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Slim Jimples just getting to K47. Just bought the starter set. Only been playing tabletop since November and already wanting more than 40k. K47 is a great game. You'll enjoy it. And it's a different vibe to 40k. Yeah. 40k is a different... 40k is a more competitive cutthroat vibe. K47 is a more vibes. Crazy vibe. Yeah. You should enjoy both. Enjoy both. Yeah. Crazy that you've only been playing since November though, and you're already like hungry for more. I love that, man. Yeah. I love that. Your wallet might not. Yeah. So Dribbles, I'm here for the vibes of the lore. Dude, if you haven't already got it, I would highly recommend you get the Festung Europa book for Konflikt. It's not got any rules in it. It's got a few narrative scenarios in it. You've already got it. Excellent. Dude, you're on it. You're smashing it. You know what you're doing. Excellent. All right. Do you guys want the 40k rumors? I think it's time. I've been blue balling you pretty hard, but I got to give it to you. I think I got to give it to you straight now. I do need the toilet first. Am I allowed to go? I'm going to the toilet first, chat. Then I'm going to tell you. I'm blue balling you for 5 more minutes. All right.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
Jaffa, Cree! Kelmakol, Kritak! You heard me! I said Cree!
All right. Oh, sorry. I need another shit. I never need 2 shits in one stream. But there you go. It's the tiredness. You want to know something about me? I get tiredness shits. The more tired I am, the more I shit. There you are. Right. So, there's some rumors flying around for 40k. Let's have a look here. Anthony Williams, thank you for super chat, man. 40k rumor mill. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. Yeah, to me, what's the rumors? Also, Rattle the Toad Cup. We're getting to it. Right. So, I think some people are aware of what some of these rumors are. Some of them aren't. But we should have a bit of a talk about it. So, the first one. Let me have a quick drink. Go 3 for 3, taking the shot. The sleepy shits. Yeah, it's true. The more tired I am, the more I shit. It's that simple. So I've got 2 rumors for Warhammer 40k 11th edition. I don't know if these are already circulating in the community or not, but I know one of them is, to be fair, and it's quite spicy. The other one, I got this sort of like, someone sent this to me about a week ago, but there wasn't a lot of detail on it. And I've seen some other people starting to sort of talk about it, a bit more information coming out about it now. So, hopefully this is starting to get a little bit more credence to it. It seems like it might have a little bit more weight behind it. So the first rumor that we're going to talk about is one that I don't think is either spicy or not spicy. I mean, there might be a little bit of beef associated with it, because it affects screening essentially. But I got a rumor, sort of like I said last week, and it's the one, and it just said that coherency is changing for 11th edition. And the way it was described, I wasn't giving any official numbers, although it looks like some numbers might be in chat now. But the way it was described to me is that Games Workshop wants to do away with long lines. They want units to move in blobs. And so you won't be able to have like big like wishbones and stuff coming out anymore. Instead, it's going to be like essentially units moving up almost kind of like if you remember like playing like Company of Heroes and stuff like that. And you always have like, if you had like a 5-man squad, it's like 3 at the front, 2 at the back kind of thing, or vice versa, that kind of thing. So apparently the coherency is going to be changing so that it does not allow for big long lines of units, and instead you have to essentially move more like blobs. Now, there is actually some numbers been thrown around in chat here, one from Gwebs202. So I'd love if you let me know where you got this like number from. But it says 9-inch max unit coherency. I knew it. I only heard about this one the other day. Yeah, I only heard about it the other day as well. I didn't know about it. I didn't know it was 9 inches though. So 9-inch max unit coherency, I imagine that basically means like no model in the unit can be more than 9 inches away from any other model in the unit. So you can have one here and one here, and that has to be 9 inches away. That's the maximum that they can be. This, I do think, has some very big implications for Assault. How is anyone surprised? No one is surprised about this. It's another buff for Assault armies. Why did we even invent guns, man? Why bother? Just get in there and start stabbing people up. Oh my god. Yeah, so the reason why it's a bit of a problem for if you want to defend against Assault is because you will need more units to be able to hold your front line, and so if you are trying to stop someone from just like bulldozing through and getting to your tanks and everything, it's going to take more units. Now, I will tell you this right now, because I've got a lot of people in chat who are saying, oh, that doesn't seem so bad. Oh, that's longer than you think. Lol, 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 command urgent chat, all this kind of stuff. This is a fucking massive deal. This is controversial hot take. This might be the biggest buff to Assault. In some ways. Maybe some people say, you know, maybe you might not be able to like multi-charge quite as many units and stuff, but I don't think I don't think that people would take, apart from like Wildees taking like bricks like 20 berserkers, I think most people were taking, you know, 5 or so man squads anyway and using them as like trading pieces, like, you know, move out with your 5-man mega death unit, mash something up, and then expect to lose it, like trading, right? The reason this is going to be a big problem is, and trust me, as someone who has been doing screening for a very, very, very long time, it's going to force you to expose more units for your screen. And this is 40k. If it is exposed, it dies. So I had a game recently when it was at the last tournament I went to for 40k for 11th edition. For 10th edition, sorry. I was running Grizzled Company. And what happened was in most of the games I played, I was able to screen the enemy out with a single unit of guardsmen. And I had 60 to 20-man blobs. But the game that I lost the hardest was where I was facing against orcs, and I had to screen out with 2 units a turn. And that basically meant that I didn't have enough screening to last the course. And what happened is basically I lost 2 units a turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and then turn 4 and 5. The orcs just ripped me to pieces. It was very, very close game up until that point, but the moment my screens collapsed, the fast-moving orcs, they came in, they mashed the shit out of me, and it was over. The moment my screen collapsed, my army collapsed. And so that was with 20-man blobs that were able to string out a lot more than 9 inches. A lot more. If I was to play that game again and I only had 9-inch coherency, I would have no chance of winning it. Like none. In fact, if I had to do that, if I look back at every game of that tournament, and obviously it's going to be different missions, and there's going to be different terrain layouts. Like, I get it, okay? But if someone just picks Purge and their mission is kill the fuck out of me, then it's not going to change things for better for me, right? So what's going to happen? What would happen if I had only 9-inch coherency in every one of those games? I lose every game. Literally every game I play that tournament, I lose. The game against the guy who brought 3 bricks of Necron Wraiths, I've lost. The game against the guy that brought full Centurions, I've lost. Like, just again and again, right? So, the 9-inch coherency thing is massive because you will still be able to screen, but your screening is going to be horrifically inefficient. And so, if you want to try screening, what that means you'll have to do is, if in the sort of traditional way, the way that's been viable for I don't know, like 30 fucking years, the way you want to try screening, it's going to take up so many points from your list that it's going to basically mean you won't have the points that you need for things like, you know, firepower. Now, the traditional 80 to 120 guardsmen list with 60 and Russes, like, or 5 or 60 and Russes, or 5 or 6 tanks in general, whatever they might be, Rogue or Dawns or whatever. Like that's not going to work. Like, you're going to lose 60 guards. You're probably going to lose, 9-inch coherency when the board's 60 inches wide on some deployments. You'd have to put every single one of those units on the line. Literally. And you still wouldn't be able to cover the entire front. There would be gaps. There has to be at least a 6-inch gap, and that's not a lot. So we're being facetious. So for the sake of argument's sake, it would take all 6 of our units to create an effective screen. This is 40k. You put your guards with blobs out like that, all dead. Every single one. Lose them all turn 1. Turn 2, they're into your tanks. You're all dead. This is why I've been saying Bullgun are going to be very important. Because you need to be able to take a charge and brick wall it, not speed bump it. That's it. And this, and you know, screen, you know, if assault armies can just run down a guard screen, mash it up, and then turn one, getting amongst your tanks. Yeah. It's tough. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be an addition. Now, I want to make something clear. I'm not actually dooming on this particularly. It might sound like it, and I appreciate that. But I'm not actually dooming on this particularly. It's more an analysis of what I think is going to change and the impact it's going to have on the game. Do I think Guard will be able to improvise, adapt, and overcome to 9-inch coherency? Yes, I actually think that there will be certain... I think other factions will suffer more than us on this. And the reason for this is because Guard has a very deep roster of units, relatively speaking. And so, and we have a lot of tools in our toolbox, and we have a lot of different ways that we can try and improvise, adapt, and overcome. And so that means that even if, you know, a bunch of tools don't work, we have a bunch of other tools that will work. Like, you know, okay, let's just say the traditional infantry screening blob is dead. Well, we have Bullguns. We have Mechanized Guard. Take a unit of infantry, put it inside a chimera. This may see the solidification of Mech Guard as the go-to way of being able to effectively screen. Because, you know, with Mech Guard, you've not been able to have long lines of guards. So how have you stopped things like assault units like coming in? Well, you've basically pushed chimeras forward onto objectives and everything. You force your opponent to have to come and get you off those objectives. If they don't, then they're going to give away points, you know, primary points and stuff, potentially even secondary points. And so when they come to deal with that, you then get to hit them back. You force the opponent to have to go after your scoring units to try and allow to create space for your damage dealers. There's a difference between traditional and hybrid guard screening and Mech Guard screening. So I don't think that Guard is going to be in the shitter because of this, but I do think there are going to be certain units which are in the shitter if this rumor becomes true. And I feel like this is almost like a prevailing sentiment with 11th edition. I think 11th edition is going to create on multiple levels units that feel somewhat locked out of the game because of the fundamental core design of it. Like with shooting. If you've got a unit that, because of the marathon ballistic skill, this is going to be certain weapon systems that just get locked out. Like I've spoke about this, and if you watch the battle plot I did on this, it's like one-shot las cannon-esque weapons. They're probably not going to be the way you want to run things in 11th edition. Of course, there'll always be exceptions that prove the rule, but that's probably not the way you want to go. You want to go down that sort of middle road of firepower where you've got, and you know, we're talking like, you know, autocannon and sort of autocannon equivalent, where, you know, there's multiple shots involved. There's still enough strength and enough AP and enough damage where you can literally just throw enough of the shit. And because it's more reliable, because the volume, you can almost disrespect and bulldoze your way through the Mars 1 ballistic skill. So that's where I think the range shooting is going to go to. The good example of this, look at the Vanquisher versus the Lemur's Battle Tank. I think the Vanquisher's in a bad place in 11th edition. I think the Lemur's Battle Tank is in a very good place in 11th edition. It's almost a perfect example of certain weapon systems being locked out, certain weapon systems being very much brought into the fore. I think that is this a unique thing of 11th? No. I think you could say exactly the same thing was applied in 10th edition because of the AP system. Is it AP1? Get fucked. I'm not taking it. I have to take big AP weapons. That's why like executioners and vanquishers were so prominent in 10th, and now it's looking like things like battle tanks are coming back into the fore. So it's just a moving of the goalposts. It's just a rejigging of what's viable and what isn't. So that's why I'm not dooming on it, but I am objectively analyzing and going, this is going to have an impact. I think there is a tendency. There's two tendencies I think that Warhammer players / human beings have. They hear a change that might be kind of spicy and they want to sort of just cope it away. Oh, it won't be so bad. Oh, it'll be fine. Just don't think about it. It'll be all right, kind of thing. No, that's not right. And then there's people who, when they hear like a 40k change is coming and it might have some potential negative consequences in one direction, albeit there could be positive directions in another direction, that there's going to be people that assume you're dooming on the game. And I'm not doing either of those things. I'm acknowledging the change. I think it's going to be impactful. I think it's going to have negative consequences on blob guard screening. I think it's going to have positive consequences for things like mech guard and things like Bullgrin and stuff like that. And, I also think a big positive impact that this could have could be on reactive move units like Death Riders and like that stratagem in the Recon Guard detachment. Death Riders stonks could be increasing here. Why? Because someone comes towards you, you got a fucking screening line to move to block them. Oh, they wanted to go after that tank? Oh, screening line. Could be very nice, that. You move the Death Riders to create a less efficient charge for the unit behind. See what I mean? It's not dooming. It's like, hey, this is going to fuck this thing. So now we need to look in our toolbox. What's the new tool that we need? And this is why I'm saying, like, it's not even an 11th edition thing. It happens every edition of 40k. What was good in 8th is different to what's good in 9th. It's different to what's good in 10th. Different to what's good in 11th. It's not dooming on the game. It's the objective analysis. And if you don't take these impacts into account, if you don't take the analysis, don't do your analysis, you're going to sleepwalk into 11th edition and find yourself with your trousers down, bent over a desk with someone using your ass crack as a toast rack. That's what's going to happen. There you go. Right? So is this going to be potentially a big buff for Assault? Yes. Do we have ways of being adapted to it? Yes. So, but I do think it's and again, it's a rumor. It could be bullshit. If this pans out, I think it'll be hugely impactful, but I don't think it's the end of the game. You just need to adapt your tactics. And if there's one thing the Guard is good at, it's adapting our tactics. We're very good at that in the Guard community. Yeah. We have a good grumble about it, and then we fucking, pay up a bunch more tanks, a bunch more units, and get back onto those tables and maintain that 42% win rate like our lives depend on it. If it ever goes above 42%, we've got to tank it until it goes back down to 42%. If it ever goes to below 30%, we've all got to put some graft in to get it back up to 42%. 42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. And we, as the Guard, maintain that control group. That's what we're the control group. If anything starts wobbling around the Guard 42% win rate, we need to pay attention. All right. Now, if they go back to blob coherency, it can be interesting. Syriade, it can be interesting, but this is why it's interesting. But this is why I kind of had to shout down chat a little bit here, because I had a lot of people in chat. They're like, "Oh, it's talking about this. It is going to, if it's true, it is going to make a massive difference." Probably more impactful than anything else we've seen so far, including primary missions and shit like that. Because the primary mission ones, you just pick the best mission, right? You just pick the best force position. Everyone does so. Play a bunch of mirror matches. That's the way it's going to go, right? The overrun thing, it's just, that's something you can almost just adapt with, just like spacings and stuff. But this has the potential to fundamentally change how you need to build a list. Yeah. It'll be a massive shake-up, but change, but a shake-up will be cool. Potentially. I'm not saying whether it's going to end up good or bad yet. I'm sitting on that fence. I'm not saying whether I think it's going to be a positive change or a negative change. I'm just saying it is a change. It is an impactful change. And you can't bury your heads in your sand. You can't hand wave this one away. If this rumor pans out, it's a very, very big deal. But it's time to start thinking about how you deal with it, not how you don't deal with it. Okay, so that's rumor number one. The next rumor, I think, is pure, unadulterated beef. I think this could cause a lot of upset in the community. And I think for some people, I think there's going to be basically 3 reactions to this, right? Some people are going to crash out massively about it. Some people are going to say, I told you so. Some people are going to be like resigned, like, oh, fuck it, fuck's sake, fine, but it's not that unexpected. And some people are going to be massive, mega, thunder, just thunder cunts. They're going to be really smug about it. For some reason, they're going to use an opportunity to lord it over their fellow wargamers. I don't know why. Big rumor that came out today. I heard it from Valrak, so big shout out to him. But I've been hearing a few rumors about this for a while now, but not any specifics around it. Space Marine Mega Purge incoming. You know how Stormcast Eternals got huge quantities of their ranged legends at the beginning of 4th edition AOS? Yeah, that's coming in as Space Marines. I think GW is finally not. I think they're not only they finally turned the life support off Firstborns, but the shocker is it's coming for Primaris as well. That's the thing which I think is gonna. I think that's the thing which is gonna get people. So there's gonna be a bunch of people that say, "Oh, I expected the Firstborn stuff to go away," but before we even get to the Primaris sort of side of it, let's talk about the Firstborn bit. So some of the Firstborn stuff that's going to go away, I think, is not a surprise. The Tactical Marine, after 40 years of service, is going away. Some people will say, I told you so. But I would like us all to pause on that one. I think the Tactical Marine going away is a really, really, really big milestone moment for 40k. That is a kit which has existed within 40k from day one. From Road Trader, I think it was the first plastic kit. Like when we were looking at this, when we were doing the whole like comparing the different starter sets through the ages, right? And I think that one of the first boxes you could get was the 40k, with the Road Trader plastic Marines. I think the Tactical Marine going away. It is a perfect example of how 40k and Games Workshop is not the same anymore. I know a lot of us still think of Games Workshop as it's always been Games Workshop, and 40k. It's always just 40k is 40k. I think this has been happening for a while now. I think it's been happening at an increased rate. I think there's been many, many examples on multiple fronts: lore, models, hobbying, name changes, brand changes, all this kind of stuff. I think the Tactical Marine kit going away after 40 years of service is one of the... It'll be one of those milestone moments where basically it's like one of the confirmations that this is not the same 40k, this is not the same GW. I think it's a real shame. I know there'll be a lot of people that say, oh, nobody uses them anymore and stuff like that. I think I think if you're using that as a reason to be okay with it going away, you have been successfully psyoped by Games Workshop. It means that you have fallen into the engineered process that they have created, where, you know, if it's not got good rules, everything's so gameplay focused. It's not got good rules. GW could give it good rules. But there's a reason they don't give them good rules. So then they can then justify cutting them away, right? People saying, "Oh, no one uses tactical marines anymore." Why do people not use tactical marines anymore? If tactical marines were one of the best units in the game, would people use them? Right now, with the old ass janky models, yes. It's not like, you know, GW wrote the rules for them, guys. It's not like GW's been forced to cut them for some uncontrollable reasons, right? And I think that tactical marines, I just don't think you can make an argument. I don't think you can make a. I mean, there's going to be people in chat that disagree with me. I can see Serie disagreeing with me, but I don't think you can make a good faith argument on that, because, like, Games Workshop has publicly said this for many, many years, that the tactical marine kit was their best selling kit. And to give you an example of this, one of the selling points, or sort of hype points, they used around Lord of the Rings, I think it was the Isengard models, the Uruk-hai that came out, is it's the only kit that's ever outsold the tactical marine squad when 40k was at its peak and when Lord of the Rings came out, right? The reason that they're going away now is because Games Workshop has successfully manufactured that process so that they can take them away. That's it, right? So, Warhammer Fantasy isn't selling. Guess we have to blow it up. Why wasn't it selling? Exactly. Right? So, the tactical marine going away, I think, is a real... For me, it's a mask-off moment. Or, mask-off moment might not be quite the right term, but it's this is no longer 40k. This is a different game with the 40k IP slapped on top of it. It's not only the end. It's the end of an era doesn't quite justify it. But anyway. So tactical marines are going away. Devastators are going away. The big one that so there's all of that firstborn shit's going away basically, and that is sad. We can argue till the cows come home whether the tactical marine going or not is impactful. What I think is going to really cause a stir is the firstborn vehicles that are going away. The Predator is rumored. There are a lot of Space Marine players who have Predators. A lot of Space Marine players who bought Predators in 10th edition. You know the Predator with the autocannon and the two las cannons on the side? Rumor has it, it's Gunners. And the really big one, if it's true, remember rumors, as Varak says, rumors are just rumors. Vindicators. The only two vehicles that are apparently going to, or the only two vehicles that are apparently going to make it from the firstborn range are going to be the Rhino and the Land Raider. Apparently the Razorback is going to Legends, which is a bit unusual because I think the Razorback is in the same box as the Rhino. Maybe there's an extra sprue involved that I don't remember. But yeah. So apparently there might be some like new tracked vehicles coming to Space Marines, but it's very, very, like, there's no details on that whatsoever. It's an extra sprue, yeah. So, yeah, the Razorback going away, Predator going away, Vindicator going away. Yeah. Series 8, Element Glory, the rumor was there's a new Rhino. Primaris Rhino incoming. Storm Raven going away. All the flyers going away. Storm Raven, Storm Talon, all that going away. So, yeah. So I think it's been happening bit by bit over the years. I think 11th edition is going to see the GW ripping the band-aid off. I think they're gonna take. I think they're gonna do it. If I was a betting man, they're gonna do it around the launch of the new edition, hoping that the hype generated by the launch will drown out the beef generated by the great legendsing. If Games Workshop is extra scummy, they'll wait until just after the launch has happened, where basically a load of new players will jump into the game, they'll buy a bunch of shit that they don't know is going to go to Legends, and then it'll go to Legends after UW sold a bunch of kits for it. They'd wait till the Codex? Exactly. So Marine Codex 11th edition is probably where it'll happen. To be fair, that's exactly what they did, I think, with 10th edition. That's when they got rid of all that scout bikes and stuff. Yeah. They'll do what they did to Stormcast, announce a 1 year time before it goes to Legends. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. We aren't getting the updated Mutant Field Manual before launch. We'll get the 11th rules before the launch, but won't have updated points of profiles. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get the rules probably end of May, and then we'll the launch will be on the 20th of June, is my understanding. So that's the Firstborn side of things. Now, there is the Primaris side of things, but we'll get to that in a second. Because obviously, whilst all this stuff is kind of like bad for Marines, for me personally, it creates a great amount of uncertainty for the Guard. I've had a sickening feeling in my stomach that they're going to get rid of the Lehman Russ. I've no evidence for this whatsoever. The only evidence I have for it is the Lehman Russ is featured in... we haven't seen anything for the Russ in the Total War trailer. It was all Rogel Dawn shit. In fact, any of the gameplay trailers that GW's been putting out, we've not seen the Russ featured once, whether it was in that like Tacticus game I think they brought out, Dawn of War 4 trailers that we've seen, Total War stuff. If you go back and look at all those trailers, none of it had Liam Russ's. It was just the Rogel Dawn. So I am. It makes me worried, and to sort of touch upon a big topic here, this is the problem with legendsing stuff. When Games Workshop does this kind of legendsing shit, it creates a huge amount of uncertainty into the market, like, because people don't know, because they don't tell anyone in advance what's happening, and the thing is, if they did tell people in advance, it still cuts sales down massively. Because people aren't, even if they know that they've got a year on it, they're still not going to buy it. So I think that there's a non-zero chance the Liam Russ is going to go. I don't know when. Maybe 11th, maybe 12th, but I don't know. The big one is the Russ is in Heresy now. If it's in Heresy, why would Games Workshop produce 2 different Rust kits? Or 3 even. Technically, because of the Heresy thing. This was all over Space Marine 2 and Dark Tide. Yeah, those came out a little while ago now, man. Those come out. Space Marine 2 was like 2-3 years ago now. Something crazy. It wasn't last year. It was the year before. I think it was 2024, wasn't it? I think it was 2024. Yeah, Space Marine 2's coming up to 2 years old. Same with Dark Tide's fucking probably 4 or 5 years old now, right? 4 years old. Yeah, Dark Tide. I don't think those games can be used as a litmus test anymore. I don't think they can be. Siriade, Atman Glory, I think you're more likely to get a new Rust variant that warrants a new kit. Maybe. Maybe. If true. But strangely, it only fills me with a modicum of hope. Because whenever we see a new kit replace an old kit, the new kit's inferior. The old Rust kit. It's a little rough, but it's very easy to build. Yeah. Is Alien Rust Legends speculation? It is. Pure speculation. But if they can Legends, I mean, think about it this way. If they can Legends great selling kits like Vindicators, which have been selling well in 10th edition, I mean, every Space Marine player has run basically 2 to 3 of the things. And there's a lot of Space Marine players. Even if you're a Blood Angels player, you still run 2 to 3 of the things. If you think of all the Predators that have been viable all the way through, you think all of the Vindicators, if they can get rid of those things, Anyway, let us go back. That is pure speculation. Let's go back to the rumor. Primara stuff. I think it is 95% confirmed at this point that another Primaris unit is going to Legends. This time it is the Suppressors. So what we're starting to see, so this is the moment where I think all those people that go, well, I knew the Firstborn stuff was going to go to Legends. This is where all of those guys get to shut the fuck up. Because they're the problem. GW has come for the Firstborn stuff first. Now they're gonna now they've got everyone used to the idea of Legendsing and churn. They're coming for your Primaris stuff. Suppressors are not the first unit to go away. Aldeus, to be fair, the Suppressors were only put out in a collected box set. They never put them out as their own box. Aldeus, you're falling for the GW PSYOP. I love you, buddy, but I'm going to give it to you straight. You're falling for the GW PSYOP. Nobody stopped Games Workshop from putting them out as a separate box. Think about it. There was no cosmic reason why GW couldn't have just released the Suppressor kit. There's no reason why. They have chosen not to. They have chosen to give them bad rules, and now they are choosing to Legends them. And this is not this is not, there's always, they just didn't want to, exactly. And the reason they won't want to is it's all going to come, remember, it always comes back to profitability with Games Workshop. We know this now, basically, as a fact from inside sources. It always comes back to the money. It always comes back to profitability. If they can do something that will make them more money or save them money, then they'll do it. They don't care about the customer experience. Why is every GW kit basically being crammed onto 2 sprues? Right? Pretty much everything is on 2 sprues, which is sometimes 3, but typically 2 sprues. That means they can sell you. That means the boxes are smaller, saves on shipping costs. They don't care that causes the sprues to be massively overcrowded and with terrible layouts that you have to fucking do a treasure hunt to find the bits. They don't care. They don't care about the customer experience. It's all about profitability. That's it. Amongst other reasons. Now, going back to the Primaris thing, we've now seen, I mean, I can think of 3 or 4 units off the top of my head for Primaris that have gone away now. Suppressors. We've seen the Hounds of Morkai go away. We've seen the we've seen Primaris Calgar go away, and I'm sure there's a couple of other ones, but I can't quite remember the top of my head. I'm sure we did this when Calgar went away, and we worked out that there was like 3 or 4 that had just sort of been shadowed, taken out of the game, and you'll see it, and you'll see the 2 dudes with Calgar. Yeah, I mean that's probably I count that as the same kit, to be fair. And here's the thing. Some of you are newer to this community than others. Some of us have been around forever. Right? We've been around forever and ever and ever. Other ones of us are, you joined in 10th. And so you're kind of going through this for like the first time. Maybe end of 9th, beginning of 10th, right? Oh, no, it's not really. I was going to say the Blood Angel stuff as well, right? Because they got rid of all the old Death Company kits and then didn't replace them. But anyway. But, getting back to it. Everything that you're seeing people say about, the Invader ATV, yeah, that's going as well. They're going to replace it with the new Land Raider. Every excuse you are hearing people say now, they said in 8th and 9th edition. It's cope. Plain and simple. Or it's people not wanting to believe the bad news. It's that simple. People going, oh, well, no one really used the Hounds of Morkai. Or, oh, well, the suppressors, they never got their own standalone box. All that kind of stuff. And more. I've heard it 1,000 times over the years. Heard it 1,000 times. Same shit, different day. The reason Games Workshop is going to get rid of one kit is so they can sell you another kit. That's the reason it's going away. There is no single kit in the Warhammer range which is safe. There's none. Some will be more affected by this than others. But you know who's going to go next? Eliminators. Look at everything that was released in 8th edition for Space Marines. By the time 12th edition comes along, all of that will be Legends. Guaranteed. They'll get rid of the Eliminators, and then they'll bring out some other Space Marine kit for you to buy. And that'll just continue. And the only reason they will get rid of it is not for... The only reason they will get rid of it is so they can sell you something else. That's it. Now, whether you think that's fine, whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, whether you're like, well, I want the old kits to go away, I want them to refresh them, whatever it may be, blah, 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 blah. Look, I'm not even going to get into the arguments with it. Like I did with the coherency thing. I'm pissed off about the tactical Marines in the first one going away because I think the reason I'm pissed off about that is I don't think it's possible any longer for us to kid ourselves. This is a different company now. It may have the GW logo on it, but this is just a different company. And this, 40K might have the 40K logo, but not the same one. But it's a different game now. All right. So I'm kind of sad about that because it's like I can no longer lie to myself. I've got to accept the truth, right? Fine, whatever. But looking at this from a completely unobjective point of view. You can be pro it, you can be anti it, but you just let us cut through the bullshit is what I'm saying. Let's just cut through it. It has nothing to do with replace. The only reason they do this is so that they can make you buy more stuff. And if you're okay with that, look, if you are okay with being milked, then own it. Don't be like the towel players that are like, I just like the battlesuits. No, you don't. You like winning, and that's fine. We don't hate you for wanting to win. We hate you for lying about wanting to win. Like, that's it, okay? Like, that's it. It's that simple, all right? If you want to be milked by GW, if you love the milking process, then own it. Be like, hook my nipples up. Hook me up, baby. Hook me up. I love a good milking, guys. I love it when Warlord milks me. All right? I say, I am unapologetic in my Warlord ball washing. And I own it. I've never lied to you guys. I own it. I like, milk me, Warlord. Milk me. Give me them balls. I want to see my reflection in them. Right? That's what I'm all about. And I think we need to get over that. I think we need to get there with 40k now. We need to get there with 40k. It's like, look, if we like being milked by GW, let's just get milked. There you go. Personally, I think my nipples are starting to chafe a little bit. They've milked me bloody dry. But I've been on the GW milking machine for a bit longer than some people. And likewise, there are other people in this community that have been on the milking machine a bit longer. But there's some of you that have got lovely fresh teats that are ready for the milking. And you know what? Hook yourselves up. You go, girl. I ain't going to yuck your yum. If you are like, fuck all, fuck the suppressors, fuck the eliminators, fuck the inceptors, fuck all those 8th edition janky ass bullshit fucking Primaris, get rid of all this firstborn, give me the latest and greatest in GW fucking Space Marine design and fucking drain my wallet. Fine. That's fine. Like, I'm genuinely don't have any ill will towards you. It's your money, it's your time, you spend it however you fucking want. I personally, not a massive fan. I'll make no bones about that. I'll be honest with you. I won't fucking cope around it or anything like that. I'm not a fan. But if you're okay with it, that's fine, whatever. Yeah. I get milked elsewhere now. It's that simple. But I still get milked. I'm a war game. I love a good milking. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. I think this is kind of where we need to, as a community, I think we need to start just being more honest with ourselves about these kind of things. Yeah. Now, yeah. Just Apollos, get used to it. It'll get you in every part of life eventually. Almost nothing lasts 40 years unchanged. And aging gracefully is learning how to deal with that. I suppose just Apollos. Yeah. I suppose. So Newbie, I don't fully care for Space Marines, but I know if they attack Space Marine fans, any army can be legends. We already had a lot of legends, but GW like to hit us every time. I mean, and this is the, I think, Games Workshop's, it's funny. I do wonder how much of this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. I do. I believe that ex-GW employees have sort of talked about this before, but Games Workshop has got analytics on like how their customers spend their money, and basically GW gets like 90% of I'm pulling figures out my ass, but the vast majority of the money off a new customer at the very beginning, and then it basically after an initial like, if it's like a year or 2 years or 3 years, after like an initial like big, it goes and drops off a cliff, right? Essentially. I wonder if that's because after a few years, people get disillusioned. right? I do. So GW sort of sees that data, and it's like, oh well, that means we have to be replacing old kits because it basically means it gets to a point where new players have got all the models that they want, so they're not getting new models. And I wonder if that is the case, or if it's people. What the data is actually showing is people buying. They buy stuff initially, and then something comes along, like a bunch of their units get legends or something, and then they go fuck this, and they end up selling out or cashing out is a better term. Yeah, I wonder if that's the reason. Could be, right? It could be. It's like, does anyone remember the? It's quite. I think every college or probably even like middle school, but like I remember seeing this first time at university about like how you interpret data, and there's the famous picture of the. I'll see if I can find it. Some of you will know the answer straight away. Hey, there you go. I found it. Absolutely. Right. Okay. So this is the example that always gets used at university, right? Some of you will know the answer straight away. You would have all seen this picture. If you recognize, you would have seen it if you recognize it, right? So in World War II, the Allies, everyone recognizes it right away. Is it survivor bias? Yeah, right. So everyone recognizes this picture. If you know what I'm talking about, you'll recognize the picture, right? If you haven't heard it before, I'll take you through it, right? So what in World War II, Allied command wanted to do was they were losing a lot of bombers, and they wanted to figure out ways of reducing the amount of bombers that they were losing. So they started doing analysis on bombers that like returned back to base, and they looked at like where the planes had been hit. And so the question that gets put to you, and you're like a student, which is like, so looking at this, this shows where like the common places where the planes were getting hit. So where do you put the extra like armor and protection on the plane? And the vast majority of people, because the first time sort of look at something like this, the vast majority of people go the red bits, because the red bits are where it's been hit the most, right? So that's where you need to put the armor. But actually, you put the armor on the clear bits, because the red bits are where the plane got hit and successfully made it back to base for analysis. The clear bits they're the bits that if they get hit, the plane doesn't return to base, so it doesn't show up in the data. Yeah, right? So it's kind of like, to use, Warhammer as an example, Games Workshop says there's a huge, everyone spends the money at the beginning and then it drops off. So we basically, they could be, I have no idea. They could be interpreting that, tinfoil hat theory, that, oh, well, we need to keep refreshing the models because our analysis shows that once people have spent an initial amount, that we need to basically, it means they're not buying anymore. But the reality is that maybe what that's actually showing is that it's the refreshes and the legendsing and all that kind of shit, which is causing people to drop off. Because after a while, something they bought got legends, something they bought, the rules got fucked with, all that kind of stuff. And so they didn't drop off because they had all the models they wanted. They dropped off because of the chicanery that Games Workshop's been doing. I have no idea if that's the case. This is me basically speculating out my asshole. There you are. There you go. But Canorian, I am shocked that planes that lose both engines do not return to base. Yeah. There you are. Like, here's the thing. If Games Workshop made Tactical Marines the best unit in the entire game, would they sell lots of tactical marines? Of course they would. Right? But there's a reason why they have the rules the way that they are, because basically they want to get rid of the tactical marine so they can resell you, basically, or sell you a new kit. Yeah, but they have to sort of like, but they go through this sort of song and dance. And I think, you know, maybe a reason for it is if I mean, they could just axe it like, so I guess the big question is, why does Games Workshop go through the big song and dance? Why don't they just, right? I think it's because Games Workshop has got very good at psyoping its community. How many people rush to the defense of Games Workshop or start coming up with all sorts of justifications the moment that a bad selling kit goes away? So it minimizes the bad press. It's that simple. That's why they do it. Because if they do it, they go through the song and dance so that the community basically does Games Workshop's defending for it. That's my theory. I have no idea. That's my speculation. That's my theory. Yeah. Fresh 562 models don't become obsolete, so the customer never has to replace them. Therefore, the company must artificially make them obsolete. You see, the funny thing is I think that I think it's all bollocks. Personally, I think you make a good game, people buy it. I think we've seen this shit from video games. I think Games Workshop, I think miniature wargaming is going through exactly the same process as video games, maybe a few years behind. But I think we're going through exactly the same stuff. Every big AAA publisher right now is having problems. Games not landing and everything. And they're constantly getting shown up. I mean, look at, what was it? Skull and Bones versus Winrose. That's just happened, for example. I think what basically has been happening is companies do all of this shit because they think it makes them more money. What they don't really realize is that actually there's just a lot of people that keep putting up with it until suddenly they don't put up with it. And then when they don't put up with it, all of a sudden it actually becomes a lot harder to change the direction things are going in, to change course. Yeah. So yeah, I own like 40 tactical marines at a minimum. The most I ever use was 10 to take 2 plasma accounts when playing Dark Angels. Okay, so yeah, out of those 40 tactical marines, how many would you use if they were the best unit in the game? Obviously, you'd use 40. Right? Yeah. Yeah. There you go. So the point is, I guess the planned obsolescence argument relies on the additional premise that the company doesn't acquire additional customers. No, they do acquire. No, the planned obsolescence is part of it's not. It doesn't go. It's not exclusive to acquiring new customers. It's part of acquiring new customers. It's how they milk old. It's how they try and get a bit more money out of old customers. But actually, you're not thinking about this. It's directed at the new customers. It's to get the new customers. Again, like I said, because it creates all this hype, which gets new customers in. It's about refilling the bucket with new people. Yeah. Yeah. Will this be a hype show due to be revealed updated true scale tactical marines? They have done, man. It's called the New Intercessors. I mean, look, I'm not immune to being psyoped by GW. I saw those New Intercessors and went, those look great. That makes me like Primaris more. Yeah. Is it a new hat stock? They do. The new intercessors are designed to basically replace tactical marines. Think the word Primaris will go away? Yep. 100%. They don't even use it anymore. Go and look at the boxes. They don't say Primaris intercessors. They say intercessors. They've already got rid of it. I think the fast way to fix UW's problem is the name swap, chaining intercessors tactical marines. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. But I suspect intercessors can have a TM on the end of it, and tactical marines can't. Barracks of the new squad is going to be called Tactical Intercessors. Well, there you go. Yeah. There you go. All right. So, long story short, 9-inch coherency is going to massively, radically change how you approach army building and how you approach defense against assault armies, melee armies. And the massive, and there's a rumored huge purge of Space Marine kits that's going to make the Stormcast purge look like child's play. And that this purge is going to happen to not just firstborn stuff, but it's going to happen to Primaris. Now, everyone is talking about suppressors going away. I think it'll be more than suppressors. I think there'll be a whole, maybe not straight away. It could be though. I could see them ditching a bunch of Primaris stuff early on. Like everyone's saying suppressors. I think you could see the Inceptors. I think you could see the Eliminators. I think you'd see aggressors going away. I think anything that was part of the 8th edition launch, I think it's basically on borrowed time. I wouldn't buy any aggressors. I wouldn't buy anything like that. That's what that I wouldn't. Yeah, I think if it's. I think at this point, models last like 2 or 3 editions. So anything that came out in 8th edition is probably going to go in 11th. So it lasted 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. So anything that comes out in 9th is going to last 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. That's what's happening. Yeah. Aggressors are going to stay. They are the Assault Centurion replacement. Mad Larkin, why would aggressors stay? Unless they become... even becoming good doesn't save you. How good are Vindicators? How good were Predators for a lot of the edition? Even being good doesn't save you now. Like, what? Like, I can absolutely see aggressors. I am almost certain aggressors will go away. So yeah, I think they're whacking the units that I consider subpar looks-wise. I agree. I think they're getting rid of the first-gen Primaris stuff because a lot of the new stuff that's coming out does look better. Like, I think a good example is the new Chaplain. If you look at the 8th edition Chaplain that came out, that guy looks like he's shitting himself. Like, the legs are turned in. Like, he's like this. Like, when you actually look at it, like, no one stands with their legs turned in like this. You know what I mean? That's his pose, right? Yeah. Yeah. Saved. Hot to true, dude. That's true. Yeah, so I think everything lasts. I think GW basically now, everything lasts a maximum of 3 editions, and then, and I say a maximum of 3 editions. That's my hot take. That's my theory. I think if it, yeah, that's my theory. A film theory. All right, I'll stop it. Yeah. And obviously, you know my opinion on it. I don't think it's a good thing. I think that it is it's kind of scummy. It makes me uncertain on purchasing anything from Games Workshop. It does not incentivize. It puts me into a sort of a protective posture. It doesn't incentivize me psychologically. It makes me go, okay, I don't want to invest my money into this game because I feel like it will be a wasted investment. But I've been playing for a long time. You might be newer, and you might be thinking to yourself, well, I probably won't be playing the game in 10 years' time, so it doesn't really affect me. Or you might have a whole bunch of reasons, and you might still be playing in 10 years' time, and you might have a whole bunch of reasons, long term, for not caring about this, or caring about it in a positive way. Yeah. I've given you my opinion. I'm not going to demonize you for having your opinion. I've just enjoyed the discussion around it. Yeah. It doesn't. Yeah. If I was to be, it doesn't affect. It doesn't. If it'd been a few years ago, it probably would have bothered me a bit more. It doesn't bother me as much anymore because I don't just play 40k anymore. So it's it's less. I've got now. I have a diversified portfolio. See, they tell you to diversify for a reason, guys. I've been telling you all to diversify for a long time. All right. As far as you go, he's not going to demonize us except for calling us milk cattle. I include myself in that. Remember, I said I get milked as well. And I said I got milked by GW for many years. I did not put myself on a pedestal there. I just said that my teats are a bit chafed. But your teats are still fresh and perky. Ripe for a good milking. And that's all right. Agree to disagree. That's all right, bro. Don't worry. I'm just busting your balls a little bit. You're busting mine. I'm busting yours. We're all busting balls. There you go. There you are. The Canorian boy did admit he washed water balls while they milked him. The exact words. The exact words of the text. But do you understand them? Do you know what they mean? I don't know. Of course you don't. I know anyone here would know what a good milking was if it jumped up and bit them in the ass. Do you believe them? That's it. There you go. There you are. I love that. All right. So, we've got a few super chats here, I think. And then we'll see where we're up to. I do want to say, chat. I particularly enjoyed that discussion because I think we were able to get into a relatively spicy topic, and everyone was able to remain relatively good-humored throughout. And I noticed that in the chat, so you can give yourselves all a bit of a pat on the back. Yeah, I think it's. I know it sounds like I'm being a bit wanky about the whole thing, but I do think it's important to recognize that. Yeah, the discussion about healthy. Yeah, exactly. I think it's because it was a beefy topic and we didn't shy away from the beef, but we were honest about the beef, and then that allowed us to kind of laugh about the beef, and then the laughter sort of helped. It was just, I think we all felt it. Yeah. Fresh Super Macro takes that GW is a company that never managed to properly deflate itself after the boom it had 25 years ago. It all has to be his way because the company is so fucking large. I agree. To an extent, I wouldn't say 25 years ago. I would say 10 years ago, man. I think Games Workshop exploded during 8th edition, and it has basically pursued a policy of aggressive expansion, but I don't think it ever has consolidated its position, and I don't think they ever will. I think they are pursuing endless momentum. I think they are pursuing endless momentum. And the question is, can they pursue endless momentum? Can they pursue endless growth? It cannot keep up with its own growth, and it really fucking needs to. I don't know. I think in business, consolidation is sometimes a trap. I think so. I think if you can just, I don't know, it's tricky. History is replete with examples of companies over expanding and then collapsing. So that could happen. But then also, sometimes if you stop and consolidate, then you lose the momentum and then you struggle to get it back. Exactly, like Joseph Wrigley said. Consolidation is good, but you often get stuck in place and never get to expand again. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Fresh 52. This is wargaming is ultimately a niche hobby. It's weird a wargame company is that huge. Yeah, I mean, that is a great point. It's crazy how big Games Workshop is. For me, and you know, we've been talking honestly about this, and I would quite like for people to both support and push back on what I'm about to say. So if you're someone that still buys from Games Workshop, whether you're new or old, I'd like to hear from you. And if you're someone that doesn't buy from Games Workshop, I'd like to hear from you. And I don't want us to fall out with each other because we've been very well behaved up until this point. All right? And you're not going to get told off. You're not going to get shat on for your opinions. I'm just going to read them and like go like, okay, right. My take is I don't know how anyone buys from Games Workshop anymore, especially direct from them. But in general, I really struggle to I struggle to understand how they still have like any customer goodwill. I don't get it. I feel like if any other company pulled a fraction of what they did, especially within wargaming, they would go under. I feel like other companies have to go above and beyond, have to be ultimately squeaky clean, can't get away with like any FOMO bullshit, can't get away with basically essentially enabling scalpers, can't get away with just invalidating massive parts of people's collections and stuff like that on such a regular scale, on such a with such regularity. I think I don't understand how anyone still buys from Games Workshop. I haven't been able to morally justify it to myself by my own personal code of ethics for about 3 years now. So that's I don't like how they design the sprues now. I don't like how the models are more monopose. I don't like how there's no cross compatibility. I don't like how expensive they've got. I don't like how convoluted the game has become. I don't like the FOMO bullshit. I don't like when they can't put the price up, they reduce the quality like they've done with all the paints. I don't like how they are. I don't like the direction the law's gone in, generally speaking. Like, I just don't. I cannot see. I want someone to sell me on it. Right? Like, Games Workshop has done, from what I can see, everything they can to piss me off. And what I'm starting to find is that when they announce something good for my preferred faction, like all the new stuff we've got, all the new vehicles and stuff, it gives me a momentary, temporary, positive feeling, but it doesn't last that long. It's like my system has become inured to the drug, as it were. I tell you what, you're sitting on a veritable horde GW product. If I had 18 armies, I wouldn't buy anything from them either. I can say it's absolutely hand on heart. There's nothing to do with that. I never ever stopped buying Warhammer off GW, pretty much directly. Very rarely went to third parties until the last 3 years. That is essentially a 19-year streak. And barely throwing anything out. Only sold things basically twice. Because I would expand into other factions and stuff. And I even got, when I completed one guard army, I got another guard army. I've never had, for 19 years, I never had a problem with buying Warhammer and expanding and expanding and expanding and expanding. So it's not that. I can tell you hand on heart, there's nothing to do with the quantity of models I have. I want more. I want to be milked. I will say this again and again and again. I want to be milked. GW feels like they don't want to milk me. I feel like I've been cast aside. I feel like my milk's not good enough anymore. Right? Is my milk... Do you not want my milk, GW? It's not sweet. Is it bitter? Has my milk soured? It must have done, right? That must be it. That's what a lot of people are saying. I did ask for thoughts on this, so I'm going to take a look at what people are saying. Suppose you go. I buy from them because it's within my means and I genuinely like the design of their models the best. I am also primarily a painter, so my perspective is different. That's fair. That's good. That's fair enough. Yeah. KD Colors, I buy you stuff for my free local game store, 50% discount. I don't mind because I like your models and it supports my shop. All right. Game 2, I haven't placed the 7th. I'm hoping 11th will bring me back. I used to be a massive Jewish shill nowadays. I just can't be bothered with the hobby. Yeah. That kind of reminds me of, if you've not seen the Outer Circle's latest video, it's actually kind of heartbreaking. That guy, I'm going to say right now, the Outer Circle, aka the Inner Salt Mine, he needs to bust a rift. That guy is, he's actively becoming depressed because he just, heresy is basically shit the bed. And he just like, I don't think he's just willing to step outside the GW bubble yet, but he needs to for his own sake. He fucking needs to. Like he's gone from being like amusingly salty to like, I actually feel for him now. Like genuinely, like it's sad. And not in a, he's fucking sad. Like, no, it's like, as a fellow wargamer to wargamer, like it's sad. The guy needs to bust a rift. It will make him so happy. He'll go. It's like that scene in the old Lonely Island song. I just had sex, where it's like it makes a nasty man a nice man. Like that's what he needs. I just had rift. Like it's okay. Like he's making himself give up on wargaming because he's just not willing to walk away from GW, and I think he just needs to. I know he doesn't want to, but I think he needs to for his own sake. Ed Bailey, the only time I get from GW is if what I want to guarantee to get something is limited edition, and that stuff GW is I go to is very nice. That's fair enough. Squawk, I don't trust them. I only buy from them if they make something I know I can enjoy, even if the version of the game I bought for it goes out of print. That's fair enough. But Mountain, the ball ache of building the kits was at least as much the reason I started buying 3D prints as the price or anything. I think that's, yeah, I can't build new GW kits. It's just not fun. It's a Rumours for me. I'm like 4 years in the hobby, and the vast majority of friends and playgroup only play GW, so it's the price I pay to interact with them and be a part of those groups. That's fair. The need to be able to play a game, like at least you get to play something. Yeah, I understand that. The Canorian, a variety of reasons. There's sculpts are some of the best out there. There's a community for the hobby basically everywhere, and a lot of people like to buy from their local hobby shop. Yeah, that's all right. But I mean, the buying, I don't really take the buying from the local hobby shop as a valid argument, because you can buy any game for your local hobby shop. That's like saying, well, I buy AOS because I buy it from a local hobby shop. It doesn't mean anything. I understand that you're saying, like, I'm buying things to support my hobby shop, but it's like, it doesn't need to be 40k. Like, the other reasons make sense to me. The buying it to support the hobby shop doesn't make sense. You could buy anything from them. You could buy all your fucking paint from them. Most of them sell food. You could buy an industrial quantity of cheesy chips and still support them. I suppose you go. Also, a lot of friends of mine play the game and we enjoy it. That's fine. Mash Fox, for me, it's the only shop that sells it locally. Otherwise, I've started going with eBay rescues, and even then, I only buy a new character nowadays. That everyone goes through that. You go from buying from GW to your local shop to retailer, eBay and stuff. Yeah. Helens, I haven't played since first edition. My God, I go to the jewelry store once a month. They are so nice. I started about 8 months ago, and I am $900 in on a Cinematic Creek infantry army. That's amazing. I mean, that's crazy, but it's amazing. As of Ninja, Mordian, I 100% agree. When you force monopose and all this other shit, you end up taking away from customer agency, and not talking about the price. Yeah. It's almost you are also. I already had that one. The real price is the price in the discounter. Jewelry sells less and less of their own product. That's true. Yeah, people don't. But the thing is, now because of the scarcity, retailers are offering less and less discounts. Like Element Games doesn't do a discount on FOMO boxes for the most part anymore because they know they'll sell them out anyway. And that's bad. Red Scout, I don't buy direct from GW, but I do buy from third-party stockists, LGS, alt online stores. For the love of the IP, I don't want 40k to go away. It's an abusive relationship. I mean, it is. Yeah. I think that a lot of people think that the 40k IP is like this amazing thing. And it is very good, don't get me wrong. But it's like people don't think there are other IPs out there that could possibly be as good. I was someone, look at me. I am where all of you have been. I've been there. I felt the things you're feeling. I've said the same things you're saying. Nothing that has been said so far has surprised me. I've said all the same things to myself. From the positive to the negative, all of it. And I will tell you this right now, hand on heart, honest to God. I was shocked and appalled at myself how easy I found it to fall in love with another IP. I thought nothing would ever come close to 40k. It's like, it turns out that, I don't know, a good IP is a good IP at the end of the day. Yeah. I was shocked at how easily I fell into one. And that's not just including Warhammer the Old World, which I think is very good. I was shocked. I will tell you what, I was genuinely surprised how quickly I fell into Konflikt's IP and the universe. I genuinely, I'm probably more shocked than the rest of you are. Like, don't think like I said, I'm a war gamer before I am a content creator, before I'm anything else. I'm a war gamer. If all of you guys were wondering why the fuck, how the fuck has Mordian gone so hard on Konflikt, I don't, fuck man, I don't fucking know. It's just fucking good. That's it. I'm still working it out. It's great. It's got its fucking hooks in, my friend. I don't know why. It just taps into the fucking wargamer DNA, man. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. The Canorian, I'm a patriot and support one of the last things the UK is leading in. Vitally also charge the Americans and Aussies extra for leaving us. Oh, fair enough. There's lots of other stuff. I haven't read everyone's comments out. I do apologize. There's a lot of them. You've all made some very excellent points, positively and negatively. I'm scrolling through now to see if anyone others jump out. I do appreciate you all taking the time to leave something. I've tried to address some of them as like groups and stuff, like the IP one. Got a few people saying the IP thing. Yeah, but buying from your local hobby shop is why the price isn't as bad as the cheaper price would suggest for a lot of people. Less of a selling point, more of a less of a push away point. The discount now just gives you the price from the beginning of the edition. Like, I think to watch out, models have gone up 20% in 3 years or something. Anonymous, law, generally don't care, only my headcount is real. Models are spending $1 billion hours painting, don't care if it's more expensive, don't buy characters due to price and keep bashing its flavour down. Yeah, that's fair. Canorian, problem is the other IPs in Wargaming don't have the weight of GWs and the average customer isn't willing to wait years of building it up. The thing is, GW does have a lot of lore, but a huge amount of that lore is kind of gash and has been for years. Like, people go on about how the new lore is worse than the old lore. There's always been, like, for every good bit of lore that came out, there's been like 3 shit bits. It's always been that way, you know. It's why I don't get people who are so like purist about the lore in some ways. Like, I get it and I don't get it at the same time. But one thing that I always found, and this isn't really a pushback, it's not really a disagreement. Do you know what's funny? Do you know what made me realize how actually 40k lore, how 40k universe is actually like quite shallow? Was historicals. Turns out there's a lot more history than there is GW lore. And the fucking rabbit holes you can go down on just a single conflict is insane. But it's real rather than sci-fi, and there's a certain allure for sci-fi, so it's a little bit of a false comparison. And I get that. Also, do you think that everyone is eventually going to walk the same path as you and feel the same way about other IPs? Suppose you go, everyone is on the same hobby journey. Some people are just further down the road. Some people walk the road quicker. Some people walk the road slower. Everyone is on the same hobby journey. There will be some point in the future, suppose you go, where you step outside the GW bubble in a significant way. Could be a year from now. Could be 3 years. Could be 5 years. Could be 10 years. Everyone is on the same hobby journey. They're just on different steps on the path. A great example of this is looking at me versus looking at my brother. My brother's 5 years older than me. He's 5 years further down the path than me. And he has commented to me several times, in a nice way. He's commented several times, like, it's funny seeing some of the stuff that I'm going through, because that's exactly the same stuff he went through. And now he's, like, seeing me go through it. Yeah. 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 What do we got here? Got some super chats and stuff. Let's have a look. Sorry that it's taken me a little while to get through some of these. Anthony Wins, thanks for super chat. 40k rumor mill. Is that you lobbying for the 40k rumors, or did you have more rumors? I think you were lobbying for the rumors. It's all right, we've gone through all the rumors now, man. We've gone through it all. Ed Bailey, thanks for chat. Yeah, to me, what's the rumor? Also, Rattle the Tin Cup. We've gone. The rumors are coherency is going to be changed. Lots of stuff is going to Legends. Big Space Marine purge at the beginning of 11th. Ed Bailey, Timmy, it is time to execute Order 66. GW is executing Order 66 on the Firstborn Jedi Order. Bruce Oatman, thank you for the Beam Blade. I had joked that the 500 Worlds would have the law say that, oh, all the firstborn perish in defense of the 500 Worlds. I'd bump off Flyers too. GW can't write rules for them to say themselves. I think between the 500 Worlds and the devastation of Baal, GW will could justify getting rid of the Primaris. Not the Primaris. Maybe. The firstborn. Yeah. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. Funny enough, Space Marine 2 is like only 2 years old. You can't get Karl going his Gravis armor despite being on the posters in GW shops in his Gravis. Yeah. The rate of change. Yeah. It's funny. I don't have anything to add to it, but yeah, it's a rather interesting observation. I thought they'd send all the firstborn to the Death Watch, personally. But GW isn't one of the things that I have learned. So going back to Bruce Oakman's comment there for a second, one of the things that I have learned in the last year is to think like Games Workshop. Some of you may wonder, like, Mordian, how have you made so many like accurate predictions about 40k in the last like year? It's because over the last year I have dredged up my old corpo brain, and applied it to the way GW approaches stuff, and it has allowed me to understand why Games Workshop does what they do. And that has allowed me to sort of predict what they're going to do. I actually have very few Inquisition sources when it comes to this stuff. I have some, but a lot of it has just been, what would Corpo GW do? This. And then they've done it. That's it. Like, so people are like, well, they could. Why doesn't GW come up with like lore for the firstborn, like going away and all this kind of stuff? And why would they? That's how a creative thinks. They're not creatives. They're corporate. Why don't we have any lore about the Rogel Dawn? Dredging out my corporate brain from my time retail, the way they're shifting kits with Legends is like trying to get a credit card opened. Yeah. Yeah. I think, I don't know. Once you accept, the thing is, do you know what? Okay. This is an important thing. And I know I've got more super chats to catch up on, but I think this is an important thing. What makes people mad and sad and crash out of wargaming? It's not what GW does. It's not what GW does that causes that. It's people railing against what GW does that does that. It's expecting GW to do something in a different manner. And it's expecting change to go in a different direction. That's what it is. That is what makes people sad. Some people will be like, Mordian, how did you turn from like the beef at the end of last year to like how you're able to discuss these topics without getting fucking salty anymore? And the reason is because I now no longer rail against the changes. I merely objectively talk about the changes because I now understand that railing against the changes just makes me mad. And it's not that I let them off the hook, because we still cover them. I still give you my opinions on things. it's not even really apathy. It's more understanding. Maybe apathy is exactly the right word. But it's the railing against it, where basically you vortex of doom yourself. You load yourself up with shit bullets. Yeah. I remember beef Mordian. Yeah, I don't really beef anymore. Now I am merely objective Mordian. You either learn to live in the GW Matrix or you leave and join Zion. Warlord Zion? I'm a genuine child of Zion. Zion, where's that? Right. I'm a genuine child of Warlord. Where's that? It's near the Earth's core, where there's still a little bit of fun in wargaming. You've got the people who have been unplugged, and they're the X40K players. And then you've got the people that just started with Warlord, and they've not got any of the plugs. Oh my God. There you go. There's more of the unplugged people, you know. Yeah. Remember, I think in the first match, there were only like 2 guys without plugs. Everyone else had plugs, right? Didn't they? Yeah. Or sockets, I should say. Yeah. What have we got next? Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. My progress at work today, FYI, the Panzer III kit sucks. Really? I quite enjoyed building my Panzer III. I feel like the Panzer IV is slightly harder than the Panzer III, but I could be wrong. I think it's just the tracks. Yeah. I honestly don't. I built 2 Panzer IIIs. I honestly do not remember having any issues with the base kit. It was the what do you call it? The Schutzen that ended up being a problem for me. You know, the side skirts. But even that I've started to get nailed down. But different strokes, different folks, different people struggle with different kits. It was a long time since I built my 2 Panzer IIIs. I don't really remember it. Yeah. But Mounted, thank you for super chat. Battle Force Bubble Beef in stream discussion if you get to it. I saw this video pop up. I didn't watch it. I could watch it, to be fair. But yeah, I saw this video. It's from the Lords of War Games and Hobbies. Yeah. There's a lot of releases now. They do release. Games Workshop releases a lot of stuff. I don't know. I don't know how they do it. They must just have like reached the point where they must have just. Well, I know how they do it. They've just grown so much. Like it is. In some ways, awesome. And I mean, it inspires awe. Like the definition of it. It is awesome to see how much of a behemoth Games Workshop has become. Like they are Leviathan. And the amount that they can produce and release and they are a relentless. They are a relentless machine now. absolutely fucking relentless. It's almost, and this might sound like, oh, my lobster's too juicy and my steak too buttery, or other way around, right? Steak too juicy, lobster too buttery. It is almost a bit overwhelming, though. But I think, I don't think it's possible for you to get every release they do. Unless you are the ultimate giga whale. I just don't think it's possible. I think you've got to be like, you just buy the one release that for the faction of choice. Yeah. They are beyond their production capacity, to be honest. Yeah, I think there's an argument for that. Also, they are 100% doing more releases at small initial runs, as well as being slow to restock kits because they haven't got the capacity. This is also why they retire a lot of kits. Yeah. They basically have got to the point now where they instantly sell out of everything they make, which is crazy. You have the bigger juice, you just collect guard? Yeah. I agree. Strong agree. Do you want a really fucking bonkers conspiracy theory? And I have no evidence for this, and I'm not being serious in any way, shape, or form. My lawyer has advised me to tell you that this is a joke. What if... Should I get the tinfoil out? So you know that Games Workshop's got a scalping problem. What if the scalping is coming from inside the house? They release a limited amount. A bunch of scalpers buy it. And then they sell it for even more on third-party processes and make even more money from it. Could it happen? What if it's... What if the employees are doing it? You know, maybe Games Workshop doesn't know about it, but maybe what if individual employees have got those eBay shops? You would go to jail for that shit if caught. What, are Games Workshop employees not allowed to buy pre-orders? No bonus this year. Get scalping. Technically, it's not insider trading. There you go. About the least crazy thing I've heard all day. Definitely possible. Probable even. No, they weren't nicking it. No. What I mean is the GW employees are the ones that basically buy it all up on pre-orders, take it to the eBay shops and sell it all there for more because they use their staff discount. So use a staff discount to get it like 50% off. And then they get it all, take it over to eBay, and then they sell it for a markup, so they're making loads of money off it. Could it be possible? I'm not saying we're not talking Smurries, we're not talking like frontline staff here. We're talking higher ups. The executives. There's one who did that, which a staffer told me about, but apparently GW marked that shit like a hawk. What if they just... No. What if they just So you got to think like a conspiracy theorist. What if he was just the scapegoat so that they could look like they were doing something about it? But it's the executives higher up that are the ones that conducted the investigation, and they threw that guy under the bus to muddy their trail, to muddy their tracks. It's like in the 2008 financial crisis, one banker went to jail, everyone else got away with it. They threw one banker under the bus, he went to jail, and the rest of them got away with it. Apparently that one guy did all of the 2008 mad shit. You see? You see? They're putting something in the plastic to make the war gamers gay! Anyway. Oh my god. Ugh. Yep, not being the allegations tonight. Fuck the allegations. A game was good, but I was gay before I knew what wargaming was. They got to you early. You're in on it. Oh, there you go. Maybe it's in the Norn oil. Oh my god, it's in the Norn oil. Makes sense. Oh man. I'm afraid that the wargamers will be quite gay before your friends arrive. Fucking hell. There you go. Anyway, moving on. What have we got? We got some more super chats here. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat, man. Going full pirate mood. Time to loot and plunder with 3D models and being Legends models. Return to the vibes. Regret the meta. Andy W. in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I'm out on a printer, but I'm ordering these for 13 quid each. That's 1/3 of the price from GW. And the epic thing is, I can get swappable parts for 7 quid to get the basilisks, Death Strikes, Hydras, Manticore, and yes, even the Wyvern. Although I'm more lean towards the Marcher/Golden Dragon tanks, this is a cheap stopgap between the two and allows me to get very cheap tanks on the board and a big fuck you to GW. If GW keeps Legendsing, then I will take Legends to tournaments regardless of TOs. I love it. People should be allowed to use the models they bought. So when 11th comes out, dust off the models of old and stick a middle finger to GW. It's time to return to vibes. Regret the meta. Play the tune, Mordian. Hey. Let's have a look, man. Are these from Temu? Or are they like other 3D printed stuff, man? They look good. They're a little better than Temu, to be fair. So, yeah, you just swap it out. So, to be reject, damn my dyslexia, fuck. It's all right, man. I actually thought it worked. Regret the meta, and like regret chasing the meta. I thought you were being clever. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were being quite savvy. All right. They're eBay. Oh, fair enough. Well, yeah, I didn't think they were Temu. The prints are too clean for Temu. Temu prints are rough, man. You get a tank for 6 quid, but it is very rough. There you are. Yeah. Also, play the tune and reject the meta. I tell you what, mate. I'm quite far behind with super chats. I'll catch up, and then I might do a Giga Chad to see the stream out. There you are. I did one last week, and it fucking wrecked my arms. So I'll do another one this week. We're building back up to it, you know. That's really cool though. And this is the big thing though. And I did kind of call this last stream. You guys can check the receipts and everything. I don't think anyone bothers whenever I say that, but they are there. Pirating Games Workshop stuff feels like a victory. I think the only reason not to is if you want to support your local hobby store. That's it. Yeah. But yeah, that's what caused problems in 7th edition. That's why recasters were such a problem in 7th. Because everyone realized that everyone felt better getting it from recasters from Games Workshop. Looking back on it now, my God, Games Workshop was a fraction of the Games Workshop is way worse now than they were in 7th and 6th. The game is debatable, but GW's practices are way worse now. Way the shit they get away with now, they never would have got away with 10 years ago. But it's this people seem to be more tolerant of it now, I suppose. Yeah. 6 foot tall angry dwarf. GW's methods can be compared, in my opinion. Sorry, GW's methods can be compared, in my opinion, to auto manufacturers. Their main revenue generation is from model sales, like auto manufacturers come from vehicle sales. They need people to constantly and consistently buy. Yeah, I tell you what, I do find it amazing because I've never bought a brand new car. I've only ever got a second-hand car. Sometimes it's only been like a year old, don't get me wrong. But like when you look at like a car that's like brand new and you look at the same car that's a year old, it's like a fraction of the price. Yeah. So yeah, I think you're right. Like I think that most people that buy new cars must be like lease companies at this point. But yeah. One of my favorite lines from one of my favorite TV programs is a TV program called Peep Show. It sounds like, if you know what Peep Show is, it sounds naughty, but it's not. It's just the gimmick of the show is that every shot is from an FPV of one of the people talking. So like they're always talking like into the camera kind of thing. So if you've got like two people having a conversation, it's, you know, the perspective. It's very well done. It's very well done. It's very good. But one of the lines in the program is where the two main characters is you've got Mark, who's basically like turbo, like corpo, like drone, and you've got Jeremy or Jez, who is like the ultimate like free thinking, like sort of stoner, like hippie kind of guy, but like super like they're both destructive in their own ways. Like the whole thing is, it's basically just dysfunctional friendship. And Jeremy is always getting himself into trouble because he doesn't think anything through. And Mark is always getting himself into trouble because he overthinks things. But in many ways, Mark is, you know, Mark gets himself into like awkward cringe situations where Jeremy like is actually like fully self-destructive. But like Jeremy has got himself into another one of these conundrums. And Mark is like, truthfully, Jeremy, I don't blame you. It's actually this fast food, instant gratification culture that has led you to this situation. And I love that. The fast food, instant gratification culture. And it's like that. I do feel like we are in that now. Do you know what I mean? Like, why do people constantly need to buy I don't get these people who buy a new phone every year. I don't buy these people that buy something once, wear it once, and throw it away. It's like, because consume. My phone is like fucking 5 years old, man. Like now I need to replace it because the battery's fucked and the camera's starting to go, which is a bit of a problem and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, now I need to replace it because it is stopping to work. and I've got good use out of it. But I don't get people who buy a new phone like every year, who get a new car on lease every year. Yeah. It's crazy. Suppose you go, some people have enough money that buying a new phone is like buying a new shirt. Dude, I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's the people with a lot of money that do it most of the time. I think it's not people who haven't got a lot of money, but it's just like, it's a bunch of people who haven't got money and a bunch of people in the middle. Yeah. Yeah. Consume product and get excited for new product. Yeah. Although the Warhammer crew doesn't have the best track record of buying new shirts. I feel that's a reference to something I'm not getting. Is it a dodgy one? Yeah. MG Local, IT guy here. Do not replace it. It's cheaper to buy the parts to fix yourself. The repair kits have step-by-step guide on how to do them. I've got, the thing is, I've got one of those phones, but I don't think you, I mean, basically, it's time for an upgrade for all the right reasons, not for any of the, not any of the wrong reasons. Like, I would like to get a better camera on my phone so that I can make the battle reports better. Because, you know, I'm old school. I film them on my phone and everything. I would like to get a new phone because I would like the battery life to be a bit longer. And the charging port is a bit knackered. Like, it's probably getting to the point where, like, yes, I could repair it, but there's enough reasons to get a new one. Yeah. 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 What have we got here? Graves. Thank you for super chat. Without giving too much info, testers have had 11 since late last year, so discussions might have been drifting around. Yeah, so I heard that playtesters have had 11th edition basically since January, sort of December, January time, which I believe, but I also find very worrying. Why do you find it worrying, Mordian? Thanks for the Mordian. I'll give you the answer. Because surely, by that point, GW must have already had a lot of stuff printed or going off to the printers for the amount that they need. Like, because we're only looking at like a 5-6 month turnaround. Surely that's not. Even if we say 3 months, the lead time on printing is 6 months. That's what I thought Siri had. So they gave it to playtesters after it had basically gone to print. Best case scenario, they could take feedback from playtesters for 2 to 3 months, which doesn't feel like a lot. Does it? For 40k, 26 factions, 15 possible missions, 70 new detachments and updated ones. Why places where people buy it anyway? I think GW has playtesters, but that they are. I don't know what I don't know why they're there. Clearly, it's not working. I did hear from a friend of a friend that it can be sometimes quite frustrating being a GW playtester because you give them a lot of feedback and then they don't take it on board, or it feels they don't take it on board. I wonder if it's because by the time they hand it to playtesters, it's basically already locked in. Dark water quality playtesters? Apparently so. Suppose you go, playtest to make sure the new stuff is super strong. See, I actually don't subscribe to that theory. The ultimate evidence is the 200 Prime and Lash Whip. But then with the guard, look, if they wanted to sell, if they wanted the, if that was true, they would have made the Centaur 55 points and the Hippogriff 55 points. I don't think it's true. Unless those units being higher, could those units being a higher points cost be reflective of what to expect for 11th? I have heard a lot of people saying the points are going to go up at 11th. Because they did that in AOS, didn't they? And Phil Kelly was in charge of AOS when that happened. Yeah. The sacred, you are right. The sacred 42% win rate. Thou shalt not be higher, thou shalt not be lower. Yeah. Lower Decks, thank you, Super Chat. What is the signal? Stream discussion. Sir, how are you? Lounging around, eating delicacies, turnip-based delicacies? How did you know? Us? Why, thank you for asking, sir. I don't ask. Well, it turns out that we have joined the bank heist. Owner of the heist is done. Two ply have drilled the vault, stolen millions in Imperial thrones, and apparently found lockboxes full of unmentionable material to blackmail half the sector. So where do a ruggedly handsome yet put upon servant of the dynasty come in? Also Jenkins. Well, Colonel said we are going to be a distraction and lead the enforcers away from the bank, so the men can make a subterranean getaway with a stolen termite drill. He assures us that if we make it to the rendezvous across the hive, we will be fine. All we need is a signal. Oh, the signal was Larkin MSW throwing the bank manager off the roof to his death while spraying bullets at the enforcers. I floor it. Hardest impression of our distraction card effects. Right, let me see this. Nice. Nice. I love that. Oh, man. I love it, Lower Decks. That makes me want to play Windrose. I actually have Windrose bought and installed, and I've played an hour of it. I enjoyed my first hour of Windrose. I haven't had a chance to play it again since. I'm looking forward to getting into it when I get back from the honeymoon. Yeah. Sander Thematic, thank you for the 7 months. Picture and stream discussion for the motherland. Yes. Here we fucking go. Few more units ready for Mother Russia. Mate, I am going to get so many Moraz Ghoul. It's going to be unreal, bro. Like, I'm talking full Moraz Ghoul army. They're going to come out in plastic soon-ish. Well, next 6 months. 3 to 6 months. And I am going to run fucking dozens of the cunts. Dozens and dozens. Yeah. I love it. Yeah. Very, very cool, man. I love the Daughters of the Motherland. Yes. I'm loving the, what we got, is it 2 7-man squads there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, the Mordian special, the double 7-woman squad. And I have to say, they look excellent. Yeah, they look absolutely excellent. The red and the green goes very nicely together. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I can't wait to get my hands on these bad boys. I think these models single-handedly... I think it's a real shame that these models didn't come out, like, properly at first, because I think these models single-handedly convinced a lot of people to get into Konflikt. But when they come in plastic, I think that these models will, again, single-handedly convince so many people. Yeah. They're going to look amazing, man. They're going to look so good. Oh, bro. Yeah, they look awesome. Very, very exciting stuff, man. I'm very jealous. Yeah. I am very jealous. But in a good way. John Henry Eden, thank you for Super Chat. I ordered some vehicles online for my Steel Legion. Image in Discord. Yeah, I love these, man. I ordered some of these online. These for my Steel Legion. I think they're by Nate Fema. If you have a 3D printer, you can get, I think, the STLs off him. But I think he has a lot of people that basically do licensed printing for him. yeah, they're really cool. They're really good models. They're really cool. And is he got a Centaur proxy already? Amazing. Yeah, I love the look of that, man. That's cool. That's cool as fuck, bro. Nice. And then we've got Scales of Commissar. Schaefer's Exile Edition preview in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Here's some previews I thought Morning would appreciate seeing the rough drafts when he's done beefing. Schaffer's Last Chances, the Order System, Stumper Muscat, and Lord Solar Macarius. Oh my god, let's have a look, right. So, Schaffer's Last Chances, Bolters of Chainsword, Melter Gun, Flak Armor, One Last Chance, Schaffer's Unit is drawn for the Penal Legion and used the Penal Legion data sheet, but with the following changes: Ballistical improves to 4+, and the Unravel Rabble ability is removed. Condemned Men, they never take morale test. They know they're already dead. Schaffer's at start the game, Schaffer's selects one unit. His unit rerolls all hits and rolls against that target. Cool. 2 means die. Schaffer himself may not be removed as the first character from his unit. He must be the last model removed. Nice. Faction rule. Orders. First one, fire, second one, fire. Take aim. Be removed. Duty and honor. For the Emperor. That's a good order. It's great to have an order called For the Emperor. Bring it down. Fix bayonets. Take cover. Plus 1 weapon skill. Yes. Gunners kill on sight. Full throttle. Found my target. Hold down positions. I love all of this, man. It's just like basically just bringing a bunch of the old good stuff back, plus tweaking it. Yeah. Stumper Muscat. Yes. I'm loving that you bring the old rattling cat back. That's great. Lord Solar Macarius. Sebastian Thor had his faith, Abute Gilliman his legions. Macarius had only his mind. With it he conquered 1,000 worlds in 7 years, more than any commander since the Great Crusade. The Lord Solar led his forces from the front, inspiring through presence what others inspired through fear. He died before his crusade was complete, and the wars his generals fought over his legacy consumed more worlds than his campaigns ever had. It's so cool that the Guard has like a character like Lord Solar Macarius. Like the Guard has the best characters. Like he was only a man and he did the greatest conquest since the Great Crusade, and that's just awesome. Yeah, I love it. I love it, man. I love it. Scouter Commissar, you seem to be absolutely bloody smashing it, bro. Absolutely smashing it. I just say keep going. You are going absolutely in the right direction. Diakumi, thank you for the 2 months, man. This week was quite fun, wasn't it? I enjoyed it, man. Yeah. I enjoyed my National Guard. I enjoyed feeding like loads of guts through the heavy mortars. I thought it was good, man. It's a shame we didn't get to play against each other this time. But I'm sure there's always next time, man. I mean, I know you didn't enjoy one of your games, but I hope the other two were all right, bro. Nice. Suppose you go. Thank you for super chat, man. Rogel Dawn stream discussion to go alongside my teal Kazakin. Nice, dude. That's a beautiful. I love the pattern you've managed to get there. Really, really, really effective. Yeah. It looks like lots of little scratches and stuff, which is exactly what it obviously would look like on the on a vehicle like this. Do you know what I mean? Lots of little bits of weathering and stuff. Very nicely done, sir. Stuffing is OP and quick. I love it. It looked great. Genuinely looks very, very good. Excellent stuff, sir. Excellent indeed. All righty ho ho. Let me have a quick look here, guys. I am probably going to wrap things up. Yeah. Probably going to wrap things up because it's been just over 6 hours and I'm absolutely fucking dying. I need some sleep. But before I go, I was having a look at this video. No, I think we're okay. All right. I'll have a look. I might look at that Lord of War Games and Hobbies video tomorrow. But yeah, one quick power. I can't, man. I'm so tired. Like, I really just need to just like get some sleep. I feel like I'm actually like damaging myself at this point. I'm laughing. No, I'm all right. It's not that bad. Jesus Christ. People with kids probably get half the sleep that I get. Do you know what I mean? I'm just a big fucking softie. I like my 8 hours, you know, and I've not had 8 hours in about a month. So I'm like, I'm only on like 5 or 6 hours. It's so difficult. You know what I mean? But it was a good stream today. If you missed the topic, the Rumours and read the K47 stuff, I'll look at putting out as a stream highlight. Maybe over the course of this week or something. Yeah, we'll have a look. Neither topic is like particularly like I don't think it's like I mean the Rumours one's probably a bit urgent. So I might have the Rumour one try and go out like tomorrow or Wednesday or something. But yeah, no, it was really good. It was a really good stream today. I think we had a lot of fun with it actually. Yeah. And I think we're entering that. I think we are entering the sort of. We're entering a certain stage of the 11th edition sort of hype train. I think right now, where I think people just wish they had their hands on the game. I don't know if any of you guys feel the way. I kind of just want them to rip the band-aid off and just give us the game. I know we're probably going to wait another month or so for it. But I'm kind of at the point now where I just want to be able to see it and get my hands on it. You know, taste it. All that kind of stuff. And then I can May 20th for sure. Yeah. I think we'll get the rules drop on May 20th, and I think we'll get the release on June 20th. Yeah. That's the plan anyway. That's what I hope. Not the plan. That's what I think is going to happen. Yeah. But yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what happens the 11th, but it's a lot of like, I'm surprised it's not leaked yet. Okay, the 40k stuff, and I'm back on being K47. Cosmic, thank you, super chat. Yeah, I'm curious about the 40k stuff, but I'm really excited for the new K47 stuff. But I think it's just because the new K47 stuff, it's new. Yeah. Nobody cares enough to leak 11th. Oh, Cosmic. How the tables have turned, you beefy, beefy bastard. Yeah, you beefy bastard. Gonna leak it, MG? Hey, if I get it, I'll leak it. Telling you now. If someone sends it to me, right now, even as sleep deprived as I am, even if streaming for 6 hours, I'd leak it. Doesn't matter if I ended up like almost collapsing from exhaustion. I'd leak it right here, right now. How about you leak some K47 stuff? Ooh. I could do. I know some bits and some bobs. I'll check, see if I've had anything come through on my emails, actually. I haven't had anything. Right. I have a leak, and I'm not meant to tell you this, and I'm not going to. All I will say is this. There's a new unit coming for Japan. It's unlike anything. It's unlike anything you're going to see. No, that's not true. There's a new unit coming for Japan. I've been told the rules for it. And they sound completely off the fucking chain. And I think I'm quickly becoming convinced that Japan might not need that balance patch. Can't say anything. All I can say, it's a new unit coming for Japan. It looks amazing. The rules for it sound amazing. I think that it's going to be a huge game changer. I think that, yeah, I think that it's going to be incredible. That's it. There you go. Not giving any details whatsoever. Not giving you anything whatsoever. Just that. I'm very, 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 very excited for it. I'm not giving you anything else. You can just know that the Japanese are getting a new unit. That's it. I'm not saying. I'm not saying about. I'm not saying. It's too. I'd get in trouble. All you know is that they're getting a new unit and it's going to be very good. That's it. Not going to give you anything more what kind of unit it is or anything like that. If it's something that I don't... All I'm going to say, it's something you don't know what it is yet. Yeah, it's very early days. Well, I don't know. That's not necessarily true. It is some days. It might be early. Might be late. You just don't know. I know. You don't know. But I know. Cosmic, how about the fullbacker? Is it in production yet? And where are the reroll twin bazookas? Apparently, Cosmic, they're leaving that with you. As in, they're not doing it themselves. Oh my god! You can all guess as much as you want. You're not gonna get anything. You're not gonna get anything off me. Yeah. You'll all have to find out. And when it comes, so will all of us. And on that note, there you are. On that note, we'll wrap things up. Gentlemen, ladies, small for a group Alpha Centauri. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Thank you so much to everyone who joined. Thank you so much to everyone who liked and subscribed and chatted away during the stream. And of course, a massive thank you to everyone that went above and beyond the Call of Duty. Coming in with all of the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that incredible stuff. All of it. It's been a great stream today. Thank you all for being patient with me. I have been quite tired, and I know that's I've been a little incoherent at times, but I do want to say that I do appreciate all of your support and all of your patience, and you're all absolutely fantastic people. I will be streaming Monday to Friday this week. I've got no tournaments this weekend. The last tournament of the month was the one I've just been to. And then after this week, you will not see me until the 18th of May. I know, I'm going away for 2 whole weeks. It's going to be big. But the good news is that I have made sure that I've got everything, nearly everything recorded, so that you should be getting one video a day most days, with the occasional 2 videos a day. I did try, and hey, there's still time, maybe, right? I did try and get it so you guys can have like 2 videos a day every day, but it was just too much. It was just way too much. So you're getting 1 video a day. There you are. All right. Now I need to go. I'm flagging. I need to go to bed. I'll gig a Chad tomorrow. There you go. All right. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.